Chapter 336. Li Wangyu, Cho Kuan, and the other playboys were sent to the barracks of the Golden Guards of the left by the old hooligan. As for the Xieji blacksmith shop in the East City, the shopkeeper, the craftsman, and the workers were all sent to the barracks. Shopkeeper Xie was so scared that he was trembling. He didn't know what had happened to him. When he saw Li Wangyu and the others, he kept crying and begging Li Wangyu to be merciful and let him go. Li Wangyu could only comfort him and promise that he would be able to go home in 3 days. Only then did shopkeeper Xie and the others calm down. Cheng Yaojin ordered them to move the tools from the blacksmith shop into the barracks. He ordered them to start making horseshoes immediately. Shopkeeper Xie and the others knew that it was because of the small piece of iron they made today. However, they didn't dare to complain. They could only bury themselves in forging and hope that they could go home as soon as possible. They didn't know that the small piece of iron they made could solve the problem that troubled the dynasties of China. It was really a divine tool. It could be said that the Xieji blacksmith shop had opened a new era of cavalry. Of course, it didn't mean anything to shopkeeper Xie and the others who were in a mess. The group of playboys admired Li Wangyu to the extreme because of the horseshoes. Li Wangyu was the youngest in this small group. But now no one disobeyed him. The group of playboys faintly followed Li Wangyu's lead. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Li Wangyu's words were more effective than their father's words. They were forced into the barracks by Cheng Yaojin, but they all felt that it was very fun. After laughing and playing for a while, they prepared to go to the polo field of the Golden Guards of the left to practice. Li Wangyu still didn't know how to hit the ball. Cheng Yaojin and the others wanted to train him well since he would be playing in the game in 3 days. Even if he couldn't learn how to play polo, he should at least learn how to protect himself so that he wouldn't fall off the horse. Li Wangyu suddenly remembered that he had to set up the venue. This was the key to showing the effect of the horseshoe. Whether he could win the game with Zhang Liang depended on the layout of the venue. He hurriedly pulled Cheng Yaojin aside and told him his thoughts. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Cheng Yaojin, this old hooligan, couldn't help but slap Li Wangyu heavily on the shoulder. The shock caused Li Wangyu's body to go numb. In the future, I will make my 3 foolish sons stay away from you so that they won't be fooled by you. Tell me the truth. Some time ago, people pasted those things on the gates of the markets in Chang, and overnight. Was it you who did that? Uncle Cheng, what are you saying? That night I was at your house drinking with brother Chimo and the others. Li Wangyu of course would not admit it and replied with a smile. Cheng Yaojin nodded. I know. It seems that it was you who did it. It must be my 3 foolish sons and your gang of bad friends. Damn, this Cheng Yaojin was really cunning. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes, indicating that he was tired and didn't want to talk with this old bastard. Well, I will ask someone to prepare the things for you. But can you do it? Hitting the ball is not so simple. Be careful if you fall off the horse and your head bleeds. In my opinion, you are too impulsive. Although Zhang Liang doesn't have any *T ability, he is not someone you can compete with. Li Wangyu really wanted to raise his middle finger to this old hooligan. Damn, today on the wooden platform who blocked my mouth with words, saying that a man's words should be nailed with a mouthful of saliva? Li Wangyu knew that he couldn't win the argument with this old hooligan. He turned around and went to find the playboys to practice. In the Tang dynasty's polo tournament, each side had 10 batters. Everyone discussed for a while. Apart from Li Wangyu who had to play, the other 9 people were the Qing brothers, the Yuqi twins, Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu, Niu Jingping and Wei Shuyu. As for Du He and Du Go, they could only serve as substitutes and cheerleaders. These 9 people, including Wei Shuyu, were all good at playing polo. Niu Jingping, who had always been low-key, was even more outstanding. After all, he was Niu Jinda's son. Although one of his legs was lame, it didn't affect him from learning his father's archery skills. It was also because his legs were inconvenient that Niu Jingping became more and more passionate about polo. Because riding on horseback had nothing to do with his legs. Speaking of his father, Niu Jinda, he was also a fierce general in the early Tang dynasty. However, he was too low-key and didn't have good luck. Even Zhang Liang, that kind of trash, later became a duke and was ranked among the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. Niu Jinda, who came from Wagong village and joined Pai Lupi with Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong and the others, was only conferred the title of Langyi County Duke. He was so low-key that even the old and new Tang book were not given to him. As for himself, he had made illustrious military achievements and was far from what trash like Zhang Liang could compare with. Therefore, sometimes being too honest and dutiful was not good. Niu Jinda, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and the others had a deep relationship. Even Niu Jingping, Cheng Chumo, and the others had a deep brotherly relationship. They were so close that they almost wore the same pants. The people of Old Nyo's family really lived up to their surname. Each of them was as low-key as Old Nyo. Nyo Jingping usually didn't talk much among the playboys. However, today, after riding on horseback and holding his polo stick, he was like a different person. He was abnormally excited. Zio, watch brother show you what hitting a ball is. Nyo Jingping pulled the reins and the horse rushed out. Cheng Chumo used all his strength to hit the ball in Nyo Jingping's direction. However, Nyo Jingping did not wait for the ball to hit the ground and directly hit the ball in the air. The ball was 70 to 80 feet away from the goal. The red polo ball was like a meteor. It flew straight to the goal and accurately drilled into the goal like a guided missile. Li Wangyu and the other playboys applauded and cheered. Nyo Jingping's play was really wonderful. It was not inferior to the batters they saw in the Northern Imperial Army field today. In order to practice, Qing Yaojin even arranged opponents for the playboys. The left Imperial Guard's batters would practice with them. Li Wangyu temporarily stayed on the sidelines and watched. He planned to familiarize himself with the rules first. However, after watching the playboys practice for a while, he frowned. There seemed to be something wrong with the polo of the Tang dynasty. Looking at the scene of 20 people chasing the red polo ball in Noda's polo field, Li Wangyu hugged his elbow with one hand and supported his chin with the other. He started to think. Why did he feel that there was something wrong? At this time on the field, Fang Yai had just intercepted the opponent's attack and hit the ball forward. The 20 horses turned their heads and chased the ball again. Li Wangyu suddenly clapped his hands, startling Cho Kuan, who was next to him. That's right, that's it. I know. Li Wangyu didn't care about anything else. He quickly blew the copper whistle and stopped the game. Chapter 337. Although polo in the Tang dynasty was prosperous in Li Wangyu's eyes, it was still very rough. In his opinion, including the playboys, whether it was horsemanship or batting skills, they could be called perfect. It was a personal skill that the stuntmen in the movies of later generations could not show. But these batsmen of the Tang dynasty mostly used cavalry formations when playing polo. Out of the 10 batters, other than one goalkeeper, the remaining 9 were in a cavalry triangular charging formation, with 3 men in a team cooperating with each other. There was no distinction between forwards, midfielders and defenders on the field. As a result, the originally spacious polo field was not effectively used. In Li Wangyu's eyes, it was wonderful and lively, but there were no skills or tactics in it. He was used to playing live football games in later generations, so he was familiar with football tactics like 3-4-3 and 4-4-2. Why couldn't it be the same in polo? Cheng Chumo and the others were playing happily, but the game was stopped by the whistle. They looked depressed. Zio, what's wrong? Why did you whistle? Li Wangyu asked someone to bring him a pen and paper, and while writing and drawing on it he replied, "Brothers, don't worry. I have some ideas to discuss with you." Zio, you also know batting tactics? Hey, wait for me to draw it for you. You'll know when you see it. Li Wangyu drew a diagram of the polo field on the paper, picked up a handful of stones from the ground, and put 2 of them on it. Brothers, please look. These 2 stones represent 2 batsmen. He pointed to Nyo Jingping and Cheng Chumo. Brother Jingping and Brother Chumo have good skills and can be responsible for the offense. They are the first line of the team's offense, mainly wandering in this area. I call them the forwards. He used the pen to outline an area in front of the polo field. Brother Jingping and Brother Chumo will be in this area, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Nyo Jingping and Cheng Chumo looked at each other and laughed. Forwards are good. We are the vanguard officials directly attacking the enemy. Got it. Zio, go on. Li Wangyu nodded and took out 3 more stones and placed them on the paper. These 3 stones represent Brother Yuchi and Brother Eai. The 3 of you are the middle army and I am the middle. He is mainly active in the middle of the field and is responsible for connecting the forwards and defenders. He can attack and defend when he advances. Fang Yai and the Yuchi twins also nodded excitedly. Understood. Zio, you're arranging the troops. Li Wangyu chuckled and placed the last 3 stones on the paper. Brother Lingwu, Brother Shuyu, Brother Chuyang, and Brother Chubi, the 4 of you will be the rear guard on the field. I will be the rear guard, mainly responsible for defense and intercepting the opponent's attacks. The 4 of them nodded excitedly. Looking at the 9 stones that Li Wangyu had placed on the paper, they felt like they were in a battlefield. Cho Kuan suddenly asked, Zio, what are you doing then? Meh. Li Wangyu answered matter-of-factly, don't tell me you expect me to charge and break through the enemy lines? Everyone was stunned when they heard this and then they all laughed loudly. Out of their absolute trust in Li Wangyu, the playboys didn't raise any objections. Instead, they listened to Li Wangyu's explanation with great interest. Li Wangyu picked up his pen again and circled around each position, explaining how they should run to attack, widen the field, and use the ball to control the players. He explained to the playboys for a long time. The playboys were all quite smart. After Li Wangyu's explanation, they all roughly understood their duties and running routes on the field. Haha Zio, this formation of yours is quite interesting. Let's try it out? Ching Chimo couldn't wait. Li Wangyu nodded and was about to get on his horse when he suddenly thought of something. He called over an imperial soldier and asked him to bring him a helmet. Everyone didn't understand and Li Wangyu was too lazy to explain. Damn this group of barbarians. They didn't bring any protective equipment for such a dangerous sport. It was too much. With his soft skin and tender flesh, he didn't dare to imitate them. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tang army's armor was too thick and heavy, Li Wangyu would have wanted to fully equip himself and go play polo. After putting on the helmet and tightening the straps, Li Wangyu carefully climbed onto the horse and prepared to go on the field. The training match started again, and the left Golden Guard's batsman casually rode onto the field. In the eyes of this group of veterans, playing polo with Li Wangyu and the others was just playing with them. Although the playboy skills were good, how could they compare to this group of old soldiers? With the cooperation of the three batsmen, it was very difficult for the playboys to compete. This was the cooperation of the cavalry in the army. On the battlefield, the cavalry charge was also the same. The cavalry formation that seemed to cover the sky and cover the earth actually consisted of 3 cavalrymen working together. One person was in charge of attacking, and the other 2 were in charge of protecting the left and right wings. This was similar to the 3-3 infantry tactic invented by the People's Liberation Army in the future. The 3 people formed a battle group and attacked or defended in a triangle formation. This tactic had both offense and defense, and the division of labor was clear. It could maximize the combat strength of the cavalry. However, although this tactic was powerful on the battlefield, it might not be suitable on the field. If the players were too concentrated on the field, it would leave too much space for the opponent to use. Originally, when playing polo in the Tang dynasty, everyone was like this and it didn't matter. As the saying goes, noobs pecked at each other. However, Li Wangyu shamelessly copied the football tactic from the future, and the original polo tactic immediately became outdated. When the playboys rode on the field and tried to stand according to Li Wangyu's instructions, it caused a burst of laughter from the imperial guards. Although they were just accompanying the playboys to train, it still attracted many left Golden Guard's imperial guards to watch from the sidelines. Many generals also ran to the sidelines to join in the fun. Seeing the playboys standing on their horses, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Young dukes, what are you playing at? Why aren't they forming a battle formation? If they fight by themselves, won't they be tortured to death? I'm afraid that the dukes are playing some tricks. Let's see, this formation definitely won't be able to block the attack. Are the dukes preparing to surrender? I bet that if the dukes use this formation they will lose at least 5 balls. Does anyone want to bet with me? Scram to the side. Who's crazy enough to bet with you? At the corner of the field, Qing Yaojin was surrounded by a group of left Golden Guards as he watched the playboys train. Seeing the situation on the field, the group of generals couldn't help but discuss. Great General, what are the little Gongzi and the others doing? They won't be able to win against the Duke of Chongping's batting team. It's probably that Hu Xin guy's idea, right? Just now I saw him call the dukes over. That's why it's like this. This is the first time I've seen someone stand like this. It's really an eye-opener. This Hu Xin guy really has some ideas. Qing Yaojin waved the horsewhip in his hand. Damn it, this group of bastards. If they make me lose face in front of the soldiers, I'll beat them to death. Without waiting for Qing Yaojin to explode in rage, the referee blew the copper whistle and the match began. Chapter 338. Niu Jingping casually pushed the ball to Cheng Chumo. The 3 batsmen of the left Golden Guards clamped their legs on their horses' bellies and urged their horses to rush over. Cheng Chumo was not in a hurry as he used the stick in his hand to push the ball behind him before the 3 men could surround him. The polo field was 1,000 steps long and the distance in the first half was 500 steps, which was more than 700 meters. Their horses were all military horses and could reach a speed of about 50 kilometers per hour. Even so, the horses needed nearly a minute to cross the field at full speed. In the movie One Goal to Fame, there was a classic line that went, "The football will always run faster than you, so we need to pass the ball." This sentence was even more appropriate to describe the polo field. Although the speed of the horses was much faster than the running speed of a human, the polo field was much wider. The red polo ball under the stick flew much faster than the football. Although the playboys were not adept at standing on the field and their horses were very immature, They perfectly utilized the width and length of the polo ball. The moment the match started, the laughter of the Imperial Army soldiers on the sidelines became softer and softer and was replaced by gasps. The generals beside Qing Yaojin were also shocked by the scene on the field. The 10 best batsmen of the left Golden Guards could not even touch the surface of the polo ball on the field. The batters in a group of 3 were busy chasing the polo ball in vain on the field. On the other hand, the debauches were having a very easy time fighting. Every time they were about to be caught or surrounded by their opponents, they would always be able to move the ball as if they were taking a stroll in the park. The first time the playboys attacked, the polo ball was passed 3 times and was sent to the front of Niu Jingping's horse. At this moment, there was only the goal and a batsman in front of him. The batsman was very anxious and urged his horse to rush towards Niu Jingping, desperately trying to stop him from shooting the ball. Niu Jingping raised his club high, but he didn't use any strength. Instead, he pushed the ball out before the Imperial Army batter arrived. The batsman of the Imperial Army turned his head in shock and looked in the direction of the ball. He saw Cheng Chumo riding his horse in the direction of the ball. He bent down and easily pushed the ball with his stick. The ball rolled into the Imperial Army's goal without any obstruction. The referee at the side of the field immediately blew his copper whistle, accompanied by the sound of drums. An Imperial Army soldier ran to the back of the goal with a banner in his hand and stuck it into the ground, indicating that the Silk Pants had scored a point. Li Wangyu was alone in front of his own goal, looking into the distance. The polo field of the Tang dynasty was really too big. The opponent's goal, which was 1.5 kilometers away, made it quite strenuous for him to see. However, when the whistles and drums sounded and the flag fluttered in the wind, he immediately understood that the debauches had broken through the opponent's goal. He couldn't help but clench his fists and wave them in the air a few times. Success. Using football tactics to play polo was really useful. Qing Yaojin was so shocked by this scene that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "Bastard, you can play polo like this?" The generals who had been making fun of the debauches also fell silent. They felt that their faces were burning. This was a slap in the face. Some of the thin-skinned generals couldn't help but shout at the Imperial Army batters on the field, scolding them and telling them to be more serious. The game started again. These Imperial Army batters no longer dared to underestimate the debauches. They were 120% focused. However, the result of the game was still one-sided. After only 2 hours of the game, the debauches were leading by a score of 7-3. The 3 goals that they had lost were almost all related to Li Wangyu. This guy's goalkeeping was really too weak. His level was so terrible that it was impossible to look at him directly. He wasn't even able to stop a seemingly harmless shot from the other party. Instead, he almost rolled off the back of his horse, causing the debauches to burst into laughter. In the second half of the game, the Imperial Army batters also tried to imitate the debauches' tactics. However, there was no one to teach them. They could only observe with their eyes. How much could they learn? In the end, they were like dogs instead of tigers. They became scattered sand and were unable to threaten Li Wangyu's goalkeeping. After the training match ended, the debauches were all smiles. They didn't think that they could win so easily. As for the Imperial Army soldiers of the Imperial Army, they were all silent. This blow was too great. The debauches rode on their horses and escorted Li Wangyu to the side of the field. While everyone was laughing and joking, they saw a group of people galloping over. "Bastard brat, if you don't teach the batters of the left Golden Guards that you used just now, don't even think about leaving this military camp." From afar, Qing Yaojin's hoarse voice could be heard shouting. It scared Li Wangyu so much that he shrank his neck back. This old hooligan couldn't see anything good in his eyes. The horseshoes were snatched away by him. He even wanted to snatch the tactics for playing polo. He was really going too far. Li Wangyu took a deep breath and glared. He opened his mouth and roared, "Yes. Uncle Qing, don't worry. I will do my best to teach them." Damn it, he had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. This was the Imperial Army of the Imperial Army. Facing the old hooligan's threat, Li Wangyu admitted that he wasn't a tough guy and couldn't say no. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, the martial virtue hall of Taiji Palace was unusually lively. As the saying goes, Taiji gave birth to yin and yang gave birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols gave birth to the 8 trigrams. There were many gossipers in Chang'an. The imperial tutor of the crown prince, Li Wangyu from Hu County, was in the Imperial Army's barracks 3 days ago. He had a conflict with the wife of the Duke of Changping's family, the Li clan, and beat up Zhang Liang's adopted son. Today he was going to teach the saint how to protect the horseshoes and play polo with the Duke of Changping. These gossips had already spread to the ears of all the nobles and officials in Chang, and within 3 days. In this era where there was a serious lack of entertainment, even the nobles and officials in Chang, and were very bored. After hearing about the commotion in front of the martial virtue hall, who could still sit still? Therefore all those who were qualified to enter the Taiji Palace to watch the ball game came. Because polo was popular in the Tang dynasty, there was also a polo field in front of the martial virtue hall of Taiji Palace. However, the field was slightly smaller. It was about 800 meters long and 400 meters wide. It had to be said that the most distinctive feature of the prosperous Tang dynasty was the word big. The streets were 150 meters wide and the palace was tall. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that there was such a big polo field in front of the martial virtue hall. The nobles and officials arrived at the martial virtue hall one after another. However, when they saw the polo field that was being used today, they all had the same thought. What the hell is going on in this polo field? Chapter 339. The Tang dynasty had strict requirements for a polo field used for batting. First, the field had to be flat and there could be no holes. Otherwise, the horses and batters would be injured. Secondly, grass could not grow on the field. The ground had to be compacted. But today, the field in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues was filled with all kinds of broken weapons and arrowheads. Many of them were even rusty. This field could be used for batting? Was this not a garbage dump? Where did all these broken metals come from? The officials and nobles all had black faces full of question marks. Some of them were old and had blurred vision. They even walked closer to see what was going on. Someone waved his hand to summon a servant from the Hall of Martial Virtues and asked why the field had become like this. The servant looked left and right and helplessly replied in a low voice, replying to the noble, Lu Guogong, with the approval of the saint, specially used a carriage to transport these weapons and poured them on the field. Do you know why this is? This servant really does not know. Seeing that they could not get an answer from the servant, the nobles and officials began to discuss. What was Lu Guogong Qingjijie trying to do? Was he afraid that the county boy would be at a disadvantage, so he purposely caused trouble and caused today's batting competition to be cancelled? This guess received the approval of many people. After all, based on the current situation, today's batting competition would definitely not be able to continue. The horses' hooves were weak. Who would dare to let these precious horses run on such a field? Although the broken weapons and arrowheads were rusty, their sharpness could still be seen. If they were stepped on by the horses, even a good horse would be crippled. Lu Guogong's move is quite ruthless. Even if that Chongping County Duke wants to avenge his wife today, I'm afraid he won't be able to. Isn't that so? Lu Guogong is indeed the #1 troublemaker of the Tang dynasty. His skin is really thick. He can even use such a method. Isn't he ashamed? Have you seen the goat-nosed Duke? Duke Wei's face was originally green today, but now that the batting competition is cancelled, he doesn't look so scary anymore. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let the goat-nosed Duke hear you. It's a pity that today's batting competition won't be able to continue. I wonder if Chongping County Duke will be disappointed when he comes. I heard that day at the Beiyuan Gate, his adopted son was beaten very badly by a group of men from Wuxia. What adopted son? I don't think Duke Chongping cares at all. I'm afraid it's his wife who cares. You still don't know, right? His wife and adopted son. The topic of discussion quickly changed from the strange situation at the polo field to the relationship between the Duke of Chongping's wife and the adopted son named Zhang Xinji. This level of digression was not much different from the forums of the future. Since ancient times, the gossipers were still the same. As expected, when Zhang Liang led a group of fake disciples into the square in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues and saw the baseball field, he immediately jumped up and cursed. Ho Junji was also dumbfounded. He had never imagined that a mighty duke like Qing Yaojin would do something like this. What was even more unexpected was that Pai Lupi actually acquiesced to Qing Yaojin's actions. It seemed that it would be impossible to make things difficult for Qing Yaojin today. He shook his head regretfully and turned to leave with Zhang Liang. However, he saw Qing Yaojin leading Li Wangyu and a group of silk pants over. Duke Zhang, Duke Ho, the baseball match is about to begin. Where are the two of you going? Zhang Liang angrily glared at Qing Yaojin. Duke Lu, you already know the answer. Wasp. The field in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues has been ruined by you. How are we going to continue today? Waha, who said we're not going to continue? Duke Zhang, are you afraid? Qing Yaojin laughed happily. You. Zhang Liang was so angry that he was speechless. How could there be such a shameless person? Qing Yaojin ignored him and strode to the front of the Hall of Martial Virtues. He raised his voice and shouted at the officials and nobles standing on the steps. Everyone, is there anyone who wants to bet on today's baseball match? This duke will be the banker. Is there anyone who wants to place a bet? The Tang people loved to gamble, and the officials and nobles were no exception. Qing Yaojin's words immediately aroused everyone's interest. Duke Lu, how do you want to bet? Please enlighten us. Wah, simple. We'll bet on today's results. If the Duke of Chongping wins, the payout is 1-2. If the Duke of Huxian wins, the payout is 1-3. If it's a draw, the payout is 1-2. In addition, the Duke of Huxian wants to offer the saint a method to protect the horse's hooves. This is also a bet. If the Duke of Huxian's words are true, the payout is 1-1. If the method is not feasible, the payout is 2-1. No matter how much you bet, this duke will accept it. Is there anyone else who is interested? In today's match, can the ball continue to be played? Qing Yaojin laughed. Yes, why not? The Duke of Huxian will definitely go on stage. If the Duke of Chongping refuses to go on stage, then it means that the Duke of Chongping has admitted defeat. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Liang, wanting to see how he would react. Zhang Liang was angered half to death by Qing Yaojin's words. Seeing the situation, he could only grit his teeth and say, as long as the Duke of Huxian dares to go on stage, this old man will naturally accompany him to the end. Wow, look, isn't this settled? Today's match will definitely continue. How about it? Who wants to make a bet with this duke? Qing Yaojin's words aroused everyone's interest. However, someone asked, Duke of Lu, we know that the Duke of Chongping's fake sons are all good at batting. However, who are the Duke of Huxian's batters? This duke has 3 sons. The Duke of Zheng's eldest son, the Duke of Liang's second son, the Duke of Yi's 2 sons, the Duke of Qiao's eldest son, the Duke of Langyi's eldest son, and the Duke of Huxian himself. Qing Yaojin recited the name list of Li Wangyou's team members, but everyone shook their heads. A bunch of hedonistic sons of dukes and prefectures going to compete with the fake sons of Zhang Liang's household? Wasn't this a joke? Zhang Liang's fake sons were somewhat famous among the batters of Chang'an. Many of the nobles present had seen their matches. As for those hedonistic sons, they were not bad compared to the other sons of nobles. However, when compared to Zhang Liang's fake sons, they were nothing. In the words of the later generations, this was like a professional player against an amateur player. Did the result of this match need to be said? If a bunch of NBA players were to compete with amateurs, would anyone believe that the amateurs would win? The answer was naturally no. If you asked 100 people, they would all say that the NBA players would win. At this moment, the officials and nobles all had such thoughts. They all looked at Duke of Lu with strange expressions. Had water entered this old man's brain? Why would he make such a bet? If the Duke of Chongping won, the payout would be 2-1. That meant that the Duke of Lu's household would have to spend a lot of money today. Duke of Lu, you're not joking? Then I'll bet 1,000 taels of gold that the Duke of Chongping wins. Don't worry, when have I not kept my word? If there's a bet, there's no reason to lose. As long as you dare to bet, I dare to accept it, Qing Yaojin replied casually. Duke of Lu, if that's the case, then I'll also bet 1,000 taels of gold that the Duke of Chongping wins. I'll bet 1,500 taels of gold. I'll bet 2,000 taels of gold. Chapter 340. The old scoundrel set up a bet there. Because there were too many people betting with him, Qing Yaojin even found an eunuch from the palace to record the bets with paper, ink and brush. Almost all the officials and nobles were betting on the Duke of Chongping's victory. Only a few people placed their bets on Li Wangyu and the other wastrels. Li Wangyu couldn't help but grit his teeth. He finally understood why the old scoundrel had locked them up in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the left for 3 days. It was because he was worried that the news would be leaked and affect his opening bet. *CK, this old scoundrel is too much. Li Wangyu strode over to Qing Yaojin's side. Righteously, he whispered into his ear, Uncle Qing, when we meet, split it in half. Otherwise your nephew will shout. Qing Yaojin's eyes widened in anger. Li Wangyu didn't back down. In front of gold, the old scoundrel's threats were useless. Scram brat. At most, I'll give you 20%. His Majesty still wants half. Qing Yaojin lowered his voice. It's a deal. Li Wangyu retreated to the side, satisfied. He chuckled as he watched the eunuch continuously record the bets placed by the officials and nobles. 20% it was. He wasn't greedy. 20% was still quite a bit of gold. It looked like he would make a small profit today. Just now he did a rough calculation. There were already about 20,000 taels of gold on Zhang Liang. Moreover, there were still hundreds of officials placing their bets. Indeed, the ancients didn't lie. A horse wouldn't get fat without eating at night. A man wouldn't get rich without a windfall. The most shameless one was still Pai Lupi. Without a word, he had colluded with the old scoundrel to cheat money. No wonder Qing Yaojin could bring so many broken weapons and swagger around the polo field in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues. He had painstakingly invented the horseshoe and had the wastrels practice with him. He even had to compete in order to get 20%. And Pai Lupi didn't do anything and actually wanted to take half of the gold. Truly shameless. Despise him. It didn't take long for the officials and nobles present to make a bet with Qing Yaojin. In the end, the total amount of gold that was bet on Duke Changping was as high as 50,000 taels of gold. The aristocratic families in particular had placed heavy bets. 50,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 300,000 strings of copper coins. This was indeed a huge sum. If Qing Yaojin lost, he would have to pay 100,000 gold taels. Li Wangyu pondered without any malice. If the old hooligan really lost, Duke Lu's mansion would have to be his pants, right? He might even have to use Noda's public house to pay off his debt. TSK, just thinking about it makes me feel good. Should I go easy on the old hooligan when I'm guarding the gold to give the old hooligan some excitement? However, he decided to forget about it. Of the 50,000 gold taels, 10,000 of them were from him. 60,000 strings of copper coins was not a small sum. However, Li Wangyu had forgotten that with his terrible horsemanship and batting skills, what difference would it make if he went easy on the opponent or not? In front of the Hall of Martial Virtues, the chamberlain loudly announced, "The sage has arrived." Everyone bowed. Pai Lupi appeared with the pregnant Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the other imperial concubines. After Pai Lupi spoke a bunch of nonsense, he gave Li Wangyu a meaningful look and prepared to announce the start of the batting match. Zhang Liang suddenly stepped forward and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, why did the batting field become like this today? Why did High Duke Lu dump so many broken weapons on the battlefield?" He was still unwilling to compete with Li Wangyu on such a field. Even if he could win, he would have to be careful. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the horses would be injured. The horses weighed nearly a ton and ran at a speed of tens of kilometers. The force of impact was enormous. If the broken weapons on the field were to be touched by the horses, the force would be greater than a person slashing down with a knife. The horses would definitely be injured. Duke Changping's 30 fine horses had been painstakingly gathered from all over the world. Normally he treasured them a lot. If a few of them were to be destroyed because of today's batting match, it would be too painful. Thus he stepped forward and asked this question. Pai Lupi was very calm. He only nodded slightly at Qing Yaojin, indicating for him to explain. The old hoodlum stepped forward. "Today is the day of the county's men. I am going to present the method of protecting the horses' hooves to your Majesty. Naturally, the test will be strict. When cavalry is on the battlefield, can we ask the enemy to clean up the battlefield before charging? This old man's arrangement is to simulate the battlefield environment. Duke Zhang, do you have any questions?" Zhang Liang was speechless at Qing Yaojin's words. He could only cup his hands to show his approval. Li Wangyu and the silk pants all mounted their horses and headed towards the field. On the other side, Zhang Liang was also helpless. He could only instruct his fake sons to be more careful and slow down the horses to prevent them from getting injured. Previously, after seeing the situation on the field and confirming that they had to continue batting, Zhang Liang had already ordered people to put rattan shoes on the horses' hooves. Although it wasn't very useful, it was better than nothing. It would more or less provide some protection. However, the officials and nobles discovered that the horses that Li Wangyu and the silk pants were riding didn't have any protection on their hooves. Everyone widened their eyes and stared closely at the horses. However, the hooves of the horses were empty. They couldn't see anything. "Isn't the county's man going to present the method of protecting the horses' hooves to your Majesty today? Why isn't there any difference? He didn't even put on his shoes. Isn't he afraid of injuring these fine horses?" Some sharp-eyed people recognized the markings on the horses that Li Wangyu and the others were riding. They couldn't help but shake their heads and bitterly smile. The horses that the county's man is riding are all imperial horses from the palace. Diske, your Majesty lent them the horses. If the imperial horses are injured, let's see how the county's man will explain himself to your Majesty. Are they really imperial horses? The county's man is too impulsive. He's riding on the field without any protection? Haha, do you really believe that the county's man can come up with a method to protect the horse's hooves? Since ancient times, who has ever heard of a method to prevent the horse's hooves from being damaged? This is pure nonsense. I think Lu Guogong is going to spend a lot of money today. I think that county's man knows how to summon the wind and rain, scatter beans to form soldiers, and has an immortal method to protect the horse's hooves. These imperial horses are all rare fine horses. It would be a pity if they were ruined because of this. The officials discussed animatedly. On the side, Wei Zheng's face darkened again. He took large strides and walked in front of Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, how can you let that brat mess around like this? When did the county's man protect the horses? After this match, I'm afraid that the imperial horses will be ruined. Your Majesty, please immediately stop the county's man from messing around. Pai Lupi calmly replied, how does Duke Wei know that the county's man didn't protect the horse's hooves? Isn't it obvious? I'm not blind. Wei Zheng said angrily. Duke Wei, don't be anxious. Just relax and watch. These imperial horses are mine. I'm not anxious, so why should Duke Wei be so anxious? Pai Lupi's attitude angered the old man so much that he almost vomited blood. Just as he was about to stiffen his neck and continue to admonish him, he heard a series of rapid drumming from the side of the field. The match had already begun. Chapter 341. Just like in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the left, when the officials and nobles saw the Silk Pants positions, they couldn't help but roar with laughter. Even Pai Lupi, although Qing Yaojin had already told him everything, including the mysterious horseshoes and Li Wangyou's new polo tactics, Pai Lupi knew everything. But after seeing this scene with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but shake his head. In everyone's opinion, it was necessary for batters to form a 3-on-3 formation. If the three of them couldn't coordinate well, then they weren't good batters. But at this moment on the polo field, the Silk Pants were spread out. In everyone's eyes, this tactic was completely undesirable and couldn't stop the Duke of Changping's attack. Zhang Liang was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. This was simply giving him free money. Just now, when Qing Yaojin was the banker, he had also bet 1,000 taels of gold on himself to win. It seemed that today he would be able to help his wife vent her anger and earn a small fortune. Zhang Liang waved his hand and called for his fake sons to advance. In his imagination, this loose formation would be easily broken by his side and he would be able to send the ball into the opponent's goal without any hindrance. He only needed to carefully steer the horse and not step on the broken weapons on the ground. This actually slowed down Zhang Liang's advance, but in his eyes, it didn't matter. It was just a slight delay. Seeing the opponent's attack, the Silk Pants didn't panic in the slightest and slowly retreated on their horses. Under the protection of two fake sons, Zhang Liang dribbled the ball into the center of their territory. The Silk Pants scattered around the field suddenly sped up and charged at Zhang Liang. Originally, there was only one person in front of him, but in an instant, Zhang Liang was shocked to find that 5 or 6 fine horses had appeared in front of him, directly blocking him and his fake sons. This was the all-offense and all-defense tactic that the Silk Pants and Li Wangyu had been practicing in the barracks of the Golden Guards of the left for the past few days. Li Wangyu had transferred the all-offense and all-defense tactic from the soccer field to the polo field and found that the results were surprisingly good. Total attack and defense was a tactic proposed by the Dutch in the later generations. It emphasized that there was no fixed position on the field other than the goalkeeper. When you needed to attack, you were the striker. When you needed to defend, you were the defender. The Dutch relied on this tactic to set off an orange whirlwind in the world of football. Full attack and full defense was only popular for a while, but it was soon eliminated. The biggest problem was the high technical requirements for the players, as well as the distribution of the players' physical fitness. But on the polo field, stamina was not a problem. A horse's endurance was far better than a human's, not to mention that they could change horses every 30 minutes, so there was no need to worry about the horse not being able to run. After the polo ball was intercepted by the playboys, the offense and defense switched. Zhang Liang was just about to call out to the dummies to snatch the ball back when he was surprised to find that the ball was gone. Looking around, he was shocked to find that the red polo ball had been sent flying far away, heading straight for his backfield. And in the direction where the polo ball was flying, there were already rich playboys waiting. As Zhang Liang looked at the speed of the playboys' horses and couldn't help but curse in his heart. These bastards, didn't they feel sorry for the horses that weren't their own? There were so many scrap metals on the field. If they were stepped on by the horses' hooves, the horses would be crippled. But they couldn't just stand by and watch the horses gallop. They could only curse and turn their horses around to chase after them. The playboys' horses were so fast that it was as if the weapons on the field didn't exist at all. The spectators couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Old Wei Zheng was even angrier. He turned his head and loudly admonished Pai Lupi. His spittle was about to fly to Pai Lupi's face. Your Majesty, these playboys are acting so recklessly. What if these precious horses are damaged? Hurry up and stop the ball. We can't let them continue to act like this. Pai Lupi waved his hand. Don't be anxious, Eunuch Wei. Continue watching. What else is there to see? Could it be that these horses were really cast on by Hu Xian's men? Horses can step on weapons without being damaged? That's ridiculous. Before Wei Zheng could finish speaking, his voice was suddenly stuck in his throat. Although he wasn't young, he hadn't reached the point where his vision was blurry. Just now, he clearly saw Qing Yaojin's eldest son riding a horse galloping at full speed. One of the horse's hooves stepped on a shining blade. Wei Zheng almost cried out in surprise, but he was shocked to find that the horse was completely fine. After stepping on the blade, the horse continued to maintain its previous speed and continued to gallop towards Duke Changping's goal. How can this be? The stubborn old man muttered, not daring to believe his eyes. Haha, Eunuch Wei, how is it? How effective is Hu Xian's method? Pai Lupi laughed proudly. Wei Zheng was so excited that his beard stood up. Your Majesty, is this really the method Hu Xian's man said to protect the horse's hooves? Is it really so miraculous? Would it be convenient to spread to the entire army? How much would it cost? Pai Lupi twirled his beard and smiled proudly. The cost is almost negligible. Moreover, this method is very simple. Eunuch Wei, do you know that Hu Xianen only used an hour to forge the item to protect the horse's hooves 3 days ago at the eastern city's Xieji blacksmith shop? Xie's blacksmith shop? Nonsense. How could such an important weapon of the military be forged by the common people? Your Majesty, please immediately send the Imperial Army to the eastern market and take control of Xie's blacksmith shop. We can't let this method spread to the common people. If Li Wangyu heard Wei Zheng's words, he would probably spit out a mouthful of salt soda. In a feudal dynasty, there really was no human rights. This unyielding official actually had the same thoughts as that old hoodlum Qing Yaojin. Pai Lupi shook his head. Duke Wei Jijia already did this 3 days ago. The shopkeeper and craftsmen of Xie's blacksmith shop are all in the golden guards of the left camp. However, I am prepared to have Jijia release them today. Wei Zheng anxiously said, Your Majesty, you can't? Pai Lupi didn't wait for Wei Zheng to spit and continued. Duke Wei, this method of Hu Xian's man is too simple. Once it is used in the military, there will be no secrets. The common people will know at a glance. There is no meaning in keeping it a secret. Therefore, I naturally won't be a petty person and continue to detain the craftsman and shopkeeper of Xie's blacksmith shop. Wei Zheng naturally couldn't not believe the words of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Although he still didn't understand how Li Wangyu did it, he could only silently nod. This official congratulates Your Majesty. This official misunderstood Hu Xian's man. When the game is over, this official will apologize to him. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. Duke Wei, there is no need to be like this. That kid doesn't deserve your praise. He is just a little clever. Don't let this kid be arrogant and complacent. Wei Zheng also smiled. Hu Xian's man is smart. It is also Your Majesty's discerning eyes that didn't bury his talent. When Pai Lupi heard this, he couldn't help but nod and laugh. For a moment, the emperor and his subjects were harmonious, and the atmosphere was harmonious. If Li Wangyu heard the conversation between the two, his eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Wei Zheng, who was famous in history for reprimanding Pai Lupi, actually knew how to flatter him. In fact, Wei Zheng's EQ wasn't low. Otherwise, how could he always anger Pai Lupi half to death but still live well and hold a high position? He was also a smart person. While Pai Lupi and Wei Zheng were talking, the polo match in front of Wuda Hall had already been scored. Chapter 342. The wastrels were like cats playing with mice on the field, easily tearing apart the defense of the Chongping Prefectural Duke's team. In their first attack, they sent the red ball into the goal. This change not only stunned Zhang Liang, but also the officials and nobles who had placed heavy bets on the side of the field. When the drum that signified the goal sounded, the sidelines were completely silent. There wasn't even any sound of cheering. After a while, Pai Lupi lightly clapped his hands. Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others began to stomp their feet and cheer, breaking the strange silence on the sidelines. The following match was even more one-sided. It was even easier than the first match between the wastrels and the Imperial Army of the left. After all, the Imperial Army didn't have to worry about their horses being injured and used all their strength to gallop. As for Zhang Liang, it was as if he was dancing in shackles. His hands and feet were tied, and he didn't dare to use all his strength to gallop. Even though he was so careful, 2 of the horses that were wearing rattan shoes were accidentally injured. This made Zhang Liang's heart bleed and he was filled with regret. Looking at the 7 or 8 banners behind his own goal, he knew that he had completely lost today. Li Wangyu rode his horse back and forth in front of his own goal. It was truly too easy. He didn't even have a chance to spur his horse to gallop. After 2 hours of competition, everyone else was drenched in sweat. They had changed their horses several times, but only he was clean. He hadn't even changed his horse. As for the officials on the sidelines, they were as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. This result, which was out of everyone's expectations, was simply inconceivable to the extreme. If it weren't for the fact that the Chongping prefectural duke Zhang Liang had also lost 1,000 taels of gold and lost a lot of face in front of everyone, perhaps everyone would have suspected that he had colluded with the wastrels to fake the match. Their own son had actually won against Zhang Liang, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. Although they didn't say it out loud, everyone could see the joy on their faces. As for Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other martial generals, they didn't care about the feelings of the bystanders at all, shouting and wrangling over there, making the hundreds of officials who had lost a large sum of gold have the urge to beat people up. The old scoundrel was still holding the list of bets recorded by the chamberlain and proudly waved it at the officials. Everyone hurry up and send the gold to my residence. Don't make this duke look for you to collect the debt, wah. *CK this bastard. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't beat this old man, the grass on his grave would be 3 feet tall next year. Wei Jing, on the other hand, did not care at all about who won or lost. Seeing Li Wangyu and the others leave the field, he immediately lifted his robe and trotted over. Without saying a word, he wanted to pry off the horse's hooves to see what was going on. The old man's actions startled Li Wangyu and the other playboys. Wei Shuyu, however, felt sorry for her father. She quickly jumped off the horse's back and held onto her own horse so that the old man could check the horse's hooves. When Wei Jing saw the U-shaped piece of metal nailed to the horse's hoof, he was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. Is that simple? Is that simple? It's so simple that no one in all the dynasties could think of it. Wei Jing muttered to himself. He finally understood why Pai Lupi said that there was no value in keeping this a secret. This was indeed the case. This horseshoe was too simple. Once it was used on a large scale in the army, it would be impossible to keep a secret. Suddenly, as if he was possessed, he stepped forward and grabbed Li Wangyu's arm. Huxin man, this is a great merit, comparable to the merit of opening up new territory. This old man will definitely ask His Majesty for a reward for you. I misunderstood you before. Please don't blame me, Huxin man. The old man's actions startled Li Wangyu. He thought that the old man was going to fight him to the death again. After hearing Wei Zheng's words clearly, Li Wangyu smiled and said, Wei Gong, what are you talking about? It's all my fault. I hope Wei Gong won't take offense. In front of the Hall of Martial Virtues, the officials who couldn't be bothered to watch the old hooligan Qing Yaojin show off also gathered around. They wanted to see what tricks Li Wangyu's horses had on their hooves. Everyone had seen the performance of both sides' horses on the field. Who would have thought that the Duke of Chongping, who was wearing rattan shoes and was so careful, would still injure 2 horses? On the other hand, the Huxin man, who seemed to have no protective measures, not only did his horses come out unscathed, he also completely ignored the broken weapons. This made everyone curious. When they saw the horseshoe nailed to the horse's hooves, everyone suddenly understood. With such a strange idea, the Duke of Chongping's loss was not unjust. The polo enthusiasts surrounded the silk pants and asked them about the tactics they had used. When they found out that the Huxin man, the imperial tutor of the crown prince, had taught them, the officials couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Could this Huxin man really be a literary star that descended from the heavens? It was said that Zhang Sun Wuji had said that the world was divided into 10 portions, and Li Wangyu had 8 portions. From the looks of it, this was not a lie. These officials of the imperial court waved the folding fan Li Wangyu had given them the other day, exclaiming that this youth was not ordinary. Li Wangyu's limelight was now second to none. At this time, Zhang Liang's face was gloomy as he walked over with his horse. Huxin man, you've won today's match. I concede defeat. Duke of Chongping, you let me win. Zhang Liang coldly snorted and threw the reins in his hands to Li Wangyu. He didn't want to waste any more words, so he turned and left. Li Wangyu was baffled. What was the meaning of this? Cheng Chumo saw his confusion and laughed loudly. Ziyu, the family head of the losing side, will give his horse to the other side. This is the rule. TSK, your luck is not bad. Duke of Chongping's Zhao Yebai is a rare and famous horse. You really got lucky. The Zhao Yebai he spoke of was a white horse with a body as white as snow, without a single strand of other hair. Even the horse's mane was pure white. Compared to the white horse that Yang Quan had given to the Li family, Zhao Yebai was an extremely luxurious prince. The original white horse was a beggar wearing dirty white clothes. The two simply couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Li Wangyu immediately fell in love with this white horse. Under the sun, its coat was so white that it was dazzling. No wonder it was called Zhao Yebai. It was extremely fitting. So winning the match had this kind of benefit. Li Wangyu couldn't help but want to thank Zhang Liang. He really was a good person, giving him gold and a horse. He was too polite. Ziyu, how about I exchange 2 horses with you? I also really like this Zhao Yebai. Fang Ai shamelessly asked. In response to his words, Li Wangyu threw out the contempt of a king. Please leave in a mellow posture. What do you mean? Fang Ai stupidly asked. Duhe's eyes turned and he figured out the meaning of Li Wangyu's words. Holding back his laughter, he said, I'm telling you to get lost. I'm going to kill you. While the silk pants were laughing and joking, in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues, Pai Lupi was put in a difficult position because of Wei Zheng's words. Duke Wei, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. After all, he's only 16. Chapter 343. Naturally, Pai Lupi and Wei Zheng were talking about Li Wangyu. Facing Pai Lupi's hesitation, Wei Zheng said righteously, Your Majesty, horses are the military equipment of the country. Without them, the country is in danger. Hu Xiannan has presented this horseshoe. His merit is no less than opening up new territory. With such a wonderful merit, how can we not reward him because he is young? Pai Lupi hesitated. Of course, I agree with Duke Wei's words. However, Zio has only been given a title for a month. If we give him another title, won't we be spoiling him? It turned out that Wei Zheng was actually advising Li Er, requesting Li Er to reward him with a title of nobility based on the contribution of the horseshoes. Pai Lupi was hesitant about Wei Zheng's suggestion. It was not that he was unwilling to give up the title. In truth, with Li Wangyu's contributions, it was already unfair for him to only be given the title of founding county man. After the Ministry of Works experimented with 4-wheeled carriages, they realized that using these carriages to transport grain was not only many times faster than before, but the cost was also reduced to 10% of the original. Just this item alone was enough to stabilize Long Jiudo, who was originally in a precarious situation. Long Yudao faced a lot of military pressure, especially to defend against the Western Turks. The Tang dynasty had always wanted to send in a large number of troops. However, due to the lack of supplies, Noda's Long Yudao only had a few thousand men. From Chang'an City to the few important prefectures in Long Yudao, the distance was over 2,000 miles. Before Li Wangyu made the 4-wheeled carriages, it would take 1 to 2 months for the cow carriages to transport grain from Chang'an to Longyu. Along the way, the people and horses ate, and in the end, less than 20% of the resources were left. After the Ministry of Works experimented with the 4-wheeled carriages, they used 4 horses to pull the carriages from Chang'an City to Longyu Prefecture in just a short 20 days. In one trip, they managed to transport enough grain for a few thousand men for a year. This greatly reduced the military pressure on Longyu, and they even started to have the ability to infiltrate the West region countries. After obtaining sufficient supplies, there were even voices in the imperial court discussing whether or not to attack Gaochang. In short, the seemingly inconspicuous 4-wheeled carriage brought the Tang dynasty more than just a means of transportation. Now, the horseshoes developed by Li Wangyu were no less significant to the Tang dynasty than the 4-wheeled carriage. Therefore, Wei Zheng directly asked Pai Lupi to give Li Wangyu another title. Your Majesty, if Gan Luosher can be a prime minister, why can't Li Zio be conferred a noble title? If I don't reward a man for his merits, I'll fail him. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. Wei Zheng continued to persuade Pai Lupi. Although Empress Zhang Sun, who was beside Pai Lupi, never interfered in court politics, she couldn't help but say, Erlang, I feel that Duke Wei's words are reasonable. Since even Empress Zhang Sun had spoken, Pai Lupi did not continue to argue. He pondered for a moment and slowly nodded, Maid Guanyin and Duke Wei are right. I've learned my lesson. The title of nobility in the Tang dynasty was bestowed by the emperor to the nobles and their meritorious officials. Li Erk made the decision on how to reward them, and there was no need to discuss it with the other officials. Li Er asked the inner attendant to summon Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who were at the side, and whispered a few words to them. However, when old Fang and old Du heard this, they couldn't help but look at Li Wangyu, who was still fooling around with the debauches. This young man was amazing. Looking at their own son beside him, old Fang and old Du, the 2 officials in the imperial court, felt a little depressed. Sure enough, the topic of other people's children was inescapable from ancient times. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui did not express any doubts about Pai Lupi's instructions. They nodded and went to do their own work. After Li Wangyu finished playing with the playboys, he excitedly walked to Pai Lupi and was ready to talk to Pai Lupi about the polo field and the polo league. Before he opened his mouth, Fang Xianling, who was beside Pai Lupi, stood out with a roll of yellow silk in his hand. There is a system. Li Wangyu, the male founder of Hu County, received the imperial edict. Fang Xuanling's words immediately silenced the noisy scene in front of the Hall of Wuda. Why issue an imperial edict at this time? Naturally, there were shrewd people among the officials. Thinking of the horseshoes, they immediately guessed the content of the imperial edict. It was most likely that this 16-year-old male from Hu County was going to be promoted again. Disciples. Li Wangyu, the male founder of Hu County, has made meritorious contributions to the country. Meritorious son, the male founder of Hu County, is bestowed with 10,000 gold, 500 households in the fief, and 200 households in the fief. As this imperial edict was hurriedly written by Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui and stamped by Pai Lupi was issued, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. I've been promoted again? This was somewhat out of his expectations. He didn't expect Pai Lupi to be so generous. His title from Hu County's male to Hu County's son seemed to sound a little better. The officials discussed animatedly, their expressions of envy overflowing from their words. However, no one stood out to oppose it. Even if the aristocratic families didn't get along with Li Wangyu, they also knew that given Li Wangyu's contribution to the horseshoes, it was already harsh to just give him the title of Son of Hu County. Congratulations, Son of Hu County, for your promotion to the imperial court is worthy of celebration. Congratulations, Son of Hu County, congratulations to His Majesty. Congratulations, Son of Hu County, this old man has long seen that Son of Hu County's bearing is extraordinary. You're definitely not a person who stays in the pond. Li Wangyu had been promoted to noble in front of everyone. Even the aristocratic families could only pinch their noses and go up to the court to congratulate him and say a few polite words. Li Wangyu could only smile and return the greetings, the muscles on his face almost cramping from smiling. In truth, being promoted to noble meant little to the current Li Wangyu. He didn't want to be an official, and he certainly didn't want to get involved in court politics. For him, the title of Son of Hu County and Son of Hu County was just a difference in title. Li Wangyu only needed a protective talisman, a noble status that could protect him and his beautiful superior. That was all. As a loser who had no ambition and only wanted to eat and die in the Tang dynasty, having a high noble title was actually a burden. However, others naturally didn't see it this way. The group of playboys were envious and clamored for Li Wangyu to treat them to a meal at Ping Kong Fong. This group of hooligans just wanted to drink wine with young ladies. Li Wangyu looked at them with disdain. Under the pressure of the crowd, he could only nod and agree. However, he didn't forget about building a polo field and holding a polo league. The cultural and entertainment life of the Tang dynasty was too boring. It wasn't easy to find a sport that he liked. Naturally, he wanted to make it more lively and pass the time. Li Wangyu took advantage of Pai Lupi's happiness and made his suggestion again. This time Wei Jing didn't object. As long as the horses weren't injured or worn out from playing polo, the sheep nose was also interested in playing polo. Although Pai Lupi was also interested in the league that Li Wangyu proposed, he couldn't help but hesitate when he heard that a polo field with tens of thousands of seats would be built. Zio, the treasury of the Tang dynasty isn't rich yet. I'm afraid that building a polo field will cost a lot. The court won't be able to afford it. Chapter 344. Pai Lupi was not wrong. 3 days ago, when Li Wangyu proposed to build a large polo field so that tens of thousands of Chong and people could watch the game, he was tempted. After returning to the palace, Pai Lupi summoned an official from the Ministry of Works and asked how much it would cost to build a polo field according to Li Wangyu's plan. However, the final price calculated by the official from the Ministry of Works gave him a huge shock. First, they needed to acquire land to install Li Wangyu's plan. Only the squares in the south of the city had enough space for such a large polo field. Moreover, to build such a large polo field, one square was not enough. They needed to merge two squares together. The official took a map of Chang and city and circled the two squares beside Anhuimen, Zhaoxing Square and Square for Pai Lupi. Zhaoxing Lane was 661 meters long, while and Lane was 955 meters long. Including Jingyao Men Street, which was 100 meters wide in the middle of the two lanes, the total length reached more than 1,700 meters. The two lanes were 477 meters wide from north to south. The area was enough to build 1,000 paces long polo field. Moreover, the two squares were close to the outer city wall. Merging them together would not affect the traffic on Jinjiumen Street. It was very convenient. The cost of building houses in the Tang dynasty was not high, but the land in Chang and city was quite expensive. As the saying goes, every inch of land has the same price as gold. Even though Zhaoxing Square and De and Square were located at the south gate of Chang and city and were the cheapest places in Chang and city, they were still very expensive. In history, Ma Zhou, as an imperial censor, could not even afford a house in Chang and city because that house was priced at 2 million. 2 million was 2,000 strings of cash and 300 taels of gold. The house that Ma Zhou wanted to buy only took up 1/32 of the area of 1 square. In the end, it was Li Er who waved his brush and asked the Yamen to pay for Ma Zhou's house. Only then did Ma Zhou have his own house. Although the land in the south of Chang and city was much cheaper than the area where the officials lived in the north of the city. However, the official estimated that buying all the land in Zhaoxing Square and De and Square would cost 60 to 70,000 strings of cash, which was 60 million copper coins and 10,000 taels of gold. And this was only the price of purchasing the land. According to Li Wangyou's idea, a large amount of soil should be piled up on both sides of the polo field to form high stands. It was a simple elementary school math problem. A rectangle that was 1,500 meters long and 400 meters wide had a circumference of 3,800 meters. The amount of work required to build a 10-meter-tall mound was astonishing in the eyes of the Tang. The official from the Ministry of Works calculated the cost and estimated that it would cost no less than 50 million yuan. It was another huge sum of money. In addition to the other facilities, the Ministry of Works official gave Pai Lupi a number that gave him a toothache. 120 million coins and 20,000 taels of gold. In fact, Pai Lupi could afford it. Just today, the old rogue Qing Yaojin had won more than 40,000 taels of gold from the officials and nobles in Chang, and after deducting the compensation, Pai Lupi would take half of the 40,000 taels of gold, Qing Yaojin would take 30%, and Li Wangyou would take 20%. The amount of gold that Pai Lupi took was enough to build this unprecedented polo field in the Tang dynasty. But Pai Lupi was reluctant to part with it. With so much gold, how much would he need to buy if he went to the western region to buy horses? He felt that it was not worth it to build a polo field for the people's entertainment. Zio, building the polo field you mentioned would require at least 20,000 taels of gold. With such a large sum of money, the national treasury would be stretched. If you don't believe me, you can ask Prime Minister Fang, Prime Minister Du and Eunuch Wei. Pai Lupi spread out his hands indicating that he had no money. Li Er's evasive words, if it were others they would probably believe it. But Li Wangyou knew that half of the money that Qing Yaojin won would be given to Pai Lupi. This fellow was stingy and stingy. Li Wangyou purposely pointed his mouth in Qing Yaojin's direction, indicating that he knew about the division of the spoils. Your Majesty, please think of another way. Pai Lupi ignored his hint and pretended that he did not see it. He clenched his teeth and said, Zio, I can't cook without rice. I really don't know what to do. Damn, this fellow was born in the year of the Pai Xiu, only taking in and not taking out. With Pai Lupi acting so shamelessly, Li Wangyou could not do anything about it. Did this fellow not understand that if there was output, there must be input? 3 days ago he thought of building a polo field on a whim. But in the past few days, Li Wangyou had carefully thought about it and felt that it was very promising. The tickets for the polo field, the on-site advertisements and the surrounding shops were all money. And for a long time in the future, it would be impossible for a second polo field of this scale to appear in Chang'an City. Was there a need to worry about not being able to make a profit? The Tang dynasty was lacking in entertainment, and polo was popular but rarely seen. Was there a need to worry that the stadium would not be full for every game? Seeing that Pai Lupi was unwilling to pay, Li Wangyou rolled his eyes and leaned over to Pai Lupi and whispered, Uncle, can I borrow some money from you? Borrow money? How much do you want to borrow? I don't have 20,000 taels of gold to lend you. Pai Lupi heard this and looked at Li Wangyou very warily. Li Wangyou laughed. Not much, just 10,000 taels of gold. No. Uncle, I'll pay you according to the interest rate of the official money. How about that? No, I don't have money. You really don't want to lend? No. Li Wangyou pretended to be regretful and shook his head. If you don't want to lend, then forget it. I'll ask the officials later and see if I can borrow 10,000 taels of gold. By the way, I can also talk to them about Lu Guogong being the banker and setting up the gambling. Come back, you bastard. Be careful or I'll beat you. Okay, when Lu Guogong receives the gold, I'll ask him to give you 10,000 taels of gold. Don't talk nonsense. Pai Lupi was anxious when he heard this. The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty had colluded with the founding Lu Guogong to set up a gambling scheme to cheat the officials of their gold. If this matter was spread out, Pai Lupi would still have face? Hey uncle, don't worry. I'm the most tight-lipped one. Li Wangyu quickly patted his chest and promised. Get out, get out. Don't let me see you again today. You bastard, you're pissing me off. Pai Lupi turned around and left. He didn't want to say another word to Li Wangyu. Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang both covered their mouths and chuckled. They followed Pai Lupi and left. After Pai Lupi left, Li Wangyu was very proud. He didn't have the slightest bit of unhappiness when the fops asked him to treat them at Ping Kong Fong. It was all thanks to this group of lovable fops who forced him to watch the polo match at the Northern Imperial Army's barracks. As a result, watching the polo match not only raised his title by one level, but also earned him a huge polo field in Chang'an City. Of course, he was most satisfied with the horse, Zhao Yebai. Li Wangyu loved the horse so much that he couldn't put it down. He was also extremely grateful to Zhang Liang, the boy who gave him money. A good person. The Tang dynasty needs such a good person. But as the saying goes, a handsome person can't be handsome for more than 3 seconds. Li Wangyu's complacent mood didn't last for long. Chapter 345. The morals of the officials and nobles of the Tang dynasty were still above average. At the very least, no one was as shameless as the old hooligan Qing Yaojin and reneged on the bet. In less than 2 days, each family sent people to deliver gold to Duke Lu's mansion to clear the gambling debts. This time, Qing Yaojin didn't cause any trouble for Li Wangyu and happily sent 20,000 taels of gold to him. 1 tael of gold in the Tang dynasty was equivalent to 30 grams in modern times. 20,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 600 kilograms. It wasn't too heavy and a 4-wheeled carriage could easily carry it away. However, such a large amount of gold was sent to Dingzhou village's barren residence. Oh, it was now the Viscount residence. The old housekeeper Li Heng was quite frightened. The old man had never seen so much gold. Even though it was locked in the residence's treasury, he was still so worried that he couldn't sleep well. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior also felt that it wasn't appropriate for the family to save so much money. However, there were no banks in the Tang dynasty. Every family saved their money in their own residence. Even though he was distressed, he didn't have any good ideas to solve this problem. He did have the intention to hire more troops to guard the house, but the Li family's old residence in Dingzhou village was too small. The people in the house were already cramped and there was no place for them to stay. He could only wait for half a year for the manor to be completed. Only then could he expand his family's power. Fortunately, Dingzhou village had always been safe and sound. Moreover, it was famous outside. Ordinary thieves didn't dare to cause trouble in Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu had caused so much trouble when he went out. His beautiful superior was speechless. Among the entire Dingzhou village and Lai Hot, she and Li Wangyu were the calmest when it came to his promotion. However, the beautiful superior was in favor of Li Wangyu wanting to build a polo field. It wasn't that she liked playing polo. It was just that she knew better than Li Wangyu what such a large stadium meant. Li Wangyu had never been to Europe or America. Wuxia's large stadiums weren't profitable. Most of them were operating at a loss. However, when his beautiful boss studied in the United States, she had a good understanding of the operation of European and American sports stadiums. As long as the number of guests was guaranteed, profits were inevitable. Her view was the same as Li Wangyu's. In the Great Tang, in this era where sports stadiums had yet to appear, building a polo field that could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators in a city with a population of 1 million was an extremely lucrative prospect. As for how to operate the polo field in the future, the beautiful boss also gave a lot of suggestions which made Li Wangyu, who had been confused before, suddenly see the light. For the next few days, Dingzhou village was unusually lively. Just like when Li Wangyu had just been knighted, all the officials and nobles in Chang and sent gifts to congratulate him. As for those who were familiar with Li Wangyu, they would visit him in person. The Lai Hot was filled with guests every day, and banquets were held from morning to night. The 2 disciples, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, were even more excited for their junior division commander. The 2 of them even specially asked for leave from their respective yamen and went to Dingzhou village to help Li Wangyu receive the guests. It was also thanks to the help of these 2 disciples. Otherwise, Li Wangyu suspected that he would be the first nobleman in the Tang dynasty to die of exhaustion because of a knighthood promotion. The villagers were even more honored that their lord had been promoted, and they all came to congratulate him. For this reason, Li Wangyu could only let Niu Wu buy pigs and kill sheep, and hold a banquet in the village to make the village lively again. After a few days he finally sent away all the people who came to congratulate him. Li Wangyu quickly asked Niu Yong to escort 10,000 taels of gold to the Ministry of Works to buy land. Li Wangyu accepted all the suggestions that the Ministry of Works officials gave to Pai Lupi. He looked at the map of Chang and city and personally went to Zhaoxing Square and Square to investigate. He felt that these two squares were the most suitable for building a polo field. Hu Xianzi personally sent 10,000 taels of gold to the Ministry of Works, which even alerted the Minister of Works, Duan Luan. In Chang and city, there was nothing that could be kept a secret. The news that Li Wangyu wanted to build a polo field had already spread to all the officials. Regarding this, the officials all had different opinions. Some mocked Hu Xianzi's youthful nature and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Spending 20,000 taels of gold to build a polo field for fun was truly extravagant. Some sat and watched, feeling that if this polo field could really be built, it would be one of the sights of Chang'an City. There were also polo enthusiasts who supported Li Wangyu's plan to build a polo field of this scale. In short, this matter stirred up a wave of spring water in Chang'an City. In the various yamens, all the officials were discussing this matter, especially the Ministry of Works. There were all sorts of discussions. Many people did not believe this matter. This was truly throwing away a lot of gold. A 16-year-old viscount was willing to spend so much gold and silver to build a polo field. Wasn't this burning money? Even Pai Lupi could not see the commercial value of the polo field, let alone these officials. It was under such circumstances that when Li Wangyu led the Niu brothers into the Ministry of Works and escorted the gold, the entire Ministry of Works was in an uproar. Duan Luan personally came out to welcome him. Hu Xianzi, are you really going to build a polo field? This is 20,000 taels of gold. After Li Wangyu greeted Duan Luan, he smiled and replied, Minister Duan, your nephew has already sent the gold, so how can it be fake? These 10,000 taels of gold are used to redeem the land in Zhaoxing Square and Square. Minister Duan, please help your nephew with this matter. Duan Luan, the Minister of Works, was related to Li Wangyu by marriage. He was the son of the Sui dynasty's Minister of War, Duan Wenjin. After rebelling against the Sui dynasty, he joined the Tang dynasty and married Li Yuan's daughter, Princess Gaomi. Princess Gaomi was Pai Lupi's sister, so Duan Luan was Pai Lupi's brother-in-law. It made sense for Li Wangyu to call himself a nephew. If the polo field was to be built successfully, the Ministry of Works would have to cooperate. Not only did they need to redeem the land, but they also needed to recruit workers to build the polo field. Since ancient times, there had been too many shenanigans involved in construction projects. Li Wangyu did not wish for the gold that he had painstakingly dug out from Li Er's mouth to be embezzled by others. Hu Xianzi is indeed a young hero. You are really generous. Don't worry, I will help you with this matter. As long as you have enough money, the polo field will be completed in at most a year. Duan Luan twirled his beard and nodded with a smile. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed again. Thank you, Minister Duan. When the polo field is completed, your nephew will invite Minister Duan to watch the football match. Ah, that's great. I'm also looking forward to it. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. After Li Wangyu handed over the gold to the officials of the Ministry of Works, he left in satisfaction. However, to Li Wangyu's surprise, the Ministry of Works had only begun to redeem the land for a few days when something happened that caused him trouble. He never expected that the Tang dynasty would also have nail households. Chapter 346. Zhaoxing Square and Dan Square were located outside of Chang'an City. Most of the square was farmland and there were not many people living there. Farming in the city was a habit of Chinese cities. For a huge city like Chang'an, even if it was surrounded by the enemy, they would not lack food for a short period of time. As for Hu Xianzi wanting to buy their land, the people in these two squares did not have much of an opinion. After all, Hu Xianzi had paid the copper coins according to the market price, which was enough for them to buy land from other squares. The matter of the Ministry of Works helping Li Wangyu to buy land went smoothly. However, there were exceptions to everything. The Ministry of Works officials met with a family in Dan Square who refused. Even if the Ministry of Works officials offered a 20% premium, this family would not sell their land. When the news reached Li Wangyu, it made him slightly shocked. The Tang dynasty actually had people who refused to sell their land? Not to mention the fact that he had given enough money to buy the land. Just his face as the founding viscount and the Ministry of Works officials were not enough to make this family lower their head. This was something worth pondering. In Chang'an City, the south of the city was mostly where normal people lived. It was the poorest region in Chang'an City, and it was not an exaggeration to call it the slums. The walls here were even made of yellow dirt and they were only half a person tall. They were really old and broken. For a family living in such a place to be able to go against the Ministry of Works and not sell their land, Li Wangyu could not help but find it weird. Seeing that the matter of buying land had been delayed, Li Wangyu was a little anxious, so he brought Niu Wu to Chang'an to personally ask the Ministry of Works. Minister Duan, who is it that is not willing to sell their land? What is their background? After Pai Lupi greeted Duan Luan, he went straight to the point. Duan Luan sighed and said, Hu Xinzi, do you have a grudge with the Ministry of Civil Affairs? His words stunned Li Wangyu and he did not know what was going on. The Ministry of Civil Affairs, which later became the Ministry of Revenue, was in charge of finance and civil affairs, including land, marriage, money, tribute, and so on. It was divided into the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Gold, and the Ministry of Grain. The Li Langzhong that Duan Luan mentioned was the Li Langzhong of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. He was the head of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, a secondary grade 5 official. Li Wangyu didn't know any Dr. Li, and he didn't think that he had any enmity with this person. In Noda's Ministry of Civil Affairs, he only knew Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs. He shook his head. Minister Duan, I don't know any Dr. Li. Is this related to him? Duan Luan couldn't help but be a little surprised. You don't know Dr. Li? Then why did he refuse to sell the land? That piece of land in De N Square is the courtyard that this Dr. Li purchased. Li Wangyu was also stunned. Why would a fifth-rank official of the imperial court go to the slums to buy a courtyard? However, this was not the time to investigate this matter. He hurriedly asked, Minister Duan, did this Dr. Li say why he was unwilling to sell the land? I haven't offended this person. Duan Luan shook his head. Then it's troublesome. Dr. Li is adamant that he doesn't want to sell the land. The Ministry of Works can't do anything about it. We can't force him to sell the land. Li Wangyu frowned. Sure enough, demolition was a troublesome matter no matter when. Now, a lot of land in Zhaoxing Square and De N Square had been bought. If he couldn't deal with this Dr. Li, then the construction of the polo field couldn't continue. After thanking Duan Luan, Li Wangyu got up and left. He planned to find someone to ask about this Dr. Li's background and why he wanted to go against him. For information, he just needed to find the foppish playboys. This group of top foppish playboys of the Tang dynasty had nothing to do every day and wandered around Chang'an. In Chang'an there weren't many things that they didn't know. Sure enough, as Li Wangyu expected, the foppish playboys knew all about the background of this Dr. Li from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. But after knowing his background, Li Wangyu became even more depressed. This Dr. Li from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was indeed not acquainted with Li Wangyu. But he had a younger sister who was married to the Duke of Chongping, Zhang Liang. Dr. Li was the elder brother of the Li clan, Zhang Liang's brother-in-law and Zhang Liang's brother-in-law. This made Li Wangyu so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Did he have to be so arrogant? You're a fifth-rank official and your mansion is in the north of the city. Why did you go to the south of the city to buy land and build a villa? Li Wangyu naturally didn't know that Dr. Li had bought that land in De N Square because he had been tricked. The elder brother of the Li clan was called Li Ru. He was a very devout Taoist monk. He was good friends with the abbot of the Tai Ching Palace in Chang'an. One time he asked the abbot about feng shui. The abbot said that his lucky star was in the south, so he should live in the south of the city. Li Ru believed this without a doubt, so he bought that land in De N Square and built a villa there. Every rest day, Li Ru would go to his villa in De N Square and stay there for a day. In fact, if not for the conflict between Li Wangyu and the Li clan, Li Ru would have sold the land to Li Wangyu for the sake of the Ministry of Works. After all, there were many squares in the south of the city. With Li Ru's status as a minister, he could have built a villa there. But that day, Li Ru was also in front of the Hall of Martial Virtues. He watched as his brother-in-law sullenly lost the polo match. Not only did he fail to avenge his younger sister, he also lost his Zhao Yebai. And because of this, he lost 500 taels of gold to Qing Yaojin. This made him even more jealous of Li Wangyu. Now that Li Wangyu wanted to buy his villa to build a polo field, how could Li Ru let him have his way and sell the land to him? After figuring out what was going on, Li Wangyu could only sigh. Was he really that unlucky? If he had known, he would have bought 2 other squares and it would not have been so troublesome. It was too late to say anything now. He could only think of a way to solve this problem. He knew that he had a grudge with Zhang Liang and the Li clan. If he rashly went to buy the land, he would only be suffering. He could only think of a way to find someone to help him. The first person that Li Wangyu thought of was the Ministry of Civil Affairs Dai Zhou. As Li Ru's immediate superior, Li Wangyu believed that Li Ru would definitely give Dai Zhou face. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou had met a few times and could be considered acquaintances. He brought gifts and a greeting card and personally went to Dai Zhou's residence to ask Dai Zhou to help him. As long as Li Ru was willing to sell the land to him, the price was negotiable. To this, Dai Zhou naturally nodded in agreement. In his eyes it was just a small matter. But no matter if it was Dai Zhou or Li Wangyu, they did not think that Li Ru would not give any face to his immediate superior. No matter how Dai Zhou tried to persuade him, Dr. Li would not sell the land. Dai Zhou, who had lost face, could not do anything. He could only send someone to tell Li Wangyu that there was nothing he could do. He wanted Li Wangyu to find another way. Seeing that Dr. Li of the Ministry of Civil Affairs was so difficult to deal with, Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. For such a small matter he could not go find Pai Lupi, right? And after Dai Zhou said that the project had failed, Li Wangyu even suspected that Dr. Li would not give face to Pai Lupi. After all, even if it was Pai Lupi, he could not force his subordinate to sell the land. For a moment, Li Wangyu was at his wits' end. The land that Zhaoxing Square and Square had bought was also put on hold. Li Wangyu was still trying to think of a way to deal with this stubborn person. He did not expect that because of the construction of the polo field, he would be impeached by the imperial censor in the court. Chapter 347. The aristocratic families, led by the Wang clan of Taiyuan, did not let go of their conflict with Li Wangyu just because he had been promoted. However, Li Wangyu was not in the imperial court and was just an idle noble. It was difficult for them to take advantage of Li Wangyu. However, Li Wangyu wanted to build a polo field in Jianghu, which provided a target for the aristocratic families to attack him. After the officials paid their respects to Pai Lupi, they were just about to sit down and begin the discussion when an imperial censor stood up and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." "Report it." "I am impeaching the founder of Hu County. He is arrogant and extravagant. He is greedy for pleasure and wants to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build a polo field just for the pleasure of hitting balls. He is truly extravagant." "Your Majesty," the Confucius said, "do not worry about scarcity but about inequality. Do not worry about poverty but about insecurity. The founder of Hu County should not be allowed to indulge in his extravagant ways. He is an extravagant person who wastes his wealth and brings harm to himself." When Pai Lupi heard this, he could not help but frown. Everything was going well, so why was Li Wangyu being impeached? He did not care about the censor's impeachment. If Li Wangyu was willing to spend money to build a polo field, why should he care about them? Naturally, he could not casually say this, so he continued to listen to the censor. "Your Majesty," the Confucius said, "there is only so much wealth in heaven and earth. Frugality is a virtue. Prohibition of extravagance is a good government. However, the founder of Hu County spent a lot of money to build a polo field. He also forcefully bought land from the people, causing public resentment. I ask your Majesty to punish the founder of Hu County and ban the construction of a polo field." When Pai Lupi heard this, he could not help but curse the censor for looking for trouble. "If you say that Li Wangyu is extravagant, why don't you go and see what kind of life those aristocratic families are living?" In the hall, the people close to Li Wangyu all had unhappy expressions. They all felt that the censor's impeachment was a waste of time and was looking for trouble. As an imperial censor, Ma Zhou naturally had to speak for his teacher. He immediately stood up and retorted. "Your Majesty, the founder of Hu County spent a lot of money to build a baseball field. But it was not for his own selfish desires. It was built for the people of the Tang dynasty." Pai Lupi pretended to be surprised and asked cooperatively, "Oh? What do you mean?" Ma Zhou bowed. "Your Majesty, the baseball field built by Huxian County can accommodate tens of thousands of citizens at the same time. The people of the Tang dynasty like to play ball, but they usually don't have the chance to see it. If the baseball field is built, the tens of thousands of people in Jianghu can have fun with His Majesty. This is a wonderful thing. How can it be called arrogant and extravagant?" He glanced at the censor from an aristocratic family and said in a clear voice, "Mr. Huxian spent a lot of money to benefit the people of Jianghu. What he did was to help the people of Jianghu. He should be rewarded by His Majesty." Ma Zhou paused and continued, "As for the land redeemed by Mr. Huxian County, the people complained. Let me ask you, what kind of people did they complain about? Why didn't I hear any complaints from the people of Zhaoxing and but they were very satisfied with the land redeemed by Mr. Huxian County." The censor was a little speechless. He couldn't say that Minister Li of the Ministry of Civil Affairs complained, could he? For a moment he was speechless. Hearing Ma Zhou's words, all the officials in the hall nodded and agreed with Ma Zhou. After all, they couldn't see the commercial value of the baseball field. Even in Pai Lupi's eyes, Li Wangyu had too much money to burn. That was why he used his own money to build such a huge baseball field. It was not an exaggeration to say that such an act was selfless and helped the people of Chang'an. Even many officials secretly cursed Li Wangyu for being a spendthrift. Of all the things he could do, he used 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball field. He really had nothing better to do. After the censor was rebuked by Ma Zhou, he couldn't help but look at the heads of the aristocratic families. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, "Your Majesty, a few months ago Mr. Huxing County owed the Yamen of Huxing County a huge sum of 2 million taels of gold. How could he take out 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball field? There must be something fishy about this matter. Your Majesty, please issue an edict to investigate this matter and see if there was any corruption." In the Tang dynasty, there was no crime of having a huge sum of money of unknown origin. The censor's words were purely groundless accusations, and he was trying to frame Li Wangyu. However, the censor's words almost made Pai Lupi break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't tell the officials that Li Wangyu's 20,000 taels of gold were won by him and Qing Yaojin from the officials in a bet. After that, they split the spoils with Li Wangyu, right? Just as Pai Lupi was thinking about how to answer, the old scoundrel Qing Yaojin stood up and pointed at the censor, scolding him. "Bastard, Mr. Huxing County's 20,000 taels of gold was given to him by me. What, do you have a problem with that?" "Given?" Qing Yaojin's words made the officials in the hall speechless. "Old man, can't you be a little more reliable? That was 20,000 taels of gold, not 200 copper coins. Qing Yaojin, you said you gave it to Mr. Huxing County? Don't you feel guilty? Why don't you give it to me?" However, since Qing Yaojin said so, what could they do? Are you going to bite this old man? Why did Lu Guogong give Mr. Huxing County so much gold? The censor still wanted to argue. Qing Yaojin's spit was all over his face. "None of your business." The censor's face turned red from Qing Yaojin's scolding, and he didn't know how to answer. After Qing Yaojin's pestering, Pai Lupi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to continue arguing about this matter, so he said, "Mr. Huxing County is willing to build a baseball field for the people. It is a good story. We are happy to see it happen. Don't mention this matter again." Once Li Er opened his mouth, it could be considered as setting the tone. Although the aristocratic families were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Li Ru snorted coldly in his heart, but he didn't say anything. In any case, he had made up his mind. No matter what, he wouldn't sell the land of Da and Square to Li Wangyu. The aristocratic families didn't manage to overthrow Li Wangyu in the court, but they used the same old trick again. They began to spread rumors in the streets to slander Li Wangyu. It was originally just nonsense, but they didn't expect that the rumors targeting Li Wangyu would be so fierce, causing the people of Chang, and who didn't know the truth, to talk about it. "Delang, have you heard? Zhaoxing and De and Square in the south of the city are going to be flattened to build a baseball field. I heard that Mr. Huxing County is going to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build this baseball field." "TSK 20,000 taels of gold? How much money is that? These damn dignitaries, they have so much money but they don't know how to share some with us. I thought that the county was a good person, but I didn't expect him to be so extravagant. Bah, how can these dignitaries be good people? They should all be beheaded." "Shall lower your voice. Do you want to die? I heard that the talents of Zhaoxing and De and Square are pitiful. They were directly driven out by Mr. Huxing County and became beggars. Their good homes are gone just like that. This county is so young, but he's so rich and heartless. He really deserves to die." Because of the people's hatred of the rich, rumors like this fermented through the mouths of the people, and it caused the anger of the people in Chang'an. Li Wangyu's name was stinking in the streets for a while. In this regard, Li Wangyu, who was thinking hard about how to buy land from Li Ru in Dingzhou village, knew nothing about it. Chapter 348. In fact, how much money Li Wangyu spent had nothing to do with the people. But in the eyes of the illiterate people of the Tang dynasty, being rich was a sin in itself. As the saying went, "I'm right when I'm poor, but you're not benevolent when you're rich." Most people had this idea about the rich merchants and aristocratic families. This was also one of the reasons why the rebels of the past dynasties could always attract enough response as long as they shouted the slogan, "Equal status, equal wealth." Of course, the people couldn't be blamed for this. Even in the prosperous Tang dynasty, under such a feudal system, all kinds of injustice could be found everywhere. It was quite normal for the people to hate the rich and powerful. However, Li Wangyu had suffered an unexpected calamity. After a wave of rumors spread by the aristocratic families, coupled with the common people's innate hatred for the rich and powerful, Li Wangyu had been tricked just like that. Now in Chang'an, People were either discussing how much money the county official had to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build a polo field, or cursing the rich and unbenevolent rich and powerful. For this reason, Li Wangyu sneezed a lot at home these days, thinking that he had caught a cold. On this day, Li Wangyu was still worrying about Li Ru in the mansion when he saw the old butler Li Heng hurriedly leading the old village chief in. "Old village chief, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Wangyu saw the old man's nervous look and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Li Jia Xiaolang, a lot of beggars suddenly came to the village today, a large group. Old Me has asked the village's young men to stop them at the entrance of the village. Do you want to drive them away?" Beggars were beggars. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Has there been a disaster recently? Since the government ordered to eliminate the locusts, the big locust plague of Zhenguan 2 years ago had almost been eliminated. Although this year's grain reduction was certain, there shouldn't be people fleeing and begging, right? And even if they wanted to flee, shouldn't it be in July or August, when there was a shortage of food? It was only the end of April and the beginning of May. How could there be groups of beggars? The old villager shook his head and said, "They don't look like refugees. They look more like beggars in Chang'an. They speak with the accent of Chang'an." Li Wangyu asked curiously, "Beggars in Chang'an? Why would these people come to my Dingzhou village to beg for food?" Dingzhou village was located in Chang'an, 100 miles away from Chang'an city. Although it had only been half an hour on horseback, it was obvious that these beggars did not come here on horseback. It would take a day to walk 50 kilometers on foot. What attracted these beggars from Chang'an city to Dingzhou village? Even the old villager was confused. He had lived his whole life and this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Let's go. Let's go to the village entrance and see what's going on." Li Wangyu simply stood up and beckoned the old villager to walk towards the village entrance. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, they saw that it was already crowded with people. There was indeed a group of beggars dressed in rags outside the village. They were clamoring to enter the village and there were no less than 100 of them. At the entrance of the village, there was a group of old soldiers leading the village's young and strong men. They held weapons and stared at the beggars covetously, not allowing them to move forward. Although the houses in Dingzhou village were still dilapidated, there were many copper coins hidden in each house. The old villager naturally did not want to let so many beggars into the village, fearing that they would cause trouble. The villagers also came to watch the commotion. The women and children pointed at the beggars outside the village and laughed from time to time. Niu Yong and Niu Wu saw so many beggars and were afraid of trouble, so they stopped Li Wangyu from going forward. The two of them held weapons and squeezed to the front of the village's young and strong men. "Who are you? Why have you come to my Dingzhou village?" Niu Yong asked loudly. "Sirs, we have no one to depend on and are very pitiful. We have specially come to ask for help from the founder of Hu County. Please take pity on us and help us. We want to see Hu County and ask for your help. Please have mercy on us. Please take pity on us and help us." The group of beggars clamored and shouted all kinds of things. Some even sang a beggar's song. There are only 12 hours in a day and there are only 2 or 3 rooms. Each room only asks for 1 coin. Heaven, heaven, heaven is so pitiful. This group of beggars was so noisy that it gave the Niu brothers a headache. They wanted to give them some clothes and food to send them away. "How can beggars like you meet our Langjun? I'll get someone to prepare some clothes and food for you. Leave quickly. You all have hands and feet. What can't you do? Why must you beg for food? Sirs, we don't want clothes or food. Please give us some gold. We will leave immediately and won't bother you." What? The beggars' words stunned Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the young and strong men of Dingzhou village. They don't want clothes or food but they want gold? Where did this group of lunatics come from? Yes, that's right. Hu County has so much gold that he doesn't have anywhere to spend it. It's spread throughout Chang, and that Hu County throws away his gold casually like he's throwing away his worn-out shoes. If that's the case, why don't you give it to us? Yes, everyone in Chang'an says so. Hu County has so much gold that he can't fit it in his house. If he has mountains of gold and silver, please take pity on us. Just a little bit from the nobleman's fingers will save us. I'm not greedy. Just give me a piece of gold leaf. The beggar's words almost made the villagers laugh. Even Li Wangyu, who was behind the crowd, shook his head with a wry smile. Which bastard spread this rumor? He had mountains of gold and silver in his house. He really didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't know that a rumor was fiercer than a tiger. Li Wangyu's 20,000 taels of gold had been exaggerated beyond belief by countless people in Chang'an. In addition, some people added fuel to the fire. Now Li Wangyu had become the richest man in the Tang dynasty. It was said that all the utensils in Hu County's house were made of gold. Even the trees in his yard were made of gold, from the trunks to the leaves. Some people even said with certainty that they had seen with their own eyes that Hu County's stones in his house were made of gold. He just threw them on the ground casually and didn't even bother to look at them. And so on. The people of the Tang dynasty tried their best to imagine how rich Li Wangyu was with their own imagination. For such rumors, people with a little brain would naturally laugh it off and not take it seriously. But the beggars in Chang'an believed it. Attracted by the Li family's endless gold, this group of beggars formed a group and walked for a whole day before they came to Dingzhou village. They just wanted to ask Li Wangyu to give them some gold. The beggars' words naturally made the villagers of Dingzhou village laugh. They looked at the beggars with a little sympathy before, but now they looked at them as if they were crazy. Beggars didn't want clothes, food, and copper coins. They actually asked for gold. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. You want to go to heaven? Why don't you just go to Taiji Palace and ask the sage to give you the throne? Li Wangyu was also speechless. He didn't want to bother with this group of crazy people. He wanted Niu Yong and Niu Wu to drive them away. While they were making a fuss, they saw more than a dozen strong horses galloping toward the village outside the village. Chapter 349. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others tightened their grip on their weapons when they saw the approaching horses. When they saw who it was, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was Yang Quan, the county magistrate of Hu County. Behind him were Fang Chun and a group of bailiffs. This group of beggars came from Chang'an. If they wanted to reach Dingzhou village, they naturally had to pass through Hu County. At first, Yang Zhu didn't think much of it, but when his bailiffs came to report that the beggars had gone to Dingzhou village, he began to feel nervous. He hurriedly led County Magistrate Fang Chun and the bailiffs over. Zio, are you okay? Ming House, it's nothing. It's just a group of strange beggars. Thank you for making a trip here. I'll get the bailiffs to disperse them. These bastards only know how to enjoy life and hate work. They're really despicable for stirring up trouble. Seeing that nothing major had happened, Yang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If something happened to Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country, it would be terrible. He couldn't help but take it seriously. Ever since Li Wangyu was conferred a title, the two of them were still close. He even wanted to call Li Wangyu County Magistrate Man, or County Magistrate's son, but Li Wangyu stopped him and said that the two of them should address each other the same way. However, no matter what, Li Wangyu was now a noble of the Tang dynasty and the county magistrate who founded the country. If something really happened, he couldn't bear the responsibility as a county magistrate. After Yang Quan finished speaking, he hurriedly ordered Fang Chun to lead a group of bailiffs to disperse the beggars. However, the beggars were not afraid of the bailiffs. Not only did they refuse to leave, they also cursed. Why are you chasing us away? What law have we broken? We want to see County Magistrate's son and ask for his mercy. Give us gold. County Magistrate's son has so much gold that he can't use it all. Why won't he give it to us? Yes, we want gold. We can just pick some gold leaves and some gold stones. Don't waste your breath on these county magistrates. Let's rush into the village. That county magistrate has countless gold for us to use. Yes, charge in and get the gold. The Yamen runners wanted to drive this group of beggars away, but they saw that the beggars suddenly became agitated. They actually wanted to break through the blockade of the young and strong villagers and rush into the village. Seeing that this group of beggars was about to cause trouble, the bailiffs did not dare to be careless. They hurriedly pulled out their knives and chains from their waists and threw them at the beggars. The youths of Dingzhou village were also nervous. They clenched the weapons in their hands. All the beggars who wanted to attack the village were all beaten to the ground. More than 100 beggars in front of Dingzhou village's group of strong and powerful youths, as well as the county Yamen runners. Naturally they did not have an easy time. It didn't take long for them to be knocked to the ground. Many of the remaining beggars wanted to run away, but they were all chased back by the bailiffs and tied together with ropes. Li Wangyu was at a loss. He was still confused about the farce in front of him. What the hell was going on? What on earth happened in Ming House? Why did a large group of beggars from Chang and city come to our Dingzhou village to cause trouble? Li Wangyu asked Yang Quan. Yang Quan had a strange look on his face. Zio, don't you know? What do I know? Li Wangyu was even more puzzled. Yang Quan hesitated for a moment and told him what happened in Chang'an City. When Li Wangyu heard all the rumors about him in Chang'an City, he could not help but be dumbfounded. What the hell was this? He was planning to build a polo field. Who did he offend? How could it be said that the trees and stones in his house were all made of gold? Damn it, why didn't they say that even the shit he took was made of gold? What was more infuriating was that he, a man of ideals, morals, culture and discipline, a man from the 21st century, was actually rumored to be a typical example of a rich man being heartless. It was really unbearable. Who the hell was this person who was disgusting him? Li Wangyu began to flip through the little black book in his heart again, preparing to find out what kind of enemies he had. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was no one else who could and would do this except for those shameless aristocratic families. He had forgotten that his method of pasting big characters and small posters to the aristocratic families did not seem to be any better than the aristocratic families spreading rumors. While Li Wangyu was sulking and cursing the aristocratic families in his heart, Yang Quan had already asked the county magistrate Fang Chun to tie up all the beggars with ropes and string them into a string, intending to escort them back to the county office. However, his county office could not hold so many people. Most likely they would be brought back to the county office to be beaten and then driven out. Yang Quan was worried that these beggars would come back to cause trouble again, so he called the old village chief over and gave him a few instructions. He told him to be more careful and not let the rascals disturb the village and the county magistrate. In response, the old village chief nodded repeatedly. The old man was also worried. Now that the village had suddenly become rich, it would not be good if there were rascals spying on them. After consulting with Li Wangyu, the old village chief ordered the old soldiers to lead the group of young men to start setting up fences at the village entrance. He also arranged for people to start patrolling the village day and night. While Yang Quan and the old village chief were busy, Li Wangyu angrily returned to the mansion. He found his beautiful superior and poured out his grievances. When the beautiful superior heard the unreliable rumors in Chang'an City, she could not help but cover her mouth and secretly laugh. Li Wangyu angrily glared at her. What kind of person was she? Not only did she not comfort his hurt heart, she was even gloating at his misfortune. She really deserved a spanking. He unconsciously looked at the beautiful superior. Because she was kneeling on the wooden couch, her dress was stretched to the point that it looked like a tempting peach. He could not help but swallow his saliva. Where are your eyes looking at? Be careful or I'll kill you. The beautiful superior naturally noticed Li Wangyu's gaze and could not help but blush. She twisted her body, stretched out two slender fingers, and waved them in front of Li Wangyu's eyes like scissors. No, nothing. Li Wangyu hurriedly averted his gaze, not wanting to think about those annoying things. With such a beautiful woman by his side, why should he think about those bullshit rumors? Who would like to spread those nonsense? Would he lose a piece of flesh? Looking at the beautiful superior's soul-stirring face, Li Wangyu could not help but feel a fire in his heart. Hee Changqing, you see, since we came to the Tang dynasty we haven't gone out together. Why don't we go sightseeing in Chang'an City today? Are you asking me to go out? Su Changqing proudly raised her white slender neck, with a sly smile on her stunning face. Li Wangyu could not help but swallow his saliva again. Hee yes little girl, how about accompanying me to have fun today? Sorry, I don't date children. After the beautiful superior finished speaking word by word, she giggled and ran back to her room before Li Wangyu could react. When Li Wangyu figured out the meaning of her words, he was so angry that he almost pulled out a 40-meter-long broadsword and chased after her. Damn, I was teased again. You are a child. Changqing, you tell me clearly who is a child. Li Wangyu turned around and chased out. After a while, Li Wangyu and the beautiful superior rode straight to Chang'an City. The beautiful woman rode a snow-white horse, which made Li Wangyu feel a bit of resentment. Without a doubt, the horse that Zhang Liang had lost to him, Zhao Yebai, had been taken by his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu, who could not be Prince Charming, could only pinch his nose and ride the date red horse to accompany the beautiful woman. This was really the first time the two of them had a real date. Chapter 350. There were not many scenic spots in Chang'an during Jingguan's reign that were suitable for transmigrators. At least the Big Wild Goose Pagoda and Little Wild Goose Pagoda had not been built yet. The terracotta soldiers and horses were still lying quietly on the ground, accompanying Qin Shi Huang. In the Tang dynasty there were no cinemas, bars, KTV or nightclubs. Li Wangyu thought about it and felt that Tujiang Pool was the most worthwhile place to visit. There was a poem that said, "The brocade hall is always embroidered with curtains during the day." The pink beauty coaxed him with wine, and the young man in green followed. The jade staff gently knocked the flower petals, and the golden whip was like a willow branch. Riding 3 to 5 horses, they traveled leisurely along Tujiang Pool. This Tujiang Pool was very suitable for traveling with the pink beauty. It just so happened that his beautiful superior had not been to Tujiang Pool before. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, she was also interested. The two of them leisurely rode their horses and chatted softly in front of the pool. They were relaxed and comfortable. The only thing that made Li Wangyu dissatisfied was the big light bulb, following behind them. Niu Wu insisted on following them and protecting them. Li Wangyu could not persuade him no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he could only tell Niu Wu to stay away from them while his beautiful superior snickered. Only then could he and Su Changqing have some space to talk privately. After strolling until noon, Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior felt hungry and prepared to find a place to eat in Chang'an. Tujiang Pool was too far away from Shi City. Li Wangyu did not want to cross the city to eat in those restaurants. Suddenly he remembered the famous Zhao soup pancake in Chang'an. The soup pancake in the Tang dynasty was also known as wonton in the future. Yang Xiong of the Western Han dynasty's Fang Yan mentioned that pancake is called wonton. Wonton was a kind of pancake. When it was cooked with soup, it was called soup pancake. Li Wangyu had eaten this Chang and Zhao soup pancake once out of admiration. Zhao's wonton pancake was delicious but not greasy. The seasoned soup was mellow but not bland, giving a long aftertaste. Li Wangyu ate it with great satisfaction. Listening to Li Wangyu's introduction, the greedy worm in the belly of the beautiful boss was also aroused, and she nodded repeatedly. The Zhao soup pancakes were not opened in the east and west markets, but in Jianghu Square, not far from Tujiang Pool, outside Chongji Temple. The old couple led their son and daughter-in-law to run a restaurant in the square. The business was quite good. When Li Wangyu arrived with his beautiful boss, the restaurant was almost full of diners. The waiter was shopkeeper Zhao's son. He saw that the three of them were all riding horses, especially the beautiful boss's shining night white. It was so dazzling that it almost blinded everyone's eyes. He knew that the three of them were nobles. In the Tang dynasty, such a majestic horse was comparable to the supercars of the modern era in the eyes of the public. It attracted the attention of the passers-by, and the diners in the restaurant also whispered to each other. Shopkeeper Zhao's son didn't dare to be negligent. He attentively helped them tie up their horses and invited them to an empty table to sit down. "Give us 3 bowls of soup pancakes." "Oh, for bowls?" Li Wangyu thought of Niu Wu's appetite and quickly added, "Okay, 4 bowls of soup pancakes. Please wait a moment." Shopkeeper Zhao's son hurriedly responded and went to the kitchen to inform his father. The restaurant of the Xiao family was not big, and the diners sat very close to each other. When Li Wangyu and the others waited for the dishes to be delivered, they could clearly hear the diners' conversation. The beautiful boss's shining night white attracted a lot of envious voices. People who loved horses in the Tang dynasty could be found everywhere. Many diners commented on the majestic white horse clearly and logically. They were very envious, and Li Wangyu felt a little complacent in his heart. "Wan Sanlang, look at this white horse. How much is it worth?" That's a big deal. In the West Market, it only costs 10 strings of copper coins to pull a horse, but in the army it costs 50 strings of copper coins to pull a horse. I think this white horse is even more expensive. You can't buy it for less than 100 strings of copper coins. The diner called Wan Sanlang's voice was not low, and all the diners in the restaurant could not help but gasp. "Is so expensive? Wan Sanlang, are you trying to fool us?" "Hey, what's there to fool you? I've been working in the cattle and horse market in the West Market for so many years. How can I not know this?" Wan Sanlang's words made the diners look at Li Wangyu and the others differently. At this time, Li Wangyu and the others' wontons had been delivered. They just pretended not to hear and buried themselves in the food. Everyone's discussion soon shifted from the precious shining yebai to the rumor of 20,000 taels of gold for the construction of a polo field in Chang'an. Li Wangyu could not help but frown when he heard that. Actually, compared to the famous founder of Hu County, what does this horse count for? I'm afraid you don't know? I have an elder brother who works in that county's residence. I'm not afraid to scare you to death if I tell you this, but in the residence of this county's founder, even the chestnut used for the toilet is made of gold and inlaid with all kinds of gems. Just those gems, any one of them can be exchanged for several horses like this. The man's words caused everyone in the restaurant to gasp again. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, almost choked to death because of his words. Bragging really doesn't pay tax. Also, your elder brother works in my house. This bragging really makes it seem as if it's true. Li Wangyu felt that if he was not talking about himself, he might have believed it. Damn, so what Yang Quan said was true. This rumor is getting more and more exaggerated. If it continues to spread, Li Wangyu will probably become the god of wealth who can turn stone into gold. The beautiful boss naturally heard this and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This made Li Wangyu so angry that he glared at her. Niu Wu's mouth was wide open. He thought that he was hallucinating. He was about to stand up and refute, but Li Wangyu pulled him back and shook his head, indicating that he should not speak. The atmosphere in the restaurant became livelier because of the bragging man's words. That's why that county spent so much money to build a baseball field for him to play in. It was a small matter. It's just a pity that the people of Zhaoxing and Da and were chased out of their houses in the middle of the night in order to make room for that county. A perfectly good home was gone just like that. I heard about this matter. That county had countless gold in his house, but he was still so stingy. Not only did he not give them the money to buy the land, but he also let the people in his house kidnap women. TSK, the people of those two houses are in trouble. Their homes are gone, and even their slightly beautiful daughters were taken to the county's founder's house to be ravaged day and night. Isn't that right? Fortunately, my house is in Enlu House, which is just across Anhuiman Street from that Den house. These days, the cries of the people of Da and house can be heard through the walls of the house. It's too pitiful. That county really doesn't know shame and acts like a beast. He's so extravagant and lascivious. I thought that someone who could write such a strange book as The Three Kingdoms must be a great scholar. I didn't expect him to be so unbearable. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could no longer hold it in. He slammed the table and stood up. The beautiful boss's face also turned cold. Her mischievous expression was gone. Niu Wuza clenched his fists. The veins on his neck bulged in anger. It's fine to say that I'm rich and heartless, but to even talk about raping women and ravaging them day and night? This is simply forcing me to feed sh*t into my mouth. Damn it. Chapter 351. The sound of Li Wangyu slamming the table was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. Li Wangyu angrily asked, "Everyone, aren't you afraid of being punished by the authorities for making up such rumors?" However, his words only caused the restaurant to be silent for a few seconds before being mocked by everyone. Bah, why can't we talk about what that county magistrate did? Only county magistrates are allowed to set fires, but commoners aren't allowed to light lamps? This Lord Xiaolang must be from a wealthy family. That's why he's so protective of that county magistrate, right? If they're all jackals of the same tribe. So what if he's rich? Just because he's riding a good horse, he dares to shout and shout? If it were any other day, these diners wouldn't have dared to curse at someone riding a horse like Yebai. However, today, everyone in the restaurant was condemning that county magistrate. It was as if they were of one mind and the law couldn't punish the majority. Thus, even though they knew that Li Wangyu's group of three had extraordinary identities, they still attacked them. The beautiful woman's face was frosty as she coldly said, "Everyone, why are you insulting my innocence without any evidence? When has that county magistrate ever kidnapped a woman or occupied someone's land?" It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. Her words caused everyone in the restaurant to laugh. "Haha, young lady, why aren't you properly taking care of your husband and children in your residence? Why are you spouting nonsense? We all saw what that county magistrate did with our own eyes. How is he insulting your innocence? His appearance isn't bad, but I didn't expect him to have the heart of a poisonous scorpion. How much gold did that county magistrate give you for you to protect such a beast like him? I'm afraid this young lady isn't this young man's mistress, is she? Or perhaps she's a girl from P Square." Li Wangyu had already been enraged by these rumors in the marketplace. At this time, when he heard them humiliating his beautiful superior, he couldn't bear it any longer. He directly picked up the bowl of hot soup on the table and threw it at the person who said that his beautiful superior was the miss from P Square. The Zhao soup pancakes used the best chicken soup as the base. It tasted delicious, but the temperature of the chicken soup was also quite high. The bowl of soup splashed onto the head of the person who had spoken just now. The scalding soup made him wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. Seeing Li Wangyu suddenly launch an attack, the customers in the restaurant were stunned for a moment before they flew into a rage. All of them suddenly stood up and rushed toward Li Wangyu and the other two. For a moment, the Xiao family's small eatery was in a mess. When Niu Wu saw that his Langjun had made a move, he didn't hesitate. He waved his big fist and smashed it toward the surrounding diners. With his martial arts, it couldn't be easier for him to deal with these ordinary people. With just 2 or 3 punches, he knocked down several people. However, as the saying goes, the Tang people revered martial arts while the Song people revered literature. Although these diners were all common people, they didn't fear Niu Wu's fist at all. Instead, after he knocked down a few people, the others became even more fierce and surrounded him. After Li Wangyu threw the bowl of soup, he also felt a bit of regret. In this eatery there were more than 10 diners, but Niu Wu was only one person. With his small body he couldn't help much. If by any chance he got into a fight and hurt his beautiful superior, then it would be too late for regrets. Seeing that all the diners had surrounded him, Li Wangyu quickly pulled his beautiful superior behind him. He reached out and picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the table again and smashed it toward the diners. The eatery was in chaos. The Xiao family's shopkeeper and his son hurriedly shrank behind the counter and repeatedly called for everyone to stop. But at this time, how could everyone stop? Niu Wu naturally had a lot of skills. If he really hardened his heart and pulled out the weapon at his waist, then these diners would probably all be lying on the ground. But it was only a verbal disagreement and a fight, so Niu Wu naturally couldn't hurt people. And with his bare hands, although he was brave and fierce, he might not be able to deal with the siege of more than 10 people. Li Wangyu saw that Niu Wu was being besieged and that there were several people on his side surrounding him again. He quickly picked up the bowl of soup on the table and made a gesture to throw it out again. His action scared the diners who were surrounding him. They immediately dodged, afraid that the hot soup would be poured on them. The person who was poured a bowl of hot soup by Li Wangyu just now was still rolling on the ground and howling in grief. After using the hot soup to force the diners away, Li Wangyu didn't waste any words. He threw down the bowl of soup, pulled his beautiful superior and turned to run. He didn't forget to call out, "Niu Wu, leave quickly. Don't get entangled with them. Langjun, you guys get on the horse first." Niu Wu blocked the entrance of the restaurant by himself. He had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. Li Wangyu untied the reins. He didn't care to avoid arousing suspicion. He stretched out his hand to hold his beautiful superior's perky buttocks and pushed her onto the horse. Then he also turned over and got on the horse. He pulled the reins of Niu Wu's horse and shouted at Niu Wu, "Niu Wu, let's go." Niu Wu kicked the person in front of him to the ground and turned around to run. He turned over and landed on the horse's back. The three of them didn't care about the ban on horses in Chang'an City. They whipped their horses and ran away. The group of diners squeezed out of the restaurant. Looking at the horses that were far away, they couldn't catch up. They could only jump and curse. Li Wangyu urged the horse to run straight out of Zhaoguofang. Then he laughed and pulled the reins. The conflict just now had let him vent his anger. He was in a good mood. "Niu Wu, send 10 copper coins to Zhao's soup pancake shop as compensation." Today the Zhao soup pancake shop had suffered an unexpected disaster. Because of the fight between Li Wangyu and the others, the shop was smashed into a mess. Li Wangyu was naturally not an unreasonable person. Although today's incident was caused by the diner's obscenities, it had nothing to do with Zhao's soup pancake shop. He naturally had to compensate. Niu Wu grinned and nodded with a smile. The beautiful female boss rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu in a flirtatious manner and rebuked, "Look, why are you building a polo field all of a sudden? Now you've made yourself a pest that everyone in Chang'an City hates. Let's see how you're going to deal with it." Of course, she didn't really blame Li Wangyu. She just complained out of concern. Li Wangyu also smiled bitterly. He didn't know that it would cause such a big trouble. Have the people of Chang'an City gone mad? There are people who believe such ridiculous words, and all of them speak as if it's true. The beautiful superior also sighed. Everyone has the idea of getting rich quickly, but it's difficult to realize. You've been so high profile and spent so much money to build a polo field. Besides, some people added fuel to the fire. Naturally, their envy turned into jealousy. Li Wangyu was furious. He obviously wanted to add some cultural entertainment for the people of the Tang dynasty, but they didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. The matter of buying land had not been solved. Now his reputation in Chang'an City was so bad because of the rumors. Li Wangyu really regretted it. If he had known it, he would not have built a polo field. But now it was too late to say anything. If he couldn't find a way to solve this matter, he really didn't need to come to Chang'an City in the future. More than 1 million people in Chang'an City could drown him with their saliva. Li Wangyu looked up and sighed. So what if I'm rich? Who did I offend? Chapter 352. Li Wangyu was indeed very annoyed. He had clearly done a good thing, but was misunderstood and even abused by the other party. It was hard for him not to get angry. Just like that monkey son, he was clearly fighting a monster, but was misunderstood by Tang Sanzang, who not only chanted the golden hoop spell, but also drove the monkey away. It was really sullen. This was also the reason why he couldn't hold back and fought in the Zhao soup pancake shop today. After being disturbed like this, he and the beautiful boss no longer had the interest to continue dating and play. They were also too lazy to find another restaurant to eat, so the three of them directly rode back to Dingzhou village. Back in the backyard, Li Wangyu looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he opened his arms to the beautiful boss. Poor, weak and helpless me, please give me a loving hug. Bah, stinky hooligan, stay away from me. The beautiful boss saw through his sinister intentions at a glance and pushed him away with a very disgusted expression. Li Wangyou's heartbroken look made the beautiful boss unable to help but laugh. Well, seeing how pitiful you are, this miss will reward you with a hug. The beautiful boss said that she was disgusted with Li Wangyou, but still went forward to give him a gentle hug. This was the first time that a beautiful boss had taken the initiative to hug him, so Li Wangyou was instantly revived on the spot as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was just about to reach out and wrap his arms around the beautiful boss's slender waist, but this demoness had already pushed him away with a giggle. Hey, I'm warning you, don't push your luck. Stingy, I'm not leaving you out. What did you say? Say it again. The beautiful boss put 2 fingers on Li Wangyou's waist. No, nothing. Hee, I said don't let me see you again, otherwise I'll fall in love with you every time I see you. Li Wangyou's desire to live was very strong, so he immediately began to show off his vulgar words of love. The beautiful boss made a disgusted and vomiting expression. Ugh, too disgusting. You can save these vulgar words of love for Aphrodite. Amidst the laughter and banter between the 2 lovers, Li Wangyou's depressed mood improved a lot. For Li Wangyou's depression, the beautiful boss could understand. She comforted him, Wangyou, don't worry. There was no way to explain this kind of thing. The more he tried to explain, the worse it would get. It was better to just let it be. Anyway, people are forgetful. After a while, everyone will forget about this matter. Although the beautiful boss's words were reasonable, Li Wangyou still felt aggrieved. Sigh, my heart was originally towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. Alright, stop sighing. You can't really distribute gold to the people of Chang, and can you? His beautiful boss didn't mean it, but Li Wangyou suddenly felt a trace of inspiration. Chongqing, what did you just say? What? You can't give gold to the people of Chang'an. Before the beautiful boss could finish her words, she saw Li Wangyou fiercely hugging her and kissing her pretty face with lightning speed. Waha, I have an idea. Yes, it's to give them gold. Hee, I'll see who in Chang, and will say bad things about me. They will have to worship me as the god of wealth. Li Wangyou laughed out loud. His beautiful boss's words just now reminded him, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He thought of a way that was not a way but could perfectly resolve the current situation. Wasn't it just that the people of Chang and were jealous of his wealth? How big of a deal was it? If he gave them a chance to become rich, would he still be afraid of the people talking bad about him? He was laughing, but he didn't notice that the beautiful boss's cheeks had turned red, and her eyes were about to kill someone. Li Wangyou. The beautiful boss, who was suddenly attacked by Li Wangyou, was embarrassed and angry. She went berserk. It was only then that Li Wangyou realized what he had just done. He hurriedly ran away. With great difficulty, he managed to escape the pursuit of his beautiful boss. Li Wangyou giggled as he touched his lips. The feeling was quite good. After smirking for a while, he began to seriously think about the idea he had just come up with, which was to issue lottery tickets. Li Wangyou bought lottery tickets a lot in the future. However, it was obvious that he didn't have much luck. On the day he transmigrated, the highest winning amount was only 5 yuan. However, there was a reason why this thing could be popular all over the world. Lottery tickets with gambling properties could satisfy people's curiosity and adventurous mentality. Although the winning rate was very low, under the temptation of a huge prize and a small investment, it still stimulated people to buy it tirelessly. As a veteran lottery fan, Li Wangyou knew a lot about lottery tickets. This thing could be traced back to ancient Rome more than 2,000 years ago, which was Rome a few hundred years before the Tang dynasty. The earliest modern lottery tickets were issued in Florence in the 15th century. Therefore, even in the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, if Li Wangyou wanted to issue lottery tickets, there wouldn't be any problems. At least, there wouldn't be any technical problems. The only thing he needed to consider was the anti-counterfeiting function of the lottery tickets. He thought hard for a long time and felt that he could only learn from the Ming and Qing dynasties. The anti-counterfeiting method of banknotes should be able to prevent people from forging lottery tickets. The more Li Wangyou thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. Moreover, there were huge profits to be made by issuing lottery tickets. If Pai Lupi knew how much money he could make, he would be crazy with joy. Not to mention how much profit the lottery made in the future would make. Li Wangyou knew that in the 15th century, Spain first issued lottery tickets to collect a huge amount of money. The annual income was about 5 million yuan, which was one of the country's huge sources of income. In the 15th century, 5 million pesetas was an astronomical figure in Spain. With the richness of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu estimated that the profit he could make through lottery tickets would also be a huge number. Li Wangyu didn't dare to hold such a huge amount of wealth in his hands. That would cost him his life. Therefore, Li Wangyu thought about it and decided to report the lottery to Pai Lupi. He wasn't greedy. It would be enough if he could get a share of the profits. Li Wangyu also thought that if lottery tickets were to be found in the Tang dynasty, it would probably be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Maybe he could also solve the little problem of the Ministry of Civil Affairs Li Ru. After the beautiful boss stopped chasing him, Li Wangyu immediately told her his idea. The beautiful boss gave him a thumbs up. Wangyu, the lottery is really a good idea. I'm afraid that once it's issued, it will cause a sensation in Chang'an. Of course. Don't they all want gold? I think the grand prize will be 200 taels of gold, which is worth 1,200 strings of copper. Each lottery ticket is worth 2 coins. Haha, I'm not afraid that the people of Chang'an won't go crazy. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more excited he became. He simply took a pen and paper and discussed the specific details of the lottery with the beautiful boss, listing them one by one on the paper. From how the lottery tickets were printed, how the prize money was distributed, how the lottery was drawn, and so on, the two wrote in detail based on their knowledge of lottery tickets in the future. Li Wangyu planned to go to Taiji Palace tomorrow morning to discuss this matter with Pai Lupi. He wanted Chang'an to go crazy for the lottery. Chapter 353. In Chang'an City, in the legislative hall of Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi was carefully reading Li Wangyu's proposal regarding the issuance of lottery tickets. Li Wangyu sat beside the table proudly, sipping on the fragrant tea. Ever since Pai Lupi tasted the Medicine King tea personally made by Sun Simiao at the Li family, he became interested in this method of drinking tea. After returning to the palace, Pai Lupi ordered people to pick fresh tea leaves and process them according to the old Taoists' method. The tea leaves he obtained were very delicious and he liked them very much. Most of the tea in the palace was brewed using this method of brewing tea. Whatever was good at the top, the subordinates would be even better. Pai Lupi's fondness for tea leaves was copied by many officials. Now in Chang'an City, this method of brewing tea leaves directly was gradually becoming popular. However, the tea leaves that had not been stir-fried did not have a strong aroma. Moreover, the tea leaves had a pungent smell. Li Wangyu leisurely drank his tea while thinking about these trivial matters. He wondered when he should make the stir-fried tea leaves. After presenting this proposal to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu waited to see the shocked expression on Pai Lupi's face. Waha, I am indeed a genius. I can even think of such a method. Li Wangyu was very proud. However, Pai Lupi on the throne frowned more and more. Not only did he not show the shock and joy that Li Wangyu imagined, but he also looked confused and puzzled. Zio, I'm afraid this lottery ticket of yours is not appropriate. I know that you have been wronged recently, but you don't have to be so prodigal as to give away the gold, right? Not to mention you can't let the imperial court issue lottery tickets. What? Li Wangyu thought that he was hallucinating. What was Pai Lupi saying? Lottery tickets were a way to accumulate wealth, and he actually said that they were prodigal? Uncle, how is this prodigal? Lottery tickets make a lot of money. Do you think I'm stupid? 2 copper coins to buy a lottery ticket, guess 7 numbers, and win 200 taels of gold if you guess correctly. Aren't you just giving away gold? Pai Lupi shook his head. In the past few days, he had already heard all the rumors about Li Wangyu and Chang'an through the 100 Cavalry Department. However, Pai Lupi couldn't do anything about the aristocratic family's incitement of the people's hearts and spreading rumors. There was no way he could go and issue a report to the imperial palace to help Li Wangyu explain and clarify that there wasn't that much gold in Hu County's house, and that Li Wangyu didn't bully the market, kidnap women, or take over other people's fields. That would be too ridiculous. After reading Li Wangyu's suggestion of issuing lottery tickets, Li Er only thought that his nephew had been wronged and couldn't think straight. Thus, he gave away the gold that he had worked so hard to obtain. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by Pai Lupi's answer. Damn! This illiterate person didn't even pass elementary school math, right? Pai Lupi can't even understand such simple probability? The lottery plan that Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss came up with was basically a copy of the 2 colored balls of the future. However, the 6 red balls didn't have numbers from 1 to 33, but from 1 to 20, and the blue balls had numbers from 1 to 16. A simple mathematical formula could calculate the probability of winning the grand prize. 20 times 19 times 18 times 17 times 16 times 15 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 times 16 times. The answer was 620160. A 1 in 620,000 chance of winning. Although this was much higher than the 2 colored balls of the welfare lottery, which had a 1 in 17 million chance of winning, the population of the Tang dynasty was much smaller after all. If the rules of the lucky lottery were completely copied, Li Wangyu was worried that no one would really win the prize. If 1 million people in Chang and bought a lottery ticket, they would earn 2 million. Even if someone won the first prize, they wouldn't lose money. Moreover, it didn't mean that if 1 million people bought the lottery ticket, they would definitely win the prize. This was a matter of probability. If the lottery ticket was a loss, the lottery agencies in the future all over the world would have gone bankrupt long ago. However, Li Wangyu opened his mouth and felt that this matter couldn't be explained to Pai Lupi, who was illiterate. "Uncle, about this matter, let's ask Minister Dai to come. He will definitely understand what is going on." In Li Wangyu's opinion, Dai Zhou's mathematics level was still not bad. He should be able to explain it to him clearly. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu doubtfully, but still ordered the chamberlain to summon Dai Zhou. The 6 government offices were all in the imperial city, so they weren't far from each other. Dai Zhou was quickly led into the hall by the chamberlain. After greeting Pai Lupi handed Li Wangyu's proposal for the lottery ticket to him and asked Dai Zhou to look into it and see if it was feasible. To Li Wangyu's surprise, Dai Zhou, who was considered a top mathematician in the Tang dynasty, actually shook his head after looking at his lottery ticket proposal. "That's not appropriate. Huxianzi, forgive this old man for speaking bluntly, but your lottery ticket is too risky. If many people win, wouldn't you have to pay out a lot of gold at once?" Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Even Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, couldn't see through such a lucrative lottery ticket? He opened his mouth for a long time, but didn't know how to respond. The reaction of the ruler and his subject was truly beyond his expectations. For a moment, Li Wangyu didn't know what to think. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu didn't want to waste his breath trying to convince the ruler and his subject. Since they didn't want the money that was sent to them, they couldn't blame him. Li Wangyu planned to issue his own lottery ticket. Once Pai Lupi saw the benefits of the lottery ticket, he would naturally return to his old ways. When the time came, it would be fine for him to hand over the lottery ticket, but when the time came, he would have to ask for more benefits. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. He looked at Pai Lupi and Dai Zhou with a look of superiority. "Your Majesty, since you and Minister Dai both feel that this lottery ticket is not feasible, then forget it. Your nephew will issue it himself. Your Majesty, please allow it." Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi, but his smile was like that of a fox that was about to steal an old hen. "Ziyu, why do you have to do this? The common people are ignorant. There is no need to pay too much attention to the rumors. Your family's adults are no longer alive. As your uncle, I can't watch you act recklessly and be a hedonistic prodigal son. This matter cannot be allowed. I won't allow it." Pai Lupi still believed that Li Wangyu had become muddle-headed from anger. That was why he thought of issuing a lottery ticket. Winning 200 taels of gold for 2 copper coins was, in his opinion, giving away money. Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi didn't allow it and couldn't help but become anxious. This was a good opportunity to make a fortune and wash his reputation clean. How could he let Pai Lupi ruin it like this? "Uncle, it's not what you think. This matter really has a lot of potential. Just believe in your nephew. When have you ever seen your nephew do a losing business?" "Ziyu, there's no need to say more. I won't allow it." Pai Lupi's resolute attitude almost caused Li Wangyu's nose to become crooked from anger. This fellow was blocking someone's path to wealth, yet he still acted as if he was doing it for his own good. Li Wangyu really didn't know what to say. As expected, the truth was in the hands of a few people. Li Wangyu naturally didn't want to let it go like this. His eyes spun for a long time and he thought of a way that wasn't really a way. Chapter 354. Li Wangyu naturally would not give up on the idea of issuing lottery tickets. Since Pai Lupi refused to budge, he had to find another way. Pai Lupi had his own plan, but he had his own. After being rejected by Pai Lupi, the next day Li Wangyu unexpectedly changed out of his usual self. He wore the official robes of a county official and came to Chang and to attend the court session. Those who were familiar with Li Wangyu all asked curiously, why did he come to court today? The 2 disciples, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, were also confused. They had long known about their little division master's lazy personality. He was definitely not the kind of person who would visit a temple for no reason. Today he came to attend the court session for the first time, but they did not know why. Cheng Yaojin was even more curious when he saw that Li Wangyu was holding a wooden box in his hands. "Young man, what are you holding in your arms?" "Greetings to Uncle Cheng, this is just a small toy." A small toy." Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to the old hooligan, but avoided answering his question. Qing Yaojin glared at him and was about to flip out. Fortunately, Yu Shinan came to his rescue. No matter how shameless the old hooligan was, he did not dare to act rashly in front of Yu Shinan. Not to mention the old man was old enough to be Qing Yaojin's father. He did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Yu Shinan. Qing Yaojin could only glare at Li Wangyu and go to chat with Qin Qiong. Yu Shinan did not care about why Li Wangyu came to court today. He was more concerned about whether Li Wangyu was troubled by the recent rumors. He pulled Li Wangyu aside and consoled him for a while. This made Li Wangyu feel very touched. This old man was really too cute. He was very much like his grandfather who had passed away in his previous life. The imperial censor called for everyone to meet the emperor. After they received their sword, which was purely for decoration, Li Wangyu insisted on bringing the wooden box into the Great Hall. Seeing Li Wangyu's insistence, the censor had no choice but to allow him to open the box and inspect it. After confirming that there were no sharp blades, he allowed him to bring it into the main hall. However, the censor was also confused about what was in Li Wangyu's wooden box. He had no idea what this county magistrate was trying to do. All the officials were seated in the main hall. Li Er sat on the throne, but when he saw Li Wangyu in the crowd, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why did this brat come to court today? Could it be because of the lottery he mentioned yesterday? Pai Lupi was dissatisfied. He made up his mind that no matter what Li Wangyu said today, he would not agree to the lottery. This was simply nonsense, a wastrel. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had nothing better to do today and was here to listen to the court affairs. For more than 2 hours, Chang Chao didn't utter a single word. He sat obediently in his seat, as if he was listening with great interest. This made Pai Lupi suspicious, but since Li Wangyu wasn't causing any trouble, he couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. Seeing that the morning's court discussion was over, the eunuch was about to announce the end of court when Li Wangyu stood up. Your Majesty, this subject sees that Your Majesty and all the other officials are having a hard time discussing state affairs. This brat has a game here that would like to amuse Your Majesty and all the other officials. I hope that Your Majesty will agree. The officials in the hall were stunned, and they all looked curiously at Li Wangyu. They couldn't understand what this county magistrate was up to. Pai Lupi subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he saw the wooden box in Li Wangyu's hands, he couldn't help but feel curious. Pai Lupi thought to himself, I'll see what this brat wants to do. In any case, no matter what he says, that lottery ticket won't be able to get me to agree. Zio, let's hear it. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone, I have 20 red balls with the numbers 1 to 20 written on them, and 16 basketballs with the numbers 1 to 16 written on them. As Li Wangyu spoke, he opened the wooden box in his hands and showed it to Pai Lupi and the other officials. 2 colored balls. This was the game that Li Wangyu was going to play with Pai Lupi and the other officials. These ping-pong-sized wooden balls were all made yesterday after he was rejected by Pai Lupi. When he returned to Dingzhou village, he found Carpenter Lu and asked him to make them for him. The craftsmen of the Tang dynasty were truly amazing. Although there weren't any modern machines, there were already handmade spindle beds, which worked on the same principle as the beads made by modern machines. Carpenter Lu easily used the spindle bed to help Li Wangyu process 36 ping-pong-sized wooden beads. Then he painted the red and blue balls with wood paint, and wrote the numbers on them. The Tang dynasty version of the 2-colored balls was ready. Li Wangyu's idea was very simple. Since he couldn't convince Pai Lupi with numbers, then he would let him experience it for himself. He would let him know that he wasn't crazy and didn't want to use his family's gold to squander. After showing everyone the 2-colored balls in the wooden box, he took out a stack of small pieces of paper that he had prepared and asked the chamberlain to distribute them to the officials in the hall. Your Majesty, everyone, is there anyone who is willing to play with me? As long as you give me 2 copper coins, you can write a set of numbers on these pieces of paper. 6 red balls with the numbers 1 to 20, and 1 blue ball with the numbers 1 to 20. Li Wangyu then handed the wooden box to the chamberlain. Later, I will ask Your Majesty to randomly pick 6 red balls and 1 blue ball from the wooden box. If you correctly guess all the numbers of the 7 balls that Your Majesty picks, I will pay you 1,000 taels of gold. I don't know if anyone is interested in playing with me? As soon as he finished speaking, the officials in the hall couldn't help but be in an uproar. Giving Hu Xianzi 2 copper coins and correctly guessing 7 numbers would be exchanged for 1,000 taels of gold. This was very interesting. There were about 400 to 500 people who could enter the Taiji Palace and participate in the daily court meetings. They were all officials of Chang and city who were 5th rank and above, as well as those low-rank imperial censors. 1,000 taels of gold naturally didn't attract the big shots of the imperial court, but it didn't stop them from thinking that this game was very interesting. But for those ordinary officials, 1,000 taels of gold wasn't a small amount. The salary of the officials of the Tang dynasty wasn't high. Could even be said that it was very low. Compared to the Song dynasty, the salary of the officials of the Tang dynasty was no different from that of a migrant worker. They were both first-rank officials. During the Jingguan period, the monthly salary was only 68,000 copper coins, but in the Song dynasty, it was as high as 120,000 copper coins, in addition to 150 don of grain and other benefits. Other than the officials who were born in aristocratic families or those who had business acumen, ordinary officials of the Tang dynasty were really poor. In history, when Ma Zhou was an imperial censor, he wanted to buy a house worth 2 million taels of gold, but he couldn't afford it. As for 1,000 taels of gold, that was 6 million taels of gold. It was equivalent to 800 months of salary for a first-rank official of the imperial court. Li Wangyou's words couldn't help but cause the majority of the officials in the hall to become restless. Hu Xianzi, you're not joking, are you? You're really giving you 2 copper coins. If you correctly guess the number that His Majesty will draw, you'll get 1,000 taels of gold? Haha, it's even interesting. Hu Xianzi, this old man will give you 10 copper coins. Can you write down 5 sets of numbers? I'll bet 20 copper coins. Write down 10 sets of numbers. Li Wangyou repeatedly confirmed that his words were correct and asked Pai Lupi to testify for him. Moreover, there was no limit to how much the officials could bet. They could bet as much as they wanted. For a moment, the hall of the Taiji Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. Chapter 355. When Li Wangyou proposed this game of 2 colored balls, even Pai Lupi, who had always opposed his lottery, became interested. He waved his hand to summon an eunuch and had him give him a piece of paper so that he could place a bet. The officials in the hall began to open their pouches. The smallest was 2 copper coins, while the largest was 100 copper coins. Even Ma Zhou and Yan Liben chuckled at their junior division commander. They threw out their copper coins and began to place their bets. As the officials placed their bets, they also began to discuss Li Wangyou's actions. 2 copper coins for 1,000 taels of gold? Had this county son gone mad? If many people guessed the number today, wouldn't he have to pay out tens of thousands of taels of gold? In the eyes of the gambling addicts of the Tang, such an unfair game was simply madness. Just what does county son Hu Xin mean by this? Does the officials know? Haha, perhaps there's too much gold and the residents can't fit it all in. The rumors on the streets say that county son Hu Xian's daughters are all gold. It seems like they're true. Someone used the rumors to ridicule Li Wangyou, though none of the officials took them seriously. 2 copper coins for 1,000 taels of gold? I've never heard of such a thing. I think that county son Hu Xin will lose miserably today. With so many people here, is he afraid that no one will guess the 7 numbers correctly? If many people really do guess correctly, will county son Hu Xin be able to take out so much gold? What's there to worry about? Isn't there a sage as a witness? Are you afraid that county son Hu Xin will renege on his debt? Besides, county son Hu Xin is preparing 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball stadium. Is he afraid that he won't have enough money? Haha, I'm afraid that after today, all the gold that county son Hu Xin is preparing to use to build a baseball stadium will change owners. This old man still can't see through this county son's intentions. It's truly strange. Shui Gong, why do you care what he's planning? In any case, it's fine as long as he has the gold. Perhaps county son Hu Xin has gone mad, huh? Some of the officials ridiculed and some made fun of him, but this did not stop them from placing their bets. Even the eunuchs in the hall who were distributing paper and collecting copper coins couldn't help but ask Li Wangyou if they could also place their bets. Regarding this, Li Wangyou naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. He laughed as he watched the officials place their bets. He was in a good mood. He didn't believe that in this hall, there would only be 400 to 500 people who would be able to win the prize. If there was really someone with heaven-defying luck who had a 1 in 620,000 chance of winning the prize, then he would accept it. Actually, if Li Wangyou had suggested this method of playing, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he encountered the future lottery players. This was because the probability of winning was 1 in 620,000. In other words, if someone bought all the numbers, they would only need 620,000 bets. With this conversion, he would only need a little over 1.2 million copper coins to win the 1,000 taels of gold. One must know that 1,000 taels of gold was worth 6 million copper coins. Therefore, when Li Wangyou issued the lottery, the special prize was only 200 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 1,200,000 copper coins. If someone really did that, they would lose a lot of copper coins. Naturally, he was not afraid that someone would do that. Today, in order to attract the attention of the officials, Li Wangyu deliberately increased the prize by 1,000 taels of gold. He was betting that the mathematics students of the Tang dynasty would not be able to calculate the probability of winning the prize. It didn't take long for the eunuch to help Li Wangyu collect all the copper coins that the officials had placed their bets on. These officials more or less had some copper coins scattered on them. After counting, there were actually more than 30,000 copper coins, which made up 30 strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu smiled and asked the eunuch to help him put away the copper coins. He held the box of 2 colored balls and walked to the front of the imperial stairs, asking Pai Lupi to personally open the prize. Pai Lupi did not refuse. Under the eager gazes of the officials, he reached into the wooden box and casually pulled out the first red wooden ball. Li Wangyu reached out and took it. He glanced at the number on it and shouted, "Number 17. After shouting twice, he handed the wooden ball to the eunuch and asked him to show it to the officials to show it to them to show fairness. After the number was read out, the officials were busy looking at the small pieces of paper in their hands. Some people found that the number they had bet on was 17. They were so excited that their eyebrows danced. They were very happy, as if the 1,000 taels of gold already belonged to them. Those who did not guess the number were depressed and helplessly threw away the pieces of paper in their hands. Today, Li Wangyu only wanted to show Pai Lupi how the lottery worked, so he did not set up the first prize, second prize, and so on. Anyone who guessed the wrong number would be invalidated. When the first red ball was drawn, half of the officials in the hall had already thrown away the small pieces of paper in their hands. Obviously, they did not guess the number 17. Pai Lupi continued to draw the red balls from the wooden box. Li Wangyu on the side constantly called out the numbers. Number 5. Number 19, number 11. Before Pai Lupi could draw the blue ball from the wooden box, he was shocked to find that the officials in the hall had all thrown away the small pieces of paper in their hands. Obviously, none of the 6 red ball numbers were correct. The officials who had just laughed at Li Wangyu were now silent. The people who were originally full of confidence and wanted to win the 1,000 taels of gold from him were now shocked to find that in the end, it was Li Wangyu who won the 30,000 taels of gold from them. Everyone could not help but feel that they had been tricked, but they did not know where the problem was. Pai Lupi was also stunned. Was this the lottery that Li Wangyu spoke of? He seemed to be able to taste something from it. He gestured to the eunuch, indicating that the court was dismissed. He then pointed at Li Wangyu, indicating that he should follow him. The eunuch called for the court to be dismissed. After the officials bowed to Pai Lupi, they discussed the game of 2 colored balls, and walked out of the hall. Li Wangyu hurriedly followed Pai Lupi in the imperial palanquin, all the way to the legislative hall. "Zio, was that the lottery that you spoke of?" Pai Lupi finally became interested. As soon as he returned to the legislative hall, he could not wait to ask. "Uncle, that's right. This is how the lottery is played. Using a small price to win a huge prize, in order to attract the people to buy it. The money to buy the lottery may seem small, but when sand accumulates, it will make a tower. This insignificant amount of money will accumulate into a terrifying amount of wealth." Pai Lupi nodded thoughtfully. He also saw that just now in the hall, there were 400 to 500 people, and Li Wangyu had collected 30,000 taels of gold. What if the lottery was bought by the millions of people in Jianghu? What if it was bought by the millions of people in Guangzhou Road? Seeing that Pai Lupi was tempted, Li Wangyu hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. He analyzed and calculated the possible income from the lottery for him. This time Pai Lupi finally listened. "Zio, are you really confident?" "Uncle, I can guarantee with my head that this lottery is absolutely feasible." "In that case I approve." "Uncle is wise." Li Wangyu was overjoyed and hurriedly flattered him. "Uncle is wise and virtuous. You follow the will of the heavens and the will of the people. Long live Uncle." After Pai Lupi heard his flattery, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, who was drinking tea, almost choked to death. Cough cough. "Zio, get out of here." Chapter 356. 10 days later, the rumors about Li Wangyu, the founder of Huxin County, in Chang and city decreased significantly. No matter how bored the people of the Tang dynasty were, they wouldn't gossip about one person for so long. But when it came to Li Wangyu, most of them looked at him with disdain. But on this day, Li Wangyu became the hot topic of discussion among the people of Chang and city. The morning drums sounded in Chang and city, and the doors of the 108 workshops opened. The people of Chang and city who were busy making a living were preparing to go out to work, but they were surprised to find that a notice had been posted on the doors of the workshops. Some people immediately thought of the erotic notice from not long ago and thought that there would be something interesting to watch, so they all gathered around. When the literate people read the notice out loud and found that it wasn't what they were looking for, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. But when they heard the news written on the notice, the commoners were in an uproar again. "Brother Wen, are you sure you didn't read it wrong? What kind of double-colored lottery is this? You can really win 200 taels of gold by spending 2 copper coins? Which Huxin's son did this? TSK, does he really have so much gold at home that he doesn't know where to spend it? If you really win, you'll get 200 taels of gold? That's more than 1,000,000 taels of gold. How much money is this? Dalong, quickly take a look at the notice and see if it's true. What's with the double-colored lottery? Langjun, please explain it to everyone. If you guess 7 numbers correctly, you can get 200 taels of gold? This isn't a joke, right? This notice is stamped with the official seal. How can it be fake? Is Huxin's son really the god of fortune? Isn't he just rushing to give away money? Similar scenes appeared in almost all of the 108 workshops in Chang'an City. Even in the wealthy district in the north of the city, this notice caused quite a stir. When the officials who were rushing to the court noticed this notice, they immediately thought of the game that Huxin's son had played with them in the Taiji Palace 10 days ago. So this was called a lottery. Many officials who were short of money were actually somewhat happy. He originally thought that he had missed the opportunity to make a fortune, but he never expected that Huxin's son would make the lottery public and make such a big fuss. Although the prize money had changed from 1,000 taels of gold to 200 taels of gold, it was still attractive enough. After all, one only needed to spend 2 copper coins to have the chance to win 1,200,000 taels of gold. Who wouldn't be willing? Many officials also noticed that the way the lottery was played this time was different from the way it was played in the main hall. Not only did they have to guess all 7 sets of numbers correctly to win the prize, but there were also small prizes such as second and third prizes. The first prize was to guess all the numbers correctly and win 200 taels of gold. The second prize was 50 taels of gold for guessing 6 red balls. The third prize was to guess any 5 red ball numbers, or 4 red balls plus a basketball number. The prize was 5 taels of gold, and so on until the 6th prize was 10 copper coins. Li Wangyu had almost completely copied the rules of the Wuxia double-colored welfare lottery. However, this simple and easy-to-understand lottery rules caused an uproar in Chang'an City. In order to promote the double-colored lottery, he didn't just put up notices in front of the gates. The 4-wheeled carriage company's carriage once again played the role of a promotional vehicle. It drove all over Chang'an City and threw out a large number of advertisements. Now that there was engraving printing, it was simple to print these advertisements. The most exaggerated thing was that after Li Wangyu convinced Pai Lupi, especially after he made some calculations, Pai Lupi finally understood the huge benefits contained in the lottery. The monarch of the Tang dynasty could no longer sit still. With Pai Lupi's tacit approval, large advertising banners were hung above several important city gates in Chang'an City for the first time. Make a fortune. The double-colored lottery will help you. Buy the lottery and win the big prize. Gain both fame and fortune. Winning 1,000,000 taels of gold is not a dream. Luck is in 2 copper coins. 1 lottery ticket, 1 chance, 1 big prize, 1 lifetime of benefits. Buy more, buy less, buy as much as you want. Early, late, and early you must win. These advertising slogans that Li Wangyu directly plagiarized from the lucky lottery advertisements of the later generations stimulated the people of the Tang dynasty as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were all looking forward to the unfamiliar lottery ticket. It was as if they really only needed to spend 2 copper coins to get the 200 taels of gold. Under the instructions of Pai Lupi, the Ministry of Civil Affairs cooperated with Li Wangyu to operate the double-colored lottery ticket. In Chang'an City, 6 lottery sales points were set up in Pingkang Square, Bujing Square, Changsha Square, and Xinyang Square, where the 2 counties of Chang'an City were located. More than 20 scribes from the Ministry of Civil Affairs were responsible for these 6 sales points. There were also government runners from the 2 counties of Chang'an City to maintain order. Both Chang'an County Magistrate Chui Zhua and Wanyin County Magistrate Lu Dehang had some understanding of the lottery. During the daily court session, these 2 mayors of the capital of the Tang dynasty were also in the court. They also used their wallets to buy a few numbers. Although they did not win, they were quite interested in the lottery. Now, with Pai Lupi's edict and the instructions of Minister Dai of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, they naturally did their best to cooperate and transferred the government runners from the counties to help maintain order. There was no computer network in the Tang dynasty. Everything had to be done manually, including filling in the lottery tickets and statistics. For this reason, Minister Dai Zhou directly transferred more than 100 scribes from the various government offices of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to fill in the lottery tickets at these sales points. Dai Zhou thought that he was well prepared, but he underestimated the attraction of the lottery to the people of the Tang dynasty. They could win 200 taels of gold by spending 2 copper coins. This huge stimulation of wealth made the people of Chang and city all jealous after they understood what the lottery was. They did not even go to work. They hurried back home to take out their money bags and rushed to the nearest sales point to buy the lottery tickets. Some believers of Buddhism and Taoism first ran to the temple and Taoist temple to burn incense and pray that they would win the lottery. Some people even asked the Taoist masters to help them calculate the numbers they would win. The Taoist masters who did the divination were stunned for a while. Some people murmured and grabbed a handful of copper coins to calculate which 7 numbers they should buy. Some people who liked to gamble even took out their counting chips and started to calculate. The 6 sales points in Chang and city were instantly crowded by the surging tide of people. Even the yamen runners from the 2 counties of Chang and who were in charge of maintaining order today were pushed out of sight by the crowd. Under the stimulation of the gold, the red-eyed people of Chang and had no time to care about the yamen runners. The lottery tickets were originally scheduled to be sold at the auspicious time calculated by the Directorate of Heaven. Because there were too many people, the officials in charge of selling the lottery tickets were worried that something would happen. They did not even have time to light up the sticks and hurriedly announced the start of the sale. Seeing the government runners in front of the lottery shops disperse, the people holding the money bags in their hands immediately rushed into the shops. The Tang dynasty's 2-colored lottery tickets were officially on sale. Chapter 357. The first lottery ticket of the Tang dynasty was handwritten by a scribe from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and handed to the people who bought the lottery ticket. When the Chang and citizen took the lottery ticket excitedly, he was shocked to find that the lottery ticket in his hand was actually colored. Those who had studied high school history knew that there was a question in the history exam that asked when the earliest color printing technology in China appeared. Sui and Tang dynasties B. Tang and Song dynasties C. Song and Yuan dynasties D. Late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. According to the principle of choosing C, if you don't know how to do the question, C was the correct answer during the Song and Yuan dynasties. Therefore, although engraving printing appeared during the Jingguan period, color printing technology would only appear 300 or 400 years later. The 3 paintings of the Buddha Sutra from the Song and Liao dynasties were found in the Sakya Pagoda of the Buddhist Palace Temple in Shaanxi's Ying County. Historians also recognized them as the earliest color printing in China. There was no doubt that the color printing technology of the lottery ticket was invented by Li Wangyu. In fact, the principle of color printing was not complicated. Like engraving printing, the window paper would break with a poke. According to the needs, red, blue and black engraving plates would be engraved. A piece of paper would be engraved 3 times, and the colors would be engraved on a piece of paper. The reason why Li Wangyu wanted to create this color overprint technology was to prevent counterfeiting. Because the lottery ticket needed to be printed in large quantities, Li Wangyu even invented copper plate printing. This was not difficult. He just had to change the wood used for the engraving plates into copper coins. The advantage of using copper plate printing was that the copper plate had a long lifespan, and the patterns that needed to be printed could be carved very carefully. The printed lines were bright and the fine patterns could be reproduced. With Pai Lupi's instructions, the best craftsmen and the supervisor were all convinced. In just a few days, this set of complicated copper plate engraving printing technology was created. The printed lottery ticket was the size of a palm, but there were complicated and fine-colored patterns on it. These patterns were not randomly drawn. When Li Wangyu asked Yan Liben to draw the drawing, he deliberately designed a secret code to hide it. Of course, this was also to prevent counterfeiting. The same was true for the Qing dynasty banknotes. They used complicated patterns and red and blue color printing to prevent counterfeiting. Another anti-counterfeiting technology for lottery tickets was the anti-counterfeiting seal, which was also something that Li Wangyu learned from the Qing dynasty. They specially hired skilled craftsmen to carve the seal using the microcarving technique and stamp it on the lottery ticket. It was not a big seal, but it was actually engraved with 300 to 400 words of preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Moreover, it was deliberately engraved with a few wrong words as an anti-counterfeiting mark. There were even words printed on the lottery ticket. Counterfeiters will be executed. First report will be rewarded with 10 taels of gold. It serves as a warning to those who attempt to take risks. There were color overprints, copperplate printing, dark lines and anti-counterfeiting seals. If the lottery could be forged, Li Wangyu could only accept it. These lottery tickets were filled in by the scribes of the Ministry of Civil Affairs using tiny Chinese characters. A lottery ticket could contain up to 10 sets of numbers. As for the income from the lottery tickets, the Ministry of Civil Affairs would record it and record it. The Imperial Censorate would send an Imperial Censor to supervise it. In order to prevent the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs from cheating, Pai Lupi even sent people from the 100 Cavalry Department. The 6 lottery sales points in Chang and City were all supervised by people from the 100 Cavalry Department. Every blank lottery ticket was strictly recorded. The Ministry of Civil Affairs even had special personnel to record the lottery numbers sold so that people could check it after they won the first prize. It could be said that with the experience of Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss in the future, the Tang dynasty's unprecedented lottery was not chaotic at all. Everything was in order. The only thing that needed to be criticized was the need to manually fill in the lottery numbers. Even though there were more than 20 scribes at each lottery sales point, it was still inadequate in the face of the flood of people in Chang and City. Filling in the lottery numbers manually could not be sloppy. Even if the scribes were tired to the point that their wrists were sore and their foreheads were covered with layers of sweat, the crowd outside the lottery sales points did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Even the 100-meter-wide streets outside the East and West markets in Ping Kong Fong were blocked by the crowd. It was as if all the people in Chang and City had crowded here today. When Pai Lupi was still in the court, he was informed by the chamberlain that the lottery sales were booming. This made Pai Lupi feel incredible. He did not care that the court was still in session and directly announced the adjournment of the court. After that, he changed into casual clothes and went out of the palace with a few guards. Pai Lupi was still worried if he did not see the lottery sales with his own eyes. Li Wangyu naturally came to Chang and City early today. He led Niu Wu to inspect the 6 lottery sales points and was ready to make up for the loopholes. Behind him, Qing Chumo and a group of foppish people were still complaining that Li Wangyu did not ask them to join in such a fun thing. It was not good enough. Fang Yai also shamelessly asked Li Wangyu what the winning numbers were. He also wanted to buy a lottery ticket. Regarding Fang Yai's shameless words, the foppish people actually followed suit and clamored for Li Wangyu to give them the winning numbers of the first prize. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only silently roll his eyes and give them the middle finger. This group of bastards was really infuriating. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to the foppish people who were bored. After looking at the 6 lottery sales points, he was also a little anxious. He did not expect that the people of Chang and City would be so enthusiastic about the lottery. The more than 100 scribes prepared by the Ministry of Civil Affairs were just a drop in the bucket. The attraction of 200 taels of gold was not small. Li Wangyu wondered if the people of Chang and City had all come to buy lottery tickets after seeing the notices and advertisements. Li Wangyu hurriedly rode his horse to the Imperial City. He was going to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to discuss with Dai Zhou and see if he could transfer more scribes to the 6 lottery sales points to help. The group had just arrived at the Vermilion Bird Gate when they coincidentally met Pai Lupi, who was out on patrol. Everyone hurriedly greeted him. "Zio, you came at the right time. I was just about to go to the 6 markets to take a look. How is the situation now?" "Uncle, there are too many people." Li Wangyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Little nephew and Minister Dai both underestimated the enthusiasm of the people to buy lottery tickets. Now the 6 markets are packed with people who want to buy lottery tickets. The scribes of the Ministry of Civil Affairs are simply too busy. Little nephew is going to find Minister Dai to see if he can transfer more people to help. Are there really that many people buying lottery tickets? It is indeed so. Little nephew estimates that there are already no less than 70 to 80,000 people gathered in the 6 markets, waiting to buy lottery tickets. When Pai Lupi heard that there were so many people gathered, he was also a little nervous. He waved his hand to summon the eunuch beside him and gave him an order. Order the Imperial Guards to immediately send Imperial Guards to the 6 markets to maintain order. Then have Minister Dai mobilize scribes to the 6 markets to help sell lottery tickets. "Zio, come with me to take a look." The last sentence was directed to Li Wangyu. The uncle and nephew pair led Qing Chumo and his group of foppish people to the nearest Peace Square. Chapter 358. Pai Lupi's prompt decision to mobilize the Imperial Guards to maintain order was a very wise choice. Otherwise, the lottery sales in Chang and today would have caused a lot of trouble. The 6 markets selling lottery tickets were already overcrowded. Whether it was the yamen runners of Chang Inn or the marquee in the market, even if they shouted until their throats were broken, they could not stop the people from crowding forward. With so many people crowding here, if an accident happened, the crowd would panic and cause a large-scale stampede. The consequences would be unimaginable. If that really happened, Li Wangyu would not be able to feel at ease for the rest of his life and would feel guilty for the rest of his life. When the fully armed Imperial Guards of Golden entered the market to maintain order, the surging crowd in the 6 markets was finally contained. No matter how great the temptation of gold was, it could not resist the threat of the shining weapons of the Imperial Guards of Golden. The people of Chang'an who were anxious to buy lottery tickets finally calmed down a little and did not force their way into the 6 markets. Even so, Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi and the others under the protection of the palace guards, spent a lot of effort before they finally squeezed into the lottery sales in Pingkong Square. These lottery sales were all equipped with long wooden counters, behind which sat a row of clerks from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. All of them were extremely busy. In front of the lottery sales counter, it was so chaotic that one could not look straight at it. Even with the Yamen runners, Marquis and Imperial Guards of Golden to maintain order, the front of the counter was still a mess. The people who were in a hurry to buy the lottery tickets almost pushed over the wooden counter, making Li Wangyu worried for a while. It seemed that the people of the Tang dynasty urgently needed to spread the awareness of queuing. However, when he thought about the time when Li Wangyu transmigrated to the future, the country was still vigorously promoting the concept of queuing and cultivating the awareness of queuing. Li Wangyu felt relieved. It seemed unrealistic to expect the Tang people of 1,300 years ago to have the awareness of queuing. Understanding was one thing, but with such chaos, it was easy to cause trouble and affect the efficiency of buying lottery tickets. Pai Lupi also frowned. Zio, with so many people it's easy to cause trouble. Should I let the Imperial Guards of Golden disperse the crowd? Li Wangyu quickly shook his head. This lottery ticket was something new. Now, the commoners were only here because they were stimulated by the gold. If the Golden Guards were to disperse the citizens, it would affect the lottery sales. However, Pai Lupi's worries were not without reason. With so many people crowding around, it was indeed inappropriate. He had to think of a way to satisfy both parties. Looking at the crowd in front of the counter, Li Wangyu suddenly patted his head in annoyance. How could he forget about the line railing and the 1-meter line? He hurriedly waved his hand to summon the Imperial Guards and ordered them to immediately transport a batch of bamboo. Then he ordered them to find a group of carpenters from the work supervisor to come here. Pai Lupi didn't understand, but he didn't stop him. It didn't take long for the bamboo and the craftsmen to arrive. Under Li Wangyu's orders, the Imperial Army of the Chamberlain of Chamberlain cleared out all of the commoners in the lottery shop and allowed the craftsmen to enter. Li Wangyu took a pen and paper and drew a simple diagram. Then he ordered the craftsmen to use bamboo to make a path for the queue. The path for the queue was very simple. They just had to saw the bamboo into bamboo poles of suitable length and tie them up with hemp rope. For the craftsmen this was a simple matter. Li Wangyu only had to explain a little to them to understand. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, there were more than 20 bamboo paths in the lottery shop. At this time, Dai Zhou also rushed over with a group of scribes. After he received Pai Lupi's orders, he urgently mobilized more than 100 scribes from the various departments of the Ministry of Civil Affairs and sent them to 6 lottery shops to provide support. After a period of bustle, the lottery shops were once again opened. With the Imperial Army of the Chamberlain of Insignia maintaining order at the scene and the bamboo queues separating the commoners, the chaotic situation from before didn't appear again. In addition, with the help of the new scribes, the speed of the lottery sales increased by a lot. Seeing that this method was effective, Li Wangyu hurriedly ordered the craftsmen to go to the other 5 shops and modify them according to this method to ensure that the lottery sales would proceed smoothly. Seeing the commoners excitedly holding up the lottery tickets they just bought and squeezing out of the crowd, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Zio, is this the right thing to do? I'm a little uncertain. Look at them, each and every one of them is holding on to hope. The probability of winning is 1 in 10,000. Isn't this cheating them? However, Li Wangyu didn't see it this way. He shook his head and said, Uncle, as long as this lottery is done properly, it should be a good thing for the country and the people. 2 copper coins isn't a burden to the commoners. However, little drops make a mickle. When this money is gathered together, it can fill the national treasury. It can also allow the imperial court to have more than enough power to protect the commoners. This is a great merit. The protection he was talking about was the measures to protect the commoners and allow them to reproduce. In other words, it was the welfare system of the Tang dynasty. The rights of Zhou recorded, to protect the commoners in 6 ways. The first is to be kind to the young, the second is to provide for the elderly, the third is to shake up the poor, the fourth is to compensate the poor, the fifth is to relieve the sick, and the sixth is to live in peace and prosperity. This was the 6 policies of protection. Kind to the young, was to raise children. Old age, was to support the elderly. Shake up the poor, and relieve the poor were to help the poor. Relieve the sick, was to protect public health, and live in peace and prosperity, was to stabilize the rich. What Li Wangyu said was not wrong. Just like the welfare lottery of the later generations in his advice to Pai Lupi, he also divided the sales of the lottery into several parts. 40% would be the lottery's bonus, 30% would be collected into the national treasury, 20% would be used to protect the commoners, and the remaining 10% would be split 60-40 between the palace and the Li family. Although Li Wangyu had been busy for half a day and it seemed that he had only obtained 4% of the shares, this was still a lottery ticket. In the future, if the results of the pilot test in Chang'an were good, it would be pushed to Guanzhong Road and even the entire Tang dynasty. Under the rough calculations of Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, even 4% of the lottery's earnings was still a suffocatingly large number. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi ponder for a while before nodding his head. Zio, what you said is very true. You are experienced in scheming for the country. If this matter is really successful, I will definitely give you a reward and increase your nobility. Increase my nobility again? If Pai Lupi said this to anyone else, they would probably go crazy with joy. However, Li Wangyu was shocked and hurriedly declined. Uncle, this is what I should do. Please don't mention the matter of increasing my nobility again. I am already very satisfied as a founding viscount. I am still young and I am afraid that the court officials will criticize me if I am given a nobility title. Please don't mention this matter again. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi snort coldly. Humph, Zio, you have contributed greatly to the country. What can others say? If anyone has an opinion, let them come and speak to me. Pai Lupi's domineering words made Li Wangyu smile bitterly. He wasn't being pretentious, but it was really too troublesome to increase his nobility title. For the nobles of the Tang dynasty, being able to be increased by Pai Lupi was not only equal to glory and wealth, but also a kind of honor. As for Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, they still didn't really consider themselves as Tangs. It had been 3 months since they transmigrated, and for them the prosperous Tang dynasty was still like a dream or a game. It was so unreal. In Li Wangyu's view, whether it was founding viscount or founding viscount, they were just protective talismans. Now, based on his closeness with Pai Lupi, these nobility titles didn't have much meaning. However, since Pai Lupi said so, Li Wangyu couldn't embarrass him. He could only vaguely say, "Hee, this nephew thanks uncle. How many lottery tickets will be sold today?" Chapter 359. Li Wangyu's words were just to change the topic, but it also aroused Pai Lupi's interest. He roughly estimated the number of people who came to Ping Kong Fong to buy the lottery today and said with uncertainty, "I estimate that there will be at least 80,000 to 90,000 people buying the lottery today. After today, I'm afraid there will be more than 1,000,000 yuan." Li Wangyu, however, chuckled. "Uncle, I think there might be 1.5 million. Ziyu, you have such confidence?" "I have confidence in uncle. It was uncle's literary and martial arts skills that built the prosperous Tang dynasty. Now that the chaos is over at the end of the Sui dynasty, the people are recuperating and living in peace and contentment. That's why they have the spare money to buy the lottery. Speaking of which, this is all uncle's credit." Li Wangyu's flattery was quite on point. Pai Lupi was very pleased and couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. On the other hand, Cheng Chumo and the other debauches secretly gave Li Wangyu a thumbs up, expressing their admiration for him. The Tang dynasty naturally didn't have a thumbs-up gesture, but Li Wangyu had this habit. After interacting with him for a long time, the playboys naturally learned it. Even when Li Wangyu gave them the middle finger, this group of playboys was naturally not stupid. They already knew that they were fooled by Li Wangyu's sign language for elder brother. It was hard to learn, but they only learned for a minute. Now that the playboys knew the true meaning of the middle finger, they all enjoyed it. Li Wangyu regretted teaching this group of scoundrels. Pai Lupi didn't plan to deal with court affairs today. He led Li Wangyu and his group to all 6 lottery sales points. He even took out 20 copper coins and personally queued up to buy 10 lottery tickets. On that day, after the drums were beaten and the people dispersed, Li Er even pulled Li Wangyu and asked him to wait with him for the Ministry of Civil Affairs to calculate the sales amount. When the final lottery sales amount was released, Li Er could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. 2,400,000. Not only was Pai Lupi surprised by this number, Li Wangyu also did not expect it. Dai Zhou's face was also wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Master Hu Xin wasn't lying. This lottery ticket is truly amazing. That's 2,400,000 coins in a day. I can't imagine how much you can sell in 10 days. If the lottery is successful, I congratulate your majesty. The reason why Dai Zhou said it would take 10 days was because Li Wangyu's lottery drawing plan was to draw the lottery 3 times a month, once every 10 days. If he could reach today's sales in 10 days, that would be 24 million yuan. According to the lottery money distribution plan, the Ministry of Civil Affairs could take 30% of the lottery money from the treasury, which was 2 million yuan. 200,000 strings of cash a year, and this was only the initial stage. As the lottery was pushed to Guangzhou Road, there would be tens of millions of people, and its ability to amass wealth would be even more astonishing. Even 200,000 strings of cash was a shocking number. During the most prosperous period of the Tang dynasty, the central government's revenue was only about 34 million strings of cash. Of this, the revenue from corn was 25 million stones, cloth was 25 million bolts, and money was only 2 million strings of cash. In other words, even during the peak of the Tang dynasty, the country's revenue was only 2 million strings of cash. And this money had almost no surplus. The 4 million strings of cash was the monthly salary of the court officials and the prefectures, as well as the expenses for materials and horses. The 600,000 strings of cash needed to be added to the military and military rations. When there was a lack of copper coins, the Great Tang would often use silk as currency. This was a common problem throughout the dynasties, and it was also one of the reasons why the Song dynasty gave birth to paper money. During the early years of Jingguan, the annual income of the Tang dynasty was only about 1 million strings of cash. If they could really earn 200,000 strings of cash through the lottery, it would be truly shocking. This was why Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, was smiling so brightly. Haha, Zio is indeed a talent and he is one of my trusted aides. Once the effects of the lottery show, I will give Zio a title. Pai Lupi laughed and once again brought up the matter of giving Li Wangyu a title. If the lottery sales could continue to be so good, Pai Lupi would indeed give Li Wangyu a title. To not reward someone for their contributions was not the way of a ruler. When Dai Zhou heard this, he was secretly shocked. This Hu Xianzi was only 16 this year, and he had already been given 2 titles in just a month. Now that the saint wanted to give him more titles, this favor was truly in the emperor's heart, and no one could compare to it. However, when Dai Zhou thought about it, he felt that it made sense. Hu Xianzi had given him water wheels, 4-wheeled carriages, mirage mud, horseshoes and many other things. All of them were good tools for the country and people, and their importance was no less than that of opening up new territory. Thinking about it like this, Dai Zhou even felt that Pai Lupi was being too stingy. Just the title of Hu Xianzi was not enough to reward Li Wangyu for his contributions. When Li Wangyu learned that the lottery had sold for 2 million on the first day, he was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Based on his 4% share, he could earn 30,000 strings of cash a year. This was a shocking amount of wealth, and Li Heng would probably have a headache. He had too much gold and copper coins at home, and he had nowhere to store them. It seemed that he really needed to urge the Ministry of Works to take out some more copper coins to reward the craftsmen and see if he could speed up the construction of his manor. Not to mention how excited Pai Lupi and the others were as the lottery went on sale. The first thing that people in Chang'an would say when they saw each other was, "Have you bought it?" If anyone had not bought a lottery ticket, their neighbors would immediately enthusiastically explain to them what the lottery was, how to play it, how to choose the numbers and when to draw the prizes. Even the illiterate commoners could almost memorize everything about the lottery, including how to play it, how to draw the prizes and when to draw them. Those who didn't care about the lottery were treated like heretics and were treated with disdain. The attraction of gold was so great that it made the commoners of Chang'an feel as if they had been possessed. No one mentioned the rumors about Li Wangyu in the past. The government's notice clearly stated that the lottery ticket had been created by Hu Xianzi. The fickle commoners of Chang'an no longer said that the founder of Hu Xianzi was heartless and took advantage of the commoners. Instead, they saw him as the god of wealth. Some people even secretly worshipped Li Wangyu as the god of wealth in their homes. They burned incense and kowtowed to Li Wangyu every day, hoping that Li Wangyu would bless them with the lottery and give them 200 taels of gold. Every day the lottery sales in the 6 markets were filled with people. As the clerks of the Ministry of Civil Affairs became more familiar with the lottery sales process, more and more tickets were sold every day. Even the officials in the imperial court sent their families and servants to line up at the lottery sales to buy tickets. This palm-sized lottery ticket had suddenly become the most expensive paper in Luoyang, and everyone was scrambling for it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time for the first lottery of the Tang dynasty to be drawn. For a moment the streets of Chang were empty. Everyone ran to Vermilion Bird Avenue and waited for the lottery to be drawn. Chapter 360. In order to make the people of Chang feel at ease, Li Wangyu decided to place the lottery on Vermilion Bird Avenue above the Vermilion Bird City Gate after obtaining Pai Lupi's approval. In order to allow everyone to directly witness the lottery, Li Wangyu had already ordered the craftsman to build a giant lottery machine and placed it on top of the Vermilion Bird City's gate tower. It looked like the roller used by hamsters in the future, except that this roller was very large, about 3 meters in diameter. Standing on the city gate, the people on Vermilion Bird Avenue could see it at a glance. The roller used for the lottery was made of thick iron wire and hollow, so the situation inside could be seen clearly. As for the balls used for the lottery, Li Wangyu asked the craftsman to replace them with kuju balls and paint them with numbers. In the Tang dynasty, kuju balls were filled with air using animal bladders and wrapped in 8 pieces of leather. The balls were light and round. Li Wangyu asked the craftsman to prepare 30 red balls and 16 blue balls for today's lottery. The time of the lottery was already announced to the public, and it was even held at the palace gate for the first time. On this day the people of Chang all walked out of their houses and went to Vermilion Bird Avenue to see the lottery. Nota's Vermilion Bird Avenue was full of people, and there were still people coming from all over Chang'an. A rough estimate showed that there were no less than 100,000 people here to see the lottery today. The 150-meter-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue stretched from the Golden Light Gate Avenue south of the Vermilion Bird Gate to 4 to 5 streets, 7 to 8 miles long, and it was packed with people. In fact, in an era without live television, no matter how big the lottery machine on the Vermilion Bird City Gate was, people 2 miles away would not be able to see it clearly. Even so, the people of Chang enjoyed it. Even if they could not see the scene on the Vermilion Bird City Gate, they were still whispering to each other, enthusiastically discussing whether they could win the lottery. Such a turbulent crowd made the Imperial Guards in charge of the safety of the Vermilion Bird Avenue clench their weapons and be on full alert, afraid that an accident would happen. At 9 in the morning, after the court session ended, Pai Lupi also went up the Vermilion Bird City Gate Tower. Today was the day of the lottery and he was going to personally draw the lottery. When they saw the yellow-robed Pai Lupi appear, the hundreds of officials who had been waiting at the city gate all bowed in greeting. And the more than 100,000 people of Chang on the Vermilion Bird Avenue also knew that His Majesty had appeared. They all knelt down and shouted "Long live" 3 times. Pai Lupi had a bright smile on his face. He waved his hand, indicating that he was ready to draw a prize. Indeed, he could not help but feel happy. Within 10 days, the lottery in Chang city had sold nearly 30 million yuan. Pai Lupi couldn't wait to give the order to promote the lottery to the entire Guangzhou road. In the end, it was Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou who managed to persuade the emperor, who had been blinded by the copious amount of copper coins. After all, the lottery was a new thing. It would be better for it to operate in Chang for a few more days before making further plans. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was an emperor who was willing to listen to advice. After a moment of impulse, he didn't mention this matter again. Seeing Pai Lupi give the order, the group of Imperial Guards on the Vermilion Bird Gate shouted in unison, "Draw the prize." Immediately, there was an earth-shattering cheer from below the Vermilion Bird Gate. The sound was so loud that the birds in the sky of Chang scattered in panic. The officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs held 30 red balls and threw them into the roller one by one. Pai Lupi rolled up the sleeves of his yellow robe and stepped forward to shake the handle of the roller. This roller was 3 meters in diameter and made of thick iron wire. Naturally, it was very heavy. Originally, Li Wangyu wanted to let the Imperial Guards with strong bodies shake it. However, how could Li Er, who cared about his reputation, be willing to give his first chance to someone else? After rejecting the request for help, Pai Lupi's face turned red. He used all his strength and finally shook the huge roller. As the roller started to turn, the originally noisy crowd on the Vermilion Bird Avenue all held their breaths and stared at the roller that was spinning faster and faster. In the roller, the 30 red balls were constantly colliding and rolling. Seeing this, Li Wangyu quickly had someone remove a plate from the bottom of the roller, revealing a hole for the balls to come out. The 30 red balls were continuously turned by the roller that Pai Lupi was shaking. Finally, a red ball fell through the hole in the roller. The official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs immediately stepped forward and picked up the red ball. He raised it with both hands and showed it to the crowd below. At the same time, the Imperial Guards on the city gate shouted in unison, "Number 3, number 3. The shout of the first number was also transmitted to the rear by the Imperial Guards on both sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue. In a moment, the entire crowd on the Vermilion Bird Avenue heard it clearly. When the first number was shaken, the previously quiet Vermilion Bird Avenue once again exploded with a huge wave of sound. The people who were anxiously waiting with their hands on the lottery tickets that they had bought let out cheers and screams. Some let out dejected sighs. Number 29. Number 29. The numbers of the lottery tickets were shaken continuously. Below the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the numbers were revealed from time to time, causing a commotion. When the last number of the blue ball was shaken, the Vermilion Bird Avenue was filled with all kinds of cries and howls. I've won. I've won. Second prize. Daozu above, I've won. Ah, 50 taels of gold. Congratulations, Dalong, you have to treat us. Today's Peace Square, I'll treat everyone. We're not going home until we're drunk. Ah, I've won too. Third prize, not bad. 5 taels of gold. What about the first prize? Did anyone win the first prize? That's 200 taels of gold. However, some people were crying tears of joy, some people were shouting, but no one admitted that they had won the grand prize. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu stood on the city gate and looked at the crowd below. Suddenly they asked, Zio, will no one win the first prize? If no one wins, won't the people think that the lottery is a scam? When he said that, Li Wangyu also scratched his head. That day in the Taiji Palace, when he demonstrated the lottery with Pai Lupi, there were only 20 red balls, and the probability of winning was 1 in 600,000. However, when he returned to Dingzhou village, he was mercilessly laughed at by his beautiful boss. His beautiful boss just asked him to do a simple calculation. If there were 10 million lottery tickets, how many people would win the first prize? Li Wangyu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he did the calculation. According to his original idea, if there were only 20 red ball numbers, he would have lost so much that he wouldn't even have his underwear left. He would really become a child of wealth. Therefore, when the lottery tickets were officially released, Li Wangyu changed the 20 red ball numbers into 30 red ball numbers from 1 to 30. As a result, the probability of winning the first prize changed from 1 in 640,000 to 1 in 9.5 million. He replied uncertainly, Uncle, it shouldn't be that bad, right? The lottery tickets sold a total of 14 million tickets, and the probability of winning is 1 in 9 million. Logically speaking, at least 1 or 2 people should have won the grand prize. What if no one wins the grand prize? Pai Lupi calculated in his heart and still felt that it was very likely that no one would win the prize. Li Wangyu chuckled, that hee uncle, I've already asked Minister Dai to prepare a lottery ticket. The number is the number you just rolled. What? Before he finished speaking, Pai Lupi already understood what he meant and couldn't help but glare at him. This bastard was planning to cheat and get a fake first prize to fool the people. Chapter 361. Pai Lupi naturally understood Li Wangyu's actions. This was also a precaution. After all, this was the first time the lottery was held. Pai Lupi also planned to publicize it with great fanfare so that the lottery could continue to grow. If no one really won the grand prize, it would indeed cause the people to have a sense of distrust toward the lottery. Therefore, Li Wangyu's actions could not be considered cheating. It could only be considered false advertising. Li Wangyu set the rules for the lottery in the Tang dynasty. Just like in the future, within a month, the winner had to bring the lottery ticket to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to receive the prize. After discussing with Dai Zhou, he decided to wait and see. If no one came to receive the prize in 5 days, then he would arrange for someone to bring the fake lottery ticket to receive the prize. When the time came, the palace would publicize it to ensure that the lottery sales would not be affected. Of course, it was best not to cheat. After all, a fake lottery ticket was a fake. It could be hidden for a while, but it could not be hidden forever. The second, third, fourth, and sixth prizes of the lottery ticket could be redeemed directly at the lottery sales in the 6 markets. Ever since Pai Lupi publicly announced the lottery at the Vermilion Bird City Gate, there had been an endless stream of people going to the 6 markets to redeem their prizes. Among them, there were as many as 7 or 8 people who won the second prize of 50 taels of gold. As for the other small prizes, there were even more. The people who received their prizes not only beamed with joy, but also turned and went straight to the lottery sales counter to continue to buy the next lottery ticket. These people who came to receive their prizes attracted the envy of the surrounding people. The people who were originally just watching could not help but walk into the lottery sales counter and spend a few copper coins to buy a few lottery tickets. However, after 2 or 3 days there was still no first prize winner. It inevitably caused the people in Chang and who bought the lottery ticket to discuss it. There were those who doubted it, and there were those who suspected that the officials were cheating. The chain reaction was that in the days after the lottery was held, the lottery sales in the 6 markets showed varying degrees of decline. During the peak period, the lottery sales in the 6 markets could sell more than 2 million taels of gold. In the past 2 days, it had dropped to more than 1 million taels of gold. This made Dai Zhou very anxious. Let's not talk about how Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, was so anxious that he couldn't immediately send the fake winner to receive the prize. On the east side of Shi City in Yanshou Square there was an uproar. Because Yanshou Fang was close to Shi City, most of the rich merchants lived here. The price of the house here was only lower than the Li Fang where the noble officials lived in the north of the city. Outside a residential building on the north side of the East Street, there were a lot of people who were banging on the door and shouting non-stop. Open the door. Open the door quickly. Shopkeeper Ren, we know you're at home. Open the door quickly. You have to pay up today or else I'll go to the Yamen of Chang and County to complain. Yes. Shopkeeper Ren, we've already given you 3 days to collect the payment for the goods. Why are you hiding from us now? Come out and talk. This group of people was obviously here to collect debts. There were also a few people in mourning clothes gathered outside the house. They were also wailing and banging on the door. Shopkeeper Ren, give me back my dalong. My son died so miserably. Don't think that you'll be fine if you hide at home. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll go to the county yamen to report it. You with the surname Ren, come out and give me back my brother's life. My brother worked so hard for you and now he's lost his life in the sea of fire. How can you just give us 10 copper coins and send us away? Don't even think about it. The noise outside the door of the Ren family had already attracted the neighbors to come out and see what was going on. Lady Lu, what's wrong with the Ren family? Why is it so noisy? Hey, isn't it because shopkeeper Ren has bad luck? His shop caught fire a few days ago and all the goods were burned. Now the owner of the goods and the creditor are here to collect debts. Shopkeeper Ren is really unlucky. He's such a good person and has never been angry with anyone. He's also honest when doing business. How could he suffer from such an unexpected disaster? Shopkeeper Ren's craftsmanship in making saddles is passed down from his ancestors. Even the nobles in Chang and city would ask shopkeeper Ren to customize saddles. This business is also not small. Even if the shop was burned, it shouldn't be to the extent of being chased for debts, right? A neighbor who knew the Ren family asked in confusion. Shopkeeper Ren, who was being chased for debts, ran a saddle shop in Chang and West City. He specialized in making saddles, reins and other utensils. Because of his excellent craftsmanship, his business had always been good. A neighbor who knew about this explained, I heard that a few days ago, a nobleman asked shopkeeper Ren to customize a set of saddles. He requested that it be made of good leather and wood and also inlaid with gold and jewels on the saddle. After shopkeeper Ren received the deposit, he spent a lot of capital to buy a batch of precious wood and leather. He also bought a lot of gold and jewels on credit. In the end it was all burned. Now the saddle can't be delivered and the gold and jewels on credit are also being chased by others. The neighbors shook their heads and sighed. They felt that shopkeeper Ren was really unlucky. Someone asked in confusion, who are those wearing mourning clothes? It's the family of the shop assistant. They felt that the money given by shopkeeper Ren was too little and came to make a fuss. Shopkeeper Ren was really wronged. The Marquis of West City said that the shop assistant who was on night duty accidentally knocked over the oil lamp. This caused the fire and the shop assistant was burned to death. It's already good that shopkeeper Ren didn't ask for compensation from his family. He even gave 10 strings of money for the fire, which can be considered as benevolent. But the shop assistant's family felt that the money was too little and came to him crying and demanding compensation. Bah, that family has no shame? They burned all of the boss's goods and still want compensation? They're really shameless. That's right, Sai, public morals are really degenerating day by day. Buddha above, I hope that shopkeeper Ren's family can safely survive this disaster. When the neighbors were discussing and banging on the door, the Ren residence was also closed with a gloomy atmosphere. Wife, bring Xiaoleng back to stay with your family for a few days. I have my own ways to deal with the family matters. Husband, what other ways do you have now? The family owes almost 500 strings of copper. Unless you sell this residence, how will you repay the debt? Madame Ren cried while wiping her tears. No, I can't sell this residence. This is my ancestral property, how can I sell it? How can I be an unfilial descendant and shame my ancestors? Then what other ways do you have? Those people outside are making a fuss every day. Even the shop assistant's family asked for 50 strings of copper. They're really shameless. Alright, stop talking. The dead can't be brought back to life. Forget it. With my ancestral skills of making saddles and reins, how can I starve to death? Sai, if there's no other way, I'll ask the master of Shiming Temple to borrow money for the kitchen. Shopkeeper Ren's words made his wife suddenly stand up and grab his robe tightly. Husband, you can't borrow money for the kitchen. Those monks eat people without spitting out the bones. Wife, what can I do if I don't borrow money for the kitchen? I've asked the county government of Chang'an County. It's not that easy to borrow money. Sai, you don't have to say any more. I know what to do. Although the profits from the kitchen are high, as long as we get through this crisis and rebuild the store, I'll definitely be able to repay the kitchen. But Chapter 362. The fragrant kitchen mentioned by the Ren couple was referring to the temple's loan. The fragrant kitchen was the temple's kitchen and had close contact with the people. Over time, the fragrant kitchen became the temple's name for loan sharks among the people. Even though the temple was lending money, the interest was not low at all. It was still okay to borrow for food and the interest was 50%. However, if one borrowed for copper coins, the interest was 10% a month and 120% of the principal for a year. In other words, if one borrowed 100 strings of cash from the temple, they would have to return 10 strings of cash each month as interest, and return 100 strings of cash a year later. The 120% annual interest rate of the fragrant kitchen made many borrowers unable to repay and went bankrupt. Now that the Ren family owed 500 strings of cash, if they wanted to rebuild the saddle shop, they would need at least 100 to 200 strings of cash. In other words, if the Ren family wanted to get through this difficult time, they would need at least 700 strings of cash. The Ren family had several generations of experience in the saddle shop and also had some assets. In addition to real estate and shops, they also had a few thousand strings of cash. In the future, it was equivalent to a few million. Originally, even if the shop had a fire, it would not have been so serious that they would be forced to borrow for the fragrant kitchen. However, shopkeeper Ren, who had always been cautious, could not resist the persuasion of his friends and was attracted by the dozens of times profit. He invested most of his family's assets into his friend's caravan. He spent a lot of money to buy silk and entrusted his friend's caravan to transport to the western region. A bolt of silk from the Tang dynasty was worth 3,600 strings of cash. On the Silk Road, most of the trade was done through bartering. A bolt of silk was traded to various countries in the western regions, and could be exchanged for 2 stunning beauties, or a western region's precious horse. Regardless of whether it was a beautiful woman or a western region horse, they could be sold for at least 50 strings of cash after being transported back to Chang'an. Under the stimulation of the dozens of times profit, shopkeeper Rin directly purchased more than 200 bolts of silk and entrusted them to his friend's caravan. If everything went well, these 200 bolts of silk could become more than 400 horses a year later. After deducting the profit and expenses from the caravan to his friend, the Rin family's profit would be no less than 20,000 strings of cash. Mark said in Das Kapital, with 50% profit, capital will take risks. With 100% profit, capital will dare to trample on all human laws. With 300% profit, capital will dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. Although shopkeeper Rin didn't dare to trample on the law, he still took a risk because of the high profits and invested all of his family's savings into it. His friend's caravan set off on time, but even if everything went smoothly, it would be at least a year before they returned. However, an unexpected fire forced shopkeeper Rin into a dead end. In the Rin family, Madame Rin was crying non-stop. She couldn't figure out how her family had become like this out of the blue. Shopkeeper Rin let out a long sigh. Sigh, we can't hide forever. This isn't a solution either. Today I will go to Shiming Temple and pay off my debt first. Let's talk about other things later. Husband, is there really no other way? Shopkeeper Rin laughed bitterly. Could it be that copper coins can still fall from the sky? Sai, it's all because your husband was greedy and invested all our savings into the caravan. Madame Rin wiped her tears and suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly ran back to the backyard and took out a piece of paper. Husband, a few days ago, I also bought a lottery ticket from that county's son. If I win, won't I have money? It's 200 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Ren's face became even more bitter. Wife, you don't understand mathematics and don't understand the mystery of this lottery ticket. Your husband has roughly calculated before. Although I didn't calculate the probability of winning the lottery, I know that it's really a daydream to expect to win the lottery. I don't know about probability, but you can win the lottery as long as you guess 7 numbers, right? Who knows, maybe this concubine will win the lottery. Husband, I heard that a few days ago, the sage had already won the lottery at the Vermilion Bird Gate. Because something happened at home, I didn't go to see the winning number. Why don't you go and take a look? What if you really win the lottery? AI wife, you're really turning to any doctor in a desperate situation. Don't mess around. Your husband won't talk to you anymore. I will go and send away the creditors outside and then go to Shiming Temple to borrow money. Shopkeeper Rin turned to leave, but Madame Rin stuffed the lottery ticket into his hand. Husband, go and take a look. What if you win the lottery? Shopkeeper Rin shook his head and smiled bitterly. He couldn't persuade his wife, so he could only put the lottery ticket into his sleeve and turn to walk out of the door. As soon as he opened the door, the crowd outside the door surrounded Shopkeeper Rin and clamored for him to return the money. Shopkeeper Lin, Shopkeeper Ma, I will go to Shiming Temple to borrow the fragrance of the kitchen now. Tomorrow I will definitely return the debt tomorrow. Is that okay? We have been partners for many years. Can you give me face and extend the deadline for one day? Shopkeeper Rin repeatedly bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. His words made the few shopkeepers around him hesitate for a moment. Shopkeeper Rin, it's not that we are forcing you, but we are also a small business and can't afford to default. Since you have said so, then tomorrow. We will come again tomorrow. You must not avoid us. Yes, please rest assured. I will go to borrow the fragrance of the kitchen today and will definitely pay the debt tomorrow. I have been running the saddle and rein shop in Chang, and for many years. When have you seen me not keeping my promise? Hearing Shopkeeper Ren's words, the shopkeepers who were anxious to collect the debt couldn't say anything more. They could only agree to come again tomorrow. As for the waiter's family, they began to cry and make a fuss again. Shopkeeper Ren had a headache. In the end, he could only promise to give them 30 strings of copper coins tomorrow to settle the matter. Only then did he send these people away. After the crowd dispersed, Shopkeeper Ren smiled bitterly. He cupped his hands to the surrounding neighbors and walked out of the shop. If the Ren family borrows the fragrance of the kitchen, how will they live in the future? What a good family. They also take care of the neighbors in the shop. Isn't this something that can't be helped? Everyone, let's go back. I hope Shopkeeper Ren is a good man and can get through this difficulty. The neighbors shook their heads and returned to their homes. Since the Ren family owed so much money, the neighbors couldn't help even if they wanted to. Shopkeeper Ren walked out of the shop and let out a long sigh. He prepared to walk towards Eternal Peace Shop in the south. Shiming Monastery was an Eternal Peace shop. Just as he walked a few steps, he inadvertently saw a lottery advertisement banner hanging on the wall of the shop. 100 taels of gold is not a dream. The winning prize is 2 copper coins. Shopkeeper Rin smiled bitterly and unconsciously touched the lottery ticket in his sleeve. His footsteps paused for a moment and he hesitated for a moment. He then turned his footsteps and walked towards the west side of the shop wall. In front of the lottery shop in the west side of the market, it was no longer as crowded and lively as it was a few days ago. Even though there was still an endless stream of commoners going in and out, the number of people buying lottery tickets had decreased by a lot. Shopkeeper Rin stood in front of the lottery shop and didn't dare to take a step in for a long time. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He didn't dare to look at the winning number of the lottery ticket. Just as he was hesitating, he heard the 2 people beside him talking softly. Ziyu, why don't we arrange for someone to go to the Ministry of Civil today? Elder Dai, let's wait for another 2 days. Maybe someone didn't see it? How is that possible? He's not an idiot. He doesn't even know if he won the lottery or not. Ziyu, don't lie to yourself. Is there anyone in Chang, and who doesn't know the winning number of the lottery ticket? Is there anyone who doesn't know? The people who spoke were Dai Zhou and Li Wangyu. Today the lottery ticket sales kept dropping and Dai Zhou was anxious. He pulled Li Wangyu to the lottery shop in the west side of the market to discuss with him if they should arrange for someone to receive the prize as soon as possible. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. Just as he was about to answer, he heard a voice beside him. 2 Langjuns, may I trouble you to ask what the winning number of the lottery ticket is? Chapter 363. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou couldn't help but turn their heads in astonishment. Just now Dai Zhou was talking about the lottery numbers that everyone in Chang'an knew. Now someone immediately asked about it. This made Dai Zhou a little angry. He wondered if this person was deliberately making him lose face as the minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. When they saw that the person who asked the question was a middle-aged man dressed like a merchant, they couldn't help but be stunned. My 2 Langjuns, may I ask what the lottery numbers are? It was Shopkeeper Ren who asked the question. He didn't dare to step into the lottery sales place. He happened to see a young man and an old man in front of him talking about the lottery numbers, so he couldn't help but ask. Dai Zhou saw that he didn't know the middle-aged merchant in front of him and knew that he had wronged him. The angry expression on his face eased. My Langjun, do you really not know the lottery numbers? Dai Zhou asked curiously. Shopkeeper Ren cupped his hands and replied, yes, yes. Something happened at home a few days ago, so I didn't have time to check. This lottery ticket was bought by my wife. I want to see if I've won. Haha, the lottery numbers were shaken out by the sage at the Vermilion Bird Gate 3 days ago. I remember very clearly that they are 3, 7, 11, 17, 20. Dai Zhou smiled and stroked his beard. He naturally didn't think that the middle-aged man in front of him could win the lottery. However, as the minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he felt very close to the people who bought the lottery tickets. Naturally, he didn't refuse and reported the lottery numbers. Shopkeeper Rin didn't care at first, but when he heard the 3 sets of numbers, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. His wife was the one who bought the lottery ticket. She even used the birthday of his wife, and his eldest son. His birthday was on the 17th day of the 3rd lunar month. His wife's birthday was on the 20th day of the 7th lunar month. His son's birthday was on the 29th day of the 11th lunar month. For the last blue ball, his wife bought 3, which meant a family of 3. Therefore his wife only spent 2 coins on the lottery ticket in his sleeve. The numbers were 3, 7, 11, 17, 20, 29, and 3. Dai Zhou continued to report the winning numbers. 20, 29, and the last blue ball was 3. How was it? Did you win a prize, Langjun? His words were like spring thunder, exploding in Shopkeeper Ren's ears. Langjun, you didn't lie to me, did you? Is this really a winning number? Shopkeeper Ren couldn't even speak clearly as he was tongue-tied. Of course. This old man has nothing better to do, so why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, the lottery sales store will post the winning numbers. You'll know when you take a look. Dai Zhou snorted with some dissatisfaction. Shopkeeper Ren didn't care about etiquette anymore. He lifted his robe and rushed into the lottery shop. Because he was running too fast, he even bumped into a commoner who had just bought a lottery ticket and was coming out. He almost tripped. He didn't care if he bumped into someone. Like a headless fly, he stumbled into the lottery sales shop. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou looked at each other. Suddenly both of them had a guess. Grandpa Dai, this person? Zio, did he win the lottery? Both of them were stunned after they finished speaking. It couldn't be that coincidental, right? Were the two of them so coincidental that they met the person who had won the lottery today? Let's go in and take a look. Dai Zhou was anxious. He grabbed Li Wangyu's arm and ran toward the lottery sales store. At this time in the lottery sales store, there was a piece of paper pasted on the wall. The winning numbers were written in large characters. Shopkeeper Ren ran to the bottom of the winning numbers and looked up at the numbers one by one. The more he looked, the faster his heart beat. His excitement was like a pot of boiling water in his chest that was about to overflow. I won, I won, I won. At this time, there was only this sentence in Shopkeeper Ren's heart. His hands trembled as he took out the lottery ticket from his sleeve. He carefully checked the numbers on it word by word. 3, 7, 11, 3. At this time, Shopkeeper Ren almost stepped into hell a second ago, but suddenly rose to heaven a second later. Under the great stimulation of worry and joy, just like when Fan Jin passed the Juju exam, he read it over and over again. Then he clapped his hands and laughed loudly, saying, "Oh, I won. I won." As he spoke, he fell backward. He clenched his teeth and fainted. His shout attracted the attention of everyone in the lottery sales store. Whether it was the clerk of the Ministry of Civil Affairs or the people who came to buy the lottery ticket, they all heard his words. Just as they were wondering, they saw the person suddenly faint. Everyone was shocked. When Shopkeeper Ren fainted, he happened to fall into the eyes of Dai Zhou and Li Wangyu, who had just rushed in. The two of them were also shocked. They hurriedly called the clerk of the Ministry of Civil Affairs to fetch water and quickly woke the middle-aged merchant. Dai Zhou gently pried open the man's fingers and picked up the lottery ticket that he was holding tightly in his hand. "Oh Zio, this person actually won. Haha, I was worried that no one would win, but I didn't expect to see such a scene." Dai Zhou looked at the number of the lottery ticket and couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Li Wangyu also took the lottery ticket and carefully checked the various anti-counterfeiting measures on the lottery ticket. He was sure that this was a real lottery ticket. It was the first prize-winning lottery ticket. "Haha, Grandpa Dai, you see, I said that maybe people didn't know that they won the lottery. It's true, right?" Dai Zhou shook his head helplessly. "I didn't expect such a thing to happen." "You were right." In the sales store, everyone was busy. Finally, Shopkeeper Ren, who had fainted due to excessive excitement, woke up. His eyelids trembled a few times and he slowly woke up. "What's wrong?" "Yes, I won, I won. Where did my lottery ticket go? My lottery ticket." Seeing that he was about to get excited again, Li Wangyu hurriedly went forward and handed the lottery ticket back to him. Don't worry, your lottery ticket is here. Congratulations, you really won the lottery. The first prize is 200 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Ren hurriedly took the lottery ticket that he now regarded as a treasure. Thank you, Mr. Xiaolang. Thank you, Mr. Xiaolang. He turned his head to look at the clerk of the Ministry of Civil Affairs in the sales store and asked, Excuse me, can I exchange this lottery ticket now? Where can I get the gold? Congratulations, you need to bring the public examination and the lottery ticket to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to get the prize money. Ministry of Civil Affairs? Shopkeeper Ren was a little hesitant. The Ministry of Civil Affairs official was in the Imperial City. As a businessman, when had he ever entered the Imperial City? Li Wangyu suddenly said, Grandpa Dai, why don't you make an exception and give the prize money to this Lang Jun here? The people can also see it with their own eyes. What do you think, Grandpa Dai? Okay. Dai Zhou thought for a moment and understood Li Wangyu's meaning. He nodded and agreed. Chapter 364. The commotion at the lottery sales point had naturally been heard by the onlookers. When they heard that the middle-aged merchant who fainted actually won the first prize, everyone was in an uproar. All kinds of exclamations could be heard. He won, this person won the first prize. Buddha, is there really someone who won the first prize? That's 200 taels of gold. Damn it, it's the first prize. Why didn't I win the prize? It would be great if I won the prize. I must go to Shi City first and buy a huji to bring home. You wastrel, stop dreaming. TSK, this person is really lucky. More and more people heard that someone had won the grand prize and gathered around. This made shopkeeper Ren very nervous. He held his lottery ticket tightly in his hand, afraid that it would be snatched away. When Li Wangyu saw this, he hurriedly called the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards who were guarding the lottery shop to separate the crowd. Only then did shopkeeper Ren feel slightly relieved. There were even more people who had bought their lottery tickets and were about to leave. However, they turned back to the counter and took out copper coins from their money bags to buy their lottery tickets again. Obviously, they were stimulated by shopkeeper Ren winning the prize. Lang Jun, did you bring your lottery ticket for the public examination? When the official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs saw that Dai Zhou nodded and agreed to immediately redeem the prize, he went forward and asked. Yes, I did bring it. Shopkeeper Ren nodded repeatedly and reached out to take out his ticket for the public examination. He was originally prepared to go to Shiming Temple to borrow the fragrance accumulation kitchen. Naturally, he had to bring his identification. The official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs checked his ticket and asked someone to double-check his lottery ticket. Only then did he take out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and let shopkeeper Ren register and receive his prize. Duke Ren, do you want gold or copper coins? 200 taels of gold and 1,200 strings of copper coins. Can I have half gold and half copper coins? Shopkeeper Ren thought that it was inconvenient for him to have more than 500 strings of copper coins to pay for the compensation. The official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs smiled and nodded. No problem, Duke Ren, don't be impatient. I will immediately arrange for the treasury to send the gold and copper coins. Shopkeeper Ren gratefully bowed again and again. At this time he remembered that he had not thanked Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou. He hurriedly walked in front of the two and bowed. I would like to thank both of you for your help just now. Please forgive me for offending you just now. Dai Zhou twirled his beard and said with a smile, It's all right. It's understandable that you're overjoyed when you hit the jackpot. But don't be so agitated in the future. It's not worth it to hurt your body. Shopkeeper Ren replied, Yes, you're right. I was too agitated just now. The main reason was that something had happened to his family and he really needed this bonus. I won't hide it from the two of you. Just now I was prepared to go to Shiming Temple to cook. Fortunately, when I was leaving the workshop, I saw the cover of the lottery. That's why I came to Shi City to see if I could win the lottery. Judging from your attire, you must be a merchant, right? How did you end up in such a predicament? Li Wangyu asked curiously. Shopkeeper Ren let out a long sigh and recounted his experience. At the end of his story, shopkeeper Ren couldn't help but shed tears. Fortunately, the son of Hu Xin created this lottery. Fortunately, my wife bought this lottery. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. When Dai Zhou heard this, he couldn't help but laugh at Li Wangyu. Zio, I didn't expect that your lottery would allow eunuch Ren's family to be saved from a hopeless situation. It's really a good story. Li Wangyu also didn't expect such a coincidence. It seemed like this really was fate. Dai Zhou's words stunned shopkeeper Ren. He looked at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Lang Jun, are you the son of Hu Xin? Li Wangyu smiled and nodded at him. I am the son of Hu Xin, Li Wangyu. He had just finished speaking when shopkeeper Ren knelt down in front of him and kowtowed a few times. Li Wangyu was shocked. Eunuch Ren, what are you doing? Quickly get up and speak. Son of Huxian, I thank you on behalf of my entire family. Thank you for creating this lottery ticket and saving me from disaster. Everyone in Chang and city is now saying that you are the reincarnation of the god of fortune. It's true. Shopkeeper Ren's words stunned Li Wangyu. He didn't create this lottery ticket to become some god of fortune. His initial idea was very simple. He just wanted to divert the attention of the people by relying on the huge attraction of the lottery since he was at the cusp of the gossip in Chang, and it was a very selfish idea, but shopkeeper Ren was thanking him so profusely. This made him feel a little embarrassed. Shopkeeper Ren's shout was heard clearly by the surrounding commoners. When they saw that the young man in front of them was the legendary son of Huxian, many of the people immediately kowtowed. It's son of Huxian. Son of Huxian, you really are the god of fortune. Please accept this bow from this slave. Son of Huxian, please bless us to also win this lottery ticket. Thanks to son of Huxian, I won the second prize. Son of Huxian, I will kowtow to you. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel speechless at the reactions of the surrounding people. F***ck, have I become a clay statue in a temple? Why don't you just light some incense for me? He didn't know that many of the people who bought the lottery ticket had placed a memorial tablet with his name on it at home and burned incense and kowtowed to it every day. If Li Wangyu knew about this, he would probably want to kill someone. What are you saying, shopkeeper Ren? Quickly get up. This lottery ticket was created only because of the wisdom of the saint and the support of Minister Dai. I am not some god of fortune, but this lottery ticket is indeed a good tool to benefit the country and the people. Li Wangyu helped shopkeeper Ren up and gestured at the surrounding commoners to get them to stand up. Everyone, the saint and the imperial court set up this lottery ticket not only to make the winners wealthy, but also to fill the national treasury. Moreover, 20% of the money will be used to protect the people. Therefore, by buying the lottery ticket, not only can you enrich yourselves, but you can also be compassionate to the young, old, and poor. This is a matter of great merit. If you want to thank me, why don't you buy a few more lottery tickets? Buying lottery tickets is accumulating virtue, ha. Li Wangyu's words made the surrounding people applaud and cheer. Shopkeeper Ren, who had just won a big prize, couldn't help but run to the counter and take out a lot of copper coins from his money bag to buy a few more lottery tickets. Not long after, the Ministry of Civil Affairs took the gold and copper coins from the treasury and were escorted by the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards. They were sent in a four-wheeled carriage to the Shi City lottery shop. 100 taels of gold wasn't conspicuous and was just a small bag. But 600 copper coins was a large pile that weighed 3 tons. Looking at the cart full of copper coins, the surrounding people gasped and gasped. Envy and jealousy filled the air. Flaunting wealth, this was simply blatant flaunting wealth. This cart of copper coins was no different from a cart full of RMB in the future. Many people had never seen such wealth in their lives. Li Wangyu and Dai Zhou obtained shopkeeper Ren's consent and simply let the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards escort the coins. The officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs beat the gongs and drums and directly sent the copper coins to the Ren family in Longevity Extension Square. Along the way, it attracted the attention of many people and made the lottery a living advertisement in Chang and City. Chapter 365. The news of shopkeeper Ren of the Renji Saddle Shop in Chang An's West City winning the lottery spread like wildfire. Within a few days, the news had spread to all the shops in Chang'an. On that day, shopkeeper Ren, in front of the neighbors of Yanshou Square, continuously took down the shiny and heavy copper coins from the four-wheeled carriage of the Ministry of Civil Affairs and handed them over to the creditors. The scene of them clearing their debts was also spread everywhere along with the mouths of the people. There were those who were envious and those who were jealous. As a result, the lottery outlets in the 6 markets were once again filled with people buying lottery tickets. Shopkeeper Ren's family avoided bankruptcy because of the lottery tickets that cost 2 copper coins each. Not long after, the Renji Saddle Shop in the West City was rebuilt and its business was even better than before. A year and a half later, shopkeeper Ren's friend's caravan returned to Chang, and with a large group of horses from the West region. The Ren family once again earned more than 20,000 coins and became a famous wealthy merchant in Chang'an. The matter of him winning the lottery back then had always been talked about enthusiastically, and shopkeeper Ren was also proud of it. Buying lottery tickets also became a habit of shopkeeper Ren. Although he did not win any more prizes, he still enjoyed it. These were all stories for later, so let's not talk about them for now. The lottery tickets were successfully distributed, and Li Wangyu successfully washed away the dirty water that the aristocratic families had poured on him. He began to think about how to buy land from the Ministry of Civil Affairs Li Ru. Now in Chang'an, no one was talking about Hu Xinzi spending a lot of money to build a baseball stadium. The land in De En and Zhaohang squares, except for Li Ru's courtyard, had been bought by Li Wangyu through the Ministry of Works. If he wanted to start the baseball stadium, he had to deal with Li Ru. During this time, Li Wangyu was not idle. He had already asked the Fancy Pants to help him find out about Li Ru's situation. Although Li Ru and his sister Li clan both had the surname Li, they were not from the Li clan in Longxi or the Li clan in Zhao County, nor were they relatives of the Li Tang royal family. They were just from a small clan. After finding out about Li Ru's background, Li Wangyu was sure that this guy was not clean. The Jingguan era was one of the most strict anti-corruption dynasties in Wuxia history. Pai Lupi once said, "If someone commits a crime, they will be punished." This meant that as long as there was corruption, no matter what identity, they would be punished. Even if they were old servants of the Duke of Qin's manor, Li Heir would still punish them according to the law. The imperial uncle was also imprisoned for his corruption. The aristocrats and the royal family were all prim and proper. The Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty did not prohibit officials from doing business, so most officials' families were in the family members were in charge of their families' to subsidize their families. Even Fang Shenling, Qing Yaojin and the other dukes were the same. Otherwise, how would he be able to support a large family with that meager amount of money? However, through Li Wangyu's various connections, he discovered that although physician Li's family also ran a shop, the business was bleak and there was no income. In fact, they would even lose a lot of money. But just by looking at the fact that Li Ru was able to set up a side courtyard in De En Lane, it could be seen that his status was not low. The villa in De En Square covered a large area. When Li Ru bought it, he spent 2 million. Li Ru was a minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but he was only at the 5th rank. His monthly salary was 3,600 copper coins. Even if he added the 160 dawn of grain and the income from the farmland, his monthly income would not exceed 10 strings of copper coins. Li Li's family was naturally a big family. The 10 copper coins were enough for him to live comfortably, but he did not have much left. Under such circumstances, he could still take out 2 million to buy a villa. It would be strange if there was nothing fishy about it. The director of the Ministry of Commoners was the director of the Ministry of Commoners. This was the office in charge of the Tang dynasty's money. Just a little of it could let Li Ru, the Minister of Civilian Affairs, eat a lot. Li Wangyu thought that instead of finding a way to make Li Ru sell his land, he might as well help Pai Lupi build a clean government. He did not believe that Li Ru did not have any tricks up his sleeve in the Ministry of Civilian Affairs. Since Li Ru was determined to go against him for the Li clan, then he could not blame Li Wangyu for being ruthless. However, it was not easy to find a corrupt official like Li Ru. Without any evidence, he could not accuse him just because he bought a villa, right? That was not realistic. As for the accounts of the Ministry of Civilian Affairs, even if he was trusted by Pai Lupi and had a good relationship with Dai Zhou, it was impossible for him, a founding county official, to run to the Ministry of Civilian Affairs to check the accounts for no reason. Li Wangyu thought about it for a long time, but he came up with a way to save the country. Today, Li Wangyu put on his brand new founding county official robes and went out early in the morning to Chang'an City to attend the court meeting. When the officials saw that Li Wangyu rarely appeared, those who were familiar with him all came up to tease him. "Zio, why are you attending court today? What did you come up with this time? Little nephew of the Li family, did you come up with something fun? Quickly take it out for me to see." "Wah. Zio, this should be the 5th time you've attended court, right? You really are a rare guest, ha." "Teacher, what is the matter today? Why don't you tell me first? I can cooperate with you later." Li Wangyu was speechless. He could only cup his hands and bow to the crowd, indicating that he had nothing to do. He was just bored at home and had come to listen to the court meeting. However, no one believed his words. They all smiled, waiting to see what this guy was up to. Not only did the officials think this way, even Pai Lupi thought the same after he sat on the throne. "County official, what is the matter today?" Pai Lupi asked first, causing the officials to look at him. Li Wangyu felt like 10,000 mud horses were galloping through his heart. Why did everyone think that he was attending court to cause trouble? Although he did have something to do today, Li Wangyu couldn't help but blush with shame after being exposed by Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, this subject has nothing to do." Pai Lupi looked at him suspiciously, but his face said, "We don't believe you." The number of times that Li Wangyu attended the imperial court could be counted on one hand. The first time he attended the imperial court, he made the Dao ancestor show his divinity, which made the aristocratic families who forced Li heir to issue an imperial edict of guilt speechless. The second and third time he had been impeached by the imperial censors. In the end, Li Wangyu had refuted them in court, causing the imperial censors to lose face. The last time he had attended court, it had been for the lottery. In the Taiji Palace, he had taken 30,000 taels of silver from the officials. He had even gotten Pai Lupi to agree to the lottery. Today this guy had come to court again. What was he up to this time? Seeing Li Wangyu insist that he had nothing to do, Pai Lupi could only suppress his suspicions and begin to discuss court affairs with the officials. Halfway through the discussion, Minister of Civil Affairs Dai Zhou stood up and reported to Pai Lupi about the lottery sales. Li Wangyu also stood up. Your Majesty, this subject has something to report. Pai Lupi and the officials all had the same thought. This guy was here again. Chapter 366. Li Wangyu's shout attracted the attention of all the officials in the hall. Even Dai Zhou stopped talking and looked at Li Wangyu with a smile. Pai Lupi raised his arm at him speechlessly, indicating that he should speak quickly. Being stared at like this, Li Wangyu blushed with shame. He could only clear his throat and raise his hands apologetically to Dai Zhou before continuing. Your Majesty, I just heard Minister Dai say that the Ministry of Civil Affairs was calculating the amount of lottery sales and suddenly remembered something. The Ministry of Civil Affairs of the Tang dynasty is in charge of land, money, and grain. However, the officials in the Ministry of Civil Affairs are not good at mathematics and their calculation efficiency is too low. Before he could finish, Dai Zhou couldn't help but interrupt him. As the Minister of Civil Affairs, although Dai Zhou had a good relationship with Li Wangyu, he couldn't help but frown. County Magistrate who, all the officials in the Ministry of Civil Affairs are proficient in mathematics. Although there may not be anyone as knowledgeable as you, I dare say that there is no one in the world who is better than you in mathematics. Dai Zhou was also a bit angry and his tone was unavoidably tough. As the head of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he naturally couldn't bear to hear Li Wangyu criticize the Ministry of Civil Affairs for its poor calculation ability. Li Wangyu saw that the old man was angry and quickly bowed deeply. Minister Dai, if what I said is wrong, please don't blame me. However, the Ministry of Civil Affairs calculation method is indeed backward. I am only thinking for the Ministry of Civil Affairs, which is why I brought this up. In truth, if Li Wangyu had communicated with Dai Zhou privately, Dai Zhou definitely wouldn't feel any disgust. Instead, he would be grateful to Li Wangyu. However, to say that the Ministry of Civil Affairs calculation ability was bad in front of all the officials, wasn't this slapping Dai Zhou's face? It was no wonder that the old man was angry. However, Li Wangyu had other intentions, so he couldn't care less about offending Dai Zhou. In any case, he believed that as long as what he said was true, Dai Zhou would be grateful to him. Today this old man would like to ask for advice. Let's see how brilliant County Magistrate's arithmetic is. Dai Zhou flung his robe angrily, no longer giving Li Wangyu any face. Li Wangyu had been waiting for him to say this. He quickly climbed up the pole and said, Your Majesty, since Minister Dai doesn't believe me, I would like to have a competition in this hall today to prove that what I said is true. Is that okay? Pai Lupi rubbed his temples and thought to himself, this guy is really here to cause trouble. However, he could not remain indifferent to Li Wangyu's words. After all, if what he said was true, it would be a good thing for the Ministry of Civil Affairs to increase their efficiency. Huxianzi, how do you want to compete? Pai Lupi asked. It's simple. Minister Dai, please find 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs who are proficient in calculation. Let them compete with my 2 disciples in calculation speed in this hall and see if what I said is false. As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, the officials all looked at Ma Zhou and Yan Liben in the hall. The 2 of them were also confused. They stood up in disbelief, looked at Li Wangyu and then pointed at themselves. Are you sure, teacher? Although the 2 of them had studied with Li Wangyu, they had very little contact with mathematics. Wasn't it a joke to have them compete with officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs in calculation? Li Wangyu hurriedly waved his hand and said, King Bin Liben, I'm not talking about you. He then cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, I'm talking about His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you. As soon as Li Wangyu said this, Dai Zhou's face darkened. The officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs who were qualified to attend court also had ugly expressions. The officials were in an uproar. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Some even rubbed their ears, wondering if they were hearing things. The Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you? Li Qingqian was only 9 years old and Li Tai was only 8 years old. Although the 2 of them had noble statuses, they were still just 2 young children. Did County Master Hu Xian just say that he wanted these two young children to compete with 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs who were proficient in calculation? This was truly the greatest joke in the world. Pai Lupi was also speechless. Although Li Qingqian and Li Tai were his precious sons, Li Wangyu shouldn't be messing around like this. Wasn't this just blatantly humiliating Dai Zhou and the others? If one were to say that Li Wangyu's calculation ability was better than the officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, both Pai Lupi and Dai Zhou believed this. Back in Zhang Liang's residence, Li Wangyu had already displayed his calculation ability. But now, he was shamelessly boasting that two young children who had only studied with him for a little more than a month were better than the officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. No one would believe such words. County Master Hu Xian, don't joke around. Pai Lupi's face stiffened. Hurry and apologize to Grandpa Dai. How could you say such a joke so casually? Pai Lupi's words were to give Dai Zhou a way out and also to protect Li Wangyu. By saying that Dai Zhou's words were a joke, everyone laughed it off. Unexpectedly, Li Wangyu didn't appreciate this at all. Shaking his head, he said, "Your Majesty, this subject is not joking. This matter cannot be faked. Your Majesty will know once you try. If this subject speaks the slightest falsehood, I am willing to accept your Majesty's punishment." Seeing Li Wangyu so insistent, Pai Lupi was somewhat hesitant. He couldn't help but look at Dai Zhou, wanting to see what he would say. At this time Dai Zhou was truly angry. Seeing that Li Wangyu was so unforgiving and wanted to slap the face of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he couldn't care less about the little bit of friendship he had with Li Wangyu. The old man huffed and puffed. He straightened his neck and said, "Your Majesty, since County Master Hu Xian is so certain, this subject is willing to accept this competition. According to County Master Hu Xian's words, this subject requests your Majesty's permission. If this subject loses, this subject will give up my position as Minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs." Dai Zhou's words gave Li Wangyu a fright. He didn't want to offend Dai Zhou to the point of death. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Dai Zhou. "Minister Dai, why do you say such a thing? If my words just now have offended you, I ask Minister Dai to forgive me. I had good intentions. Seeing that the Ministry of Civil Affairs calculation method is indeed a bit behind, I anxiously brought up this matter. I truly didn't mean to humiliate the Ministry of Civil Affairs. I ask Minister Dai to investigate this matter thoroughly." Only after hearing these words did Dai Zhou's expression become slightly better. However, since both sides had already spoken to this point, Pai Lupi couldn't pretend that he hadn't heard anything. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. He also wanted to see what kind of medicine Li Wangyu was selling in his gourd. Could it be that his two sons were really calculative geniuses? Although Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he was no different from a normal parent in that he wanted his children to succeed. Otherwise, after seeing Li Wangyu's talent, he wouldn't have forced his eldest son and second son to become Li Wangyu's disciples. Although calculus was a small path, if his two young children could surpass the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, it would be something worthy of Pai Lupi's pride. "County Master Hu Xian, how do you plan to have Qingqian and Qingkai compete with the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs?" Pai Lupi's face was filled with anticipation. "Your Majesty, Minister Dai, why don't we compete like this? Minister Dai, please order people to bring over the Ministry of Civil Affairs' financial and grain accounts for this year. The 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Crown Prince, and the King of Yu will do the calculations together. In the end, we'll see whose calculation speed is faster and whose results are more accurate. What does Minister Dai think?" "This?" Dai Zhou muttered to himself and then turned his gaze to Fang Xianling, wanting to ask for his opinion. Chapter 367. The 6 ministries of the Tang dynasty were all under the jurisdiction of the Minister of State. When Pai Lupi was the king of Qin, he had held the position of Minister of State. Therefore, after he ascended the throne, the position of Minister of State had been vacant for a long time. The Minister of State only had left and right servants. The left servant, Fang Xianling, was the Minister of State. Fang Xianling thought for a moment and felt that Li Wangyu was not an impetuous person. There must be a reason for today's matter. Thinking of this, Fang Xianling gently nodded, indicating that she agreed. Seeing that his immediate superior had agreed, Dai Zhou naturally did not say anything more and agreed to Li Wangyu's seemingly absurd request. "But since Hu Xianzi is so confident, then let's have a competition. This old man will order people to go to the Ministry of Civil Affairs to transport the official scroll." Before Dai Zhou finished speaking, one of the officials suddenly stood up and interrupted, "Minister Dai, this lowly official feels that this matter cannot be done. The official scroll of the Ministry of Civil Affairs is of great importance. How can it be taken out so casually? Li Wangyu looked at the person who spoke and could not help but be amused, thinking that there was indeed something wrong with this fellow. The one who spoke up to oppose was the Ministry of Civil Affairs Li Ru. Your Majesty, Minister Dai, the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain is not a trivial matter. How can it be used for a competition? If Hu Xianzi wants to compete with the Ministry of Civil Affairs officials, you can ask your Majesty to set the topic. Li Ru's words were righteous, but how could Li Wangyu let him do as he wished? He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, this lowly official's calculation method is not only faster, but also more accurate. Using the Ministry of Civil Affairs account book as the topic can let your Majesty see the results and also help the Ministry of Civil Affairs review it. Killing two birds with one stone. Why not? He glanced at Li Ru and continued, Unless there is something fishy about the Ministry of Civil Affairs account book and it is not convenient to see people? Otherwise, with only your Majesty and the officials in the hall, who are you guarding against when you keep saying that it is of great importance? Li Wangyu's words were a bit harsh. Pai Lupi could not help but squint and look at Li Ru. This scared Li Ru so much that his back was almost drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, Hu Xianzi is slandering us. The Ministry of Civil Affairs has always been reliable, how could there be any tricks? Since there is nothing fishy, why are you objecting, Dr. Li? Li Wangyu immediately asked. Li Ru was rendered speechless by the question. He opened his mouth but didn't refute it. Originally, Pai Lupi also felt that Li Wangyu's proposal to use the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account as the topic was inappropriate. There were many ways to compete and calculate. Even using the daily statistics from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was possible. Although the Tang dynasty did not have any confidentiality system, how could the Ministry of Civil Affairs, which was an important institution in charge of the country's money, grain, farmland and population, casually show the public archives to others? However, when Li Wangyu suddenly brought this up, Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel suspicious. His opinion was the same as Fang Xuanling's. Although Li Wangyu was young, he wasn't an impetuous person. Today he inexplicably suggested that the Ministry of Civil Affairs was behind in mathematics and asked for a competition. He also asked that the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account be used to compete and calculate. Pai Lupi couldn't help but think about it. Was there really someone who was so daring? Did he dare to do anything to the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account? Official Dai, according to Hu Xianzi's proposal, have someone send over this year's money and grain account. In addition, send 10 officials who are proficient in mathematics to the palace. Yes, Your Majesty. Once Pai Lupi's golden mouth opened, there was no more dispute. Dai Zhou bowed and immediately went to arrange the matters. Pai Lupi also ordered an internal servant to report to Empress Changsun in the Eastern Palace and bring Crown Prince Li Qingqian and Prince Li Tai to the palace. At this time, the officials were whispering to each other, discussing the intentions of Hu Xianzi's actions today. These officials weren't fools. Everyone could see that Li Wangyu wanted to use the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account to make an issue out of it. The officials were all speculating whether or not there really was something fishy about the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account. As for Li Wangyu's suggestion of having the Crown Prince and Prince Yu compete with the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account, everyone, including Pai Lupi, thought that it was just Li Wangyu's excuse. At this time, Li Ru was naturally nervous, but he wasn't too worried. He had only objected out of caution. Li Wangyu's guess was naturally correct. As an official of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Li Ru's family didn't have any property. Naturally, he had done something to the accounts. However, Li Ru was very confident. Even an experienced accountant wouldn't be able to find anything without several months of time to clean up the Ministry of Civil Affairs money and grain account. Not to mention bringing it to the palace for the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Crown Prince to calculate. They wouldn't be able to find anything fishy about it. The Tang dynasty's accounting system inherited the Qin and Han dynasty's daily harvest, monthly budget and annual meeting system. There were 3 sets of accounts. Usually what he submitted to Dai Zhou were the monthly budget and annual meeting accounts. As for the daily harvest, it was the daily flow of money of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The data was too complicated, so Dai Zhou didn't look at it. The part that he had done something to was within it. The Ministry of Civil Affairs financial report had to be made in duplicate. It would be reviewed by the Pai Lupi and sent to the Ministry of Official Affairs. As for the other reports, they would be sent to the comparison department to be audited and the results would be reported to the Pai Lupi. The comparison department was one of the 4 divisions under the Ministry of Justice and was in charge of auditing the books. Even the comparison department, a professional organization, couldn't find anything wrong with the accounts, so why would Li Ru be worried that Li Wangyu would find anything? He also regretted that he had been too nervous and lost his composure. The county head of the Ministry of Civil Affairs was within the imperial city and wasn't far away. Not long later, 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, as well as a large stack of accounts, were sent into the main hall. Crown Prince Li Qingqian and King Yu Li Tai also followed the servants into the main hall. What no one expected was that the pregnant Empress Jiangsun also came. Your Majesty, I heard that the county head wants Qingqian and Qingke to compete with the Ministry of Civil Affairs officials in mathematics. I was also curious and came to the main hall. Please allow me to watch from the side. Pai Lupi naturally smiled and nodded. He called for the servants to bring a soft stool for his wife and place it beside the throne. He naturally knew why Empress Jiangsun came, so there was no reason to refuse. Although this couple was the Emperor and Empress of the Tang dynasty, they were the 2 people with the most respected statuses in the world. However, they were no different from the parents of the future. They were filled with anticipation and attention towards any competition that their sons participated in. The officials all stood up and greeted Empress Jiangsun and the Crown Prince. After a series of greetings, Pai Lupi waved his hands at his 2 sons. Qingqian, Qingke, your teacher wants the 2 of you to compete with the Ministry of Civil Affairs officials in mathematics. Are you willing? Father, I am willing. Li Qingqian immediately replied, Teacher said that no one in the world can calculate faster than us with the method he taught us. Father, I will definitely calculate faster than elder brother. Teacher often praises me. Li Tai also didn't want to fall behind. Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun only laughed at this. The 2 of them only treated it as the words of a child. As for Li Wangyu saying that they were the fastest in the world, even as parents they didn't believe it. They only treated it as words that Li Wangyu used to coax children. County head, the accounts are already here. You can begin. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu, ready to see how he planned to compete. Chapter 368. Actually, Li Er did not believe that his 2 sons would be able to compete with the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs in terms of calculating speed. This was too ridiculous. Even if Li Wangyu's calculation skills were outstanding, his 2 sons, 1-8 and 1-9, had only studied with Li Wangyu for 2 months. According to the reports of Crown Prince Li Qingqian and Li Tai's guards, Hu Xianzi usually only played games with the 2 children and didn't have much time to study. Under these circumstances, even if Li Wangyu really was a literary star, he couldn't turn 2 young children into prodigies overnight, right? Pai Lupi thought that Li Wangyu must have accidentally discovered that someone from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was messing with the accounts. That was why he used some competition as an excuse to have Dai Zhou bring the accounts so that he could expose the tricks in front of the officials. Thus he didn't stop him. He wanted to see who was so daring as to mess with the Ministry of Civil Affairs accounts. Pai Lupi's guess wasn't wrong. Li Wangyu was thinking this way, but it wasn't just that. He really wanted Li Qingqian and Li Tai to show off their skills in front of Pai Lupi and the officials. This was also a demonstration of their learning. The more powerful Li Qingqian and Li Tai were, wouldn't it show that Li Wangyu was a good teacher? This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That was why Li Wangyu put so much effort into it. He didn't even hesitate to offend Dai Zhou and the officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. After Pai Lupi spoke, Li Wangyu ordered people to bring in a screen and place it in the middle of the hall. He arranged for the 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and Li Qingqian and Li Tai to sit on either side of the screen. Your Majesty, the accounts sent by the Ministry of Civil Affairs are the accounts for copper coins and the accounts for corn. I believe that these accounts must be accurate. Otherwise, even if the Ministry of Civil Affairs remembered incorrectly, the Ministry of Civil Affairs audit would be able to find out. Li Wangyu's words made Dai Zhou's expression soften quite a bit. What he said was the truth. From the very beginning, Li Wangyu had never thought that the Ministry of Civil Affairs would have any miscalculations. Just as Li Ru had said, the Ministry of Civil Affairs account books would not only be reviewed internally by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but also by the Ministry of Justice's comparison department. If he had faked the numbers, he would have been found out. Li Wangyu didn't know how much Li Ru had embezzled, and was distressed over it for several days. It wasn't until he chatted with his beautiful boss that he was enlightened by her answer. This was why he had come to Taiji Palace today and caused such a commotion. Dai Zhou's expression softened slightly, but Li Wangyu continued, however, even if the Ministry of Civil Affairs account book is accurate, it can still be checked again. It won't take much time. It was also a good opportunity for His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu to compete with the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The method of the competition is for the subject to read out the numbers in the account book, and both parties will calculate. In the end, the faster and more accurate side will win. What does your Majesty think? Pai Lupi couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at the thick pile of account books in the center of the hall. He then looked at Empress Jiangsun, his face full of confusion. What did this kid want to do? Was he really going to have his two sons compete with the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs? Before Pai Lupi could speak, Dai Zhou couldn't help but frown and speak. County Head Hu Xin, there are so many accounts books this year. How can it be finished in such a short time? With so many accounts books, even if the Ministry of Civil Affairs did their daily calculations, it would still take more than a month. How could it be finished in such a short time? Li Wangyu chuckled, Minister Dai, it won't take much time. 15 minutes is enough. His words caused an uproar among the officials. They felt that County Head Hu Xin was joking again. The accounts books of the Ministry of Civil Affairs had a thick pile of money. Even if it was just to look through them once, 15 minutes was far from enough. Before Dai Zhou could speak, Li Wangyu walked to the front of the account books and picked up one of them. He looked at the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Everyone, are you ready? When the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs heard that they were going to compete with two young children in mathematics, they all felt humiliated. Even if the two young children were the Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty and His Highness King Yu, Li Wangyu's suggestion was still a form of humiliation to these officials who were skilled in mathematics. In the face of Li Wangyu's words, the 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs didn't say anything. Instead, they silently took out their calculating chips and placed them on the table. Li Wangyu awkwardly rubbed his nose and then looked at Li Qingqian and Li Tai. Qingqian, Qingke, are you ready? Li Qingqian and Li Tai's faces were already filled with anticipation. Hearing this, the two of them took out something from their sleeves and placed it on the table in front of them. Teacher, don't worry. We will definitely win. After spending many days with the naughty children of Dingzhou village, Li Qingqian's personality had become much more cheerful. He finally returned to the appearance of a 9-year-old child and no longer had the Crown Prince's majesty that he had purposely put on before. Li Tai also didn't want to be outdone. The little fatty waved his fist. Teacher, I will definitely calculate the fastest today. The things that the two of them took out made Pai Lupi, Dai Zhou, and the others very curious. They all stretched out their necks to see what it was. It was a small wooden box with many wooden beads inside. If there were any of the officials in the hall who had traveled through time, they would definitely be able to recognize this item at a glance. An abacus. Li Wangyu taught the two children mathematics, but he didn't expect Li Qingqian and Li Tai to be so smart. They were even more familiar with the numerals than he was. After learning the Arabic numerals that Li Wangyu taught them, Li Wangyu couldn't compare to the two little fellows when it came to simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. This made him feel that he had lost face. In order to save his face, Li Wangyu shamelessly copied the abacus that originated from the northern Song dynasty. As a result, the two little fellows, Li Qingqian and Li Tai, who only knew how to use numerals, were once again defeated by Li Wangyu. In reality, Li Wangyu wasn't proficient at using an abacus. After all, calculators were prevalent in the modern world. Aside from those old accountants who would use an abacus, Li Wangyu only knew how to use an abacus because his grandfather had taught him when he was young. He only knew how to use it and was still very far from being proficient. However, no matter how rusty he was at using an abacus, his calculation speed far surpassed that of numerals. It must be known that the meritorious service of China's 2 bullets and 1 star relied on hand-operated calculators and an abacus to calculate a huge amount of data. The two little fellows were shocked by Li Wangyu's abacus. They worshipped their teacher even more. The two of them were indeed smart. They didn't need much time to use the abacus to become proficient. Especially the little fatty Li Tai. His little chubby hands were as fast as lightning when he used the abacus. This made Li Wangyu speechless. In the modern world he had seen some videos of gaming gods. Those were simply inhuman people who used their hands to dance on the keyboard. They made him speechless. In Japan, there was a player called Takahashi who could press the button 16 times in a second on an old-fashioned game controller and fire 16 bullets. He was called 16 Brothers in a Second. Needless to say, those professional gamers could effectively type 200 to 300 times on the keyboard in a minute, which made Li Wangyu, who was not very good with his hands, feel speechless. And the little fatty Li Tai was unexpectedly also a master of hand speed. Ever since he learned how to use an abacus, every time he used the abacus, Li Wangyu would unconsciously associate it with a scene in a manga. In short, ever since the two little fellows learned how to use an abacus, Li Wangyu never used the abacus in front of them again. He couldn't afford to lose face. Chapter 369. The abacuses in Li Qingxian's and Li Tai's hands were also specially found by Li Wangyu. He had Carpenter Lu make them as a gift for the two little ones. When Carpenter Lu knew that he was making the abacuses for the Crown Prince and the King of Yu, he was very attentive. Even when her own son wanted to help, he was chased far away by Carpenter Lu. He used all of his skills to make two exquisite abacuses. Li Qingxian and Li Tai loved these two exquisite abacuses so much that they couldn't put them down. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun naturally didn't recognize the abacuses their sons took out. Empress Zhangsun couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Qingqian, Qingke, what is this?" "Mother, this is an abacus. The teacher gave it to us." Li Qingqian proudly shook his abacus, making a clattering sound. "What is its use?" Empress Zhangsun turned her gaze to Li Wangyu, hoping for an explanation. Li Wangyu quickly bowed, "Your Highness, the abacus is used for calculation. It is the same as counting chips, but it is faster and more accurate." Empress Zhangsun nodded. This county often made these strange things, but she didn't know how much faster this abacus was than counting chips. Could it really let her two sons win the competition? She didn't care about the problems with the Ministry of Civil Affairs accounts. That was something her husband needed to worry about. As a mother, Empress Zhangsun cared more about her son. Could it really be, as Li Wangyu said, that he could calculate faster than 10 officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs? Li Tai couldn't help but yell, "Mother, the teacher said that in terms of calculating speed, my abacus is the best in the world. No one can be faster than me." His words made Empress Zhangsun cover her mouth and laugh. She felt that her silly son believed everything. This was most likely Li Wangyu teasing them. They actually took it seriously. Okay, mother knows. Qingke, work hard in a bit." Empress Zhangsun smiled. However, even Li Tai, this little brat, could hear her half-hearted tone. Seeing that his mother did not believe him, Li Wangyu was so anxious that his chubby face turned red. He reached out and tugged at Li Wangyu's sleeve. "Commander, mother doesn't believe me." Li Wangyu smiled and comforted her. "He Qingge, then prove it to Empress Zhangsun. I believe that your calculation speed is the fastest in the world. No one can compare to you." Their voices were not soft, and their words were heard by all the officials in the hall. Many of them laughed. Most people thought that Li Wangyu was coaxing the child again, so they laughed kindly. However, there were quite a few people who burst into laughter. The mockery in their words was too strong. Previously, Li Ru felt that he was too nervous and had lost some face. Moreover, he was unhappy with Li Wangyu, so he couldn't help but stand up again. "Wuxinzi sure talks big. Do you really think that the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs are all good for nothings?" His words were clever. He directly placed Li Wangyu on the opposite side of the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, causing all the officials in the hall to glare angrily at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu glanced at Li Ru. "Physician Li Mo Fei doesn't believe me? That's simple. If you think I'm talking nonsense, why don't we make a bet? Let's make a bet. What do you want to bet?" Let's bet on your villa in and Lane. If the officials of the Ministry of Civil win, I will offer you 1,000 taels of gold. If the Crown Prince and King Yu win, I don't want anything else. You just have to give me your residence in and Lane. How about it? Physician Li, do you dare to make the bet? Haha, since Hu Xianzi wants to give me money, how can I refuse? When Li Ru heard the offer of 1,000 taels of gold, his eyes widened. Afraid that Li Wangyu would go back on his word, he immediately laughed and nodded. The reason Li Wangyu proposed this bet was because he was afraid that if he didn't find anything fishy in the account book, he wouldn't have wasted his time. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect that Li Wangyu would agree without even thinking about it. This made Li Wangyu somewhat surprised. If he had known that this guy would be so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have spent so much effort. As Li Wangyu cursed in his heart, he picked up the account book and prepared to start the competition. However, he heard someone speak from among the officials. "Wuxinzi, wait a moment. I'm also interested in making a bet with you. Are you willing?" Li Wangyu looked over in surprise. It was the Duke of Chongping, Zhang Liang. "The Duke is also interested? What do you want to bet?" "I want to bet on Zhao Yebai. If the Crown Prince and King Yu win, I will give you 100 taels of gold. If not, Wuxinzi will lose Zhao Yebai to me. How about it?" Zhang Liang really couldn't bear to part with Zhao Yebai. Ever since he lost to Li Wangyu in front of the Hall of Martial Virtue and lost his mount, he had been brooding. Today, after seeing Li Wangyu shamelessly boast that 2 8 or 9-year-old children were faster than an official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and that it was 2 against 10, he felt that his opportunity had come. Thus, after Li Wangyu made a bet with his brother-in-law Li Wangyu, he immediately stood up. He also wanted to make a bet with Li Wangyu and win back his beloved mount. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but grin. He only had one precious horse. After it was mercilessly seized by his beautiful superior, he was still wondering where he could buy another one. He knew that Zhang Liang's mansion also had a precious horse similar to Zhao Yebai. It was called the Jade Flower Horse. Horse was a horse with a greenish-white coat. Zhao Yebai and the Jade Flower Horse were 2 precious horses that Zhang Liang had spent a lot of money to get from the western regions. He treasured them a lot, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were worth 100 taels of gold. County Duke, hee, we can make a bet, but I don't want gold. If the Prefectural Duke loses, just give me your Jade Flower Horse. What does the Prefectural Duke think? Li Wangyu's condition made Zhang Liang feel a toothache. Losing Zhao Yebai already made him lose his appetite. If he lost the Jade Flower Horse as well, it would be even worse than killing him. However, looking at the angry official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and Li Qingqian and Li Tai, who were still acting cute in front of Empress Zhang's son, Zhang Liang hesitated for a long time. In the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, Hu Xianzi, I'll use the Jade Flower Horse to bet with you. Li Wangyu almost laughed out loud. There really was someone rushing to give him benefits. When luck came, it really couldn't be stopped. Whatever he wanted came, it really was a pleasant surprise. He hurried forward and struck Zhang Liang's hand to seal the bet. Just as he was about to announce the start of the competition, several people among the officials stood up. Hu Xianzi, this old man also wants to make a bet with you. Are you willing? Li Wangyu was taken aback. Before he could speak, he heard Qing Yaojin slam the table and stand up. Surnamed Wang, what do you mean by this? Are you bullying this old man's nephew? How do you want to bet? This old man will bet with you. The people who stepped forward to make a bet with Li Wangyu were the head of the Wang clan in Taiyuan, Wang Renyu, and Jing Yuanshou of the Zheng clan in Xinjiang. The aristocratic families had targeted Li Wangyu many times, but they had all been defeated. The grievances between the two sides had long been irreconcilable. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others naturally didn't believe Li Wangyu's words today. Seeing Li Ru and Zhang Liang step forward to make a bet with Li Wangyu, they looked at each other and felt that this was a good opportunity to add insult to injury, so they also stepped forward. They hadn't expected Qing Yaojin to interfere. Duke Lu, why do you say this? Could it be that Duke Chongping can make a bet but we can't? Bastard, you want to bet? Sure, this old man will bet with you. Qing Yaojin's words moved Li Wangyu and angered him. Wasn't this old hooligan blocking his chance to get rich? Chapter 370. On the throne, Pai Lupi's face darkened. He was already dissatisfied when Li Ru and Zhang Liang wanted to bet with Li Wangyu. Now the aristocratic families also jumped out, which made Pai Lupi even more annoyed. One had to know that although these people were betting with Li Wangyu, they were betting on his eldest son and second son. Although Pai Lupi didn't believe Li Wangyu's words, he didn't want others to look down on his son. The Tangs loved gambling. Many people didn't believe in Crown Prince Li Qingqian and Prince Li Tai. Seeing that Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and others also wanted to participate in the bet, many of the officials in the hall became restless. But Pai Lupi's darkened face made them change their minds. No one present was stupid. They soon realized that something was wrong. The people who wanted to stand up all kept silent and watched the fun. Li Ru and Zhang Liang naturally saw Pai Lupi's darkened face. They couldn't help regretting it. But now that the bet had been set, it was too late to say anything. But Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and others were not afraid of Pai Lupi's face. They, the aristocratic families, even dared to force Pai Lupi to confess. Now they were betting on Pai Lupi's 2 sons. What was the big deal? In the face of Qing Yaojin's curses, Wang Renyu just nodded indifferently. If High Duke Lu wants to bet, you can. How about 10,000 taels of gold? High Duke Lu, are you willing? With the financial resources of aristocratic families, 10,000 taels of gold was nothing. It was only 60,000 strings of coins. During the Jingguan period of the Tang dynasty, the central government's revenue of corn, silk, and copper coins was about 20 million strings of coins. And the annual income of the aristocratic families led by the aristocratic families was not much less than this figure. The 1,000-year-old aristocratic families, the top aristocratic families of the Tang dynasty, were like huge icebergs. The huge ice hidden under the sea was terrifying. This was also the reason why Pai Lupi and other monarchs of the Tang dynasty had been working hard to weaken the aristocratic families. No matter who the emperor was, they wouldn't want to have such a powerful subject under their rule. As the saying goes, how can one allow others to snore beside one's bed? This was also the reason why the Li Tang dynasty and the aristocratic families supported each other from the end of the Sui dynasty until the establishment of the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the imperial examinations were held to clean up the influence and control of the aristocratic families in the imperial court. But even at the end of the Tang dynasty, although the aristocratic families were under control, they still stubbornly restrained the imperial power. It wasn't until the Huangshao uprising at the end of the Tang dynasty that the Tang dynasty fell into the abyss. The aristocratic families also declined rapidly, following the decline and fall of the Tang dynasty, disappearing from the stage of history. The imperial power and aristocratic families of the Tang dynasty could be said to be a perfect example of a love-hate relationship. At this time, the main hall was a microcosm of the struggle between the imperial power and the aristocratic families in the history of the Tang dynasty. Hearing Wang Renyu's words, Qing Yaojin didn't even frown and nodded in agreement. Waha Wang Renyu, although I'm not as rich as your Taiyuan Wang clan, I can still afford to bet 10,000 taels of gold. Since you want to bet, I'll naturally accompany you. Good, since High Duke Lu is so straightforward, then it's a deal. They were all top nobles of the Tang dynasty, so they didn't need to clap their hands to make an oath. Words spoken in front of hundreds of officials were like nails in a mouthful of saliva. No one would go back on their words. When Li Wangyu saw that both sides had made a bet, the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Motherf *Ker, this old man is simply robbing me of my gold. If Qing Yaojin didn't interfere, then wouldn't this bet of 10,000 taels of gold belong to me? Although Li Wangyu was very grateful to this old hooligan Qing Yaojin for protecting him, he hated that he couldn't cover this old hooligan's mouth and take his place. Whether or not Li Qingqian and Li Tai would lose, Li Wangyu didn't even consider this kind of thing. Especially the little fatty Li Tai, the speed at which he calculated the abacus. Li Wangyu admitted that even if he was given a calculator, he wouldn't be able to calculate as fast as this little fatty. This little fatty was really heaven-defying. Not to mention the 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, even if all the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs attacked together, they still wouldn't be the little fatty Li Tai's opponent. Hanging and beating, Li Wangyu could only think of this word to describe the gap between the two sides. Therefore, when Qing Yaojin stepped forward to accept the bet with the aristocratic family, in Li Wangyu's eyes, he was robbing him of his gold. Now that Li Wangyu was very rich, who would complain about having too much gold? Forget it, being able to get Li Ru's house and also get the jade flower horse from Zhang Liang was already very good. One must be content with what one has. Li Wangyu comforted himself for a while. Feeling slightly depressed, he squeezed out a smile at the old hooligan Qing Yaojin. He turned around and announced the start of the competition. He picked up the account book for the first month from the Ministry of Civil Affairs account book. He roughly flipped through it and quickly read it out. Ji cooked horse feed, 200 dan and 36 buckets. The price per bucket is 210 copper coins. Ji cooked horse feed, 517 buckets. The price per bucket is 213 copper coins. Ji cooked horse feed. Li Wangyu continuously flipped through the copper account book, but only selectively read out the words. Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and the 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs paid full attention and began to calculate with the abacus. Li Wangyu read through the thick account book very quickly. The 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs couldn't help but become somewhat flustered. Large beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, but they didn't have the time to wipe it away. The more Li Wangyu read, the faster he became. The officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs were clearly unable to keep up with his speed. They could only helplessly send out 2 people to copy down the numbers that Li Wangyu read out on paper. The other 8 people were constantly calculating with their hands, and as they calculated, they also had to record with pen and ink. On the other hand, Li Qingqian and Li Tai, these 2 little fellows, were very much at ease. Every time Li Wangyu read out a number, their little hands would click on the abacus and finish the calculation. They even had the time to wink at their mother, Empress Zhangsun. The performance of the 2 sides naturally fell into the eyes of the officials, and they couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that the Crown Prince and King Yu were truly peerless talents? Could it be that what Hu Xianzi said was true? Zhang Liang was abnormally nervous. His eyes widened, and he almost stood up to cheer for the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. He didn't believe that these 2 children could calculate so quickly. They must be fooling around on some dog's head abacus. It must be so. Zhang Liang comforted himself in his heart. There were many people who thought the same as Zhang Liang. Although it seemed that the crown prince and King Yu were very relaxed. That was most likely an act, right? Just a few clicks of the fingers and they finished calculating? The faces of Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other leaders of the noble families were also somewhat ugly. Although they didn't care about gold, they cared about face. They had lost to Li Wangyu in front of the officials. How could they accept this? The officials whispered to each other and discussed spiritedly. No one noticed that the doctor of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Li Ru, had become pale and his body was trembling like a sieve. Chapter 371. The reason Li Ru was so scared was naturally because of the account book Li Wangyu read out. Many of the officials also noticed the problem. Li Wangyu had chosen to read out the contents of the account book, which were all about the expenses of the cooked horses. Could there be a problem with this? Li Ru's face was pale, but he still comforted himself in his heart. Impossible, this is impossible. How did that young man know the trick? Coincidence, this must be a coincidence. As a director of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he naturally embezzled a lot of money. Otherwise, how could he have the money to buy a house in Chang'an? And he thought that no one would be able to find the key. The account book was also clean. Even if the Ministry of Comparison checked it several times, there was no problem. However, the numbers that Li Wangyu kept reading out caused Li Ru to tremble in fear. Every time Li Wangyu read out a set of numbers, his heart would beat wildly. It didn't take Li Wangyu long to finish reading one account book. He picked up another one and flipped through a few pages. When he found the content he needed, he continued to read quickly. Ji cooked food, horse feed. When he was reading out the account book, his eyes inadvertently saw Li Ru's face. Li Ru's panicked expression made Li Wangyu's lips curl up unconsciously. Got you. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as what he and his beautiful boss had analyzed. This Li Ru really did something here. Li Wangyu previously couldn't understand how Li Ru could do something in the account book to be able to avoid the scrutiny of the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Ministry of Comparison. It wasn't until his beautiful boss accidentally mentioned the changes in the financial system of Wuxia that he suddenly realized the key. Since ancient times, Wuxia had used the single-entry bookkeeping method. It wasn't until the 20th century that the double-entry bookkeeping method was introduced from the West. The single-entry bookkeeping method referred to the fact that every economic transaction that occurred was recorded in a single account. The single-entry bookkeeping method was simple and convenient, but the accounts were not directly linked. Take the account book of the Ministry of Civil Affairs of the Tang dynasty as an example. The account that recorded the income and expenditure of copper was separate from the account that recorded corn and silk. The changes in the movement of funds were not linked. But in the double-entry bookkeeping method of later generations, every economic transaction had to be recorded in two or more connected accounts. His beautiful boss reckoned that Li Ru must have done something. To put it simply, a certain expenditure was recorded in the copper coin's income and expenditure account, and the income and expenditure were balanced on the copper coin's account. No matter how the account was checked, there was no problem. But with this expenditure, there should be an increase in other assets. However, the two accounts books were not related, which gave him the opportunity to tamper with them. The Ministry of Civil Affairs expenditure of copper coins was mainly the materials for the various Dao prefectures, the rations for the various military prefectures, the purchase of post horses and the fodder for the post horses. The lesson materials were the salary of the officials. Among these expenses, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss both felt that if Li Ru had embezzled important expenses, he would have been discovered long ago. Therefore, the place where he most likely tampered with was the expenditure of fodder for the post horses. It was precisely because of this judgment that Li Wangyu purposely used the Ministry of Civil Affairs calculation method to provoke Dai Zhou, making him send over the money and grain account book as the content of the competition. From the account book, Li Wangyu only selected the records of the Ministry of Civil Affairs expenditure of copper coins and the purchase of cooked food and horse fodder. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to finish reading the seemingly thick account books. In the second year of Jingguan, from January to April, the Ministry of Civil Affairs purchased a total of 32 cooked food and horse fodder. As soon as he finished reading, the 10 officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs were still sweating profusely as they calculated the numbers. Li Qingqian and Li Tai respectively spoke. Commander, the total expenditure is 370,000 strings of copper coins and 765 coins. Commander, the total amount of cooked food and horse fodder purchased is 17,619 coins. Once Li Qingqian and Li Tai's words left their mouths, the officials were all stunned. Even Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun were stunned. These two little fellows really calculated it? So fast? Were they talking nonsense? In the hall, everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. They could only cast their gazes at the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs who were still desperately fiddling with the calculation chips and calculating the results. The two little fellows saw that they had calculated the results, but no one praised them. Even their father and mother didn't say anything. They couldn't help but feel anxious. Li Qingqian pulled on Li Wangyu's sleeve. "Commander, what do they mean? Did we calculate incorrectly?" Li Wangyu chuckled and reached out to pat Li Qingqian's head to comfort him. "Qingqian, they didn't expect you and Qing Ke to be so powerful. They were scared." Little fatty Li Tai raised his chin and proudly replied, "Humph, who told them to look down on me and my brother? Now they know how powerful we are." Previously, Li Ru, Zhang Liang, Wang Renyu and the others had used the two of them as a bet, making it clear that they didn't believe them. This had already made Li Qingqian and Li Tai very angry. If it weren't for the presence of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son, the two little fellows probably would have made a scene on the spot. Now that they had easily beaten the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the two little fellows were very proud. Under the gazes of the officials in the hall, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son, the 10 most skilled officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs finally calculated the results. "Your Majesty, Hu Xinzi spent a total of 370,000 strings of copper and 765 silver coins to buy 17,619 dan of cooked horse feed." Li Wangyu lightly clapped his hands a few times. "Not bad. Everyone, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you have calculated correctly. It is exactly the same as what was recorded in the Ministry of Civil Affairs." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall immediately exploded. The officials didn't care about etiquette in front of the hall and raised their voices. They were all whispering to each other. "Prime Minister Fang, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of you aren't talking nonsense? They are only 8 or 9 years old. How can they be so powerful? Duke Wei, this old man also doesn't understand. Is His Highness the Crown Prince really so smart?" Fang Xianling shook his head. He felt that today's events were too unbelievable. "I think Hu Xinzi taught him well. His Highness the Crown Prince is also studying at the Hongwen School. He doesn't seem to be very smart, just average. Tisk, is Hu Xinzi really so amazing? Not only is he an unparalleled talent, but he also knows how to teach his disciples. This is really amazing." At this time, Zhang Liang was disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He couldn't help but angrily glare at his brother-in-law. It was all because of this bastard. Not only did he not win back Xiao Yebai, but now it seemed that he also had to lose the Jade Flower Horse. Wang Renyu, Jing Yuanshou and the other big shots were also depressed. Losing to Qing Yaojin really made them unhappy. As for Dai Zhou and the other officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, their jaws dropped. These 10 officials were already the best at mathematics in the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but they were actually beaten by 2 young children. It was really unbelievable. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son were naturally pleasantly surprised. Pai Lupi still wanted to maintain a straight face to protect his dignity as an emperor, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. As for Empress Zhang's son, if it weren't for the attention of the officials in the hall, she probably would have rushed down the stairs and hugged her 2 precious sons. After the surprise of Pai Lupi, he looked at the abacus in front of his son and waved to Li Qingqian, indicating that he should bring the abacus over. Chapter 372. When Li Qingqian heard his father's summons, he immediately ran to his father with the abacus and presented it with both hands, as if presenting a treasure. "Qingqian, how do you use this abacus?" Pai Lupi asked with a smile. "Father, it's very simple. Look at this abacus. The beads on the top represent 5, and the one at the bottom represents 1. Our teacher taught us the formula. 1 up, 1 down, 5 down, 4 down, 1 down, 9 down, 1 down." Li Qingqian immediately demonstrated to Pai Lupi while loudly reciting the formula for the abacus that Li Wangyu had taught them. Pai Lupi quickly figured out the advantages of the abacus. It was indeed much faster than a counting chip, but the calculation speed of the two could not be compared. Dai Zhou and the other officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs naturally heard the conversation between the two. They were even more clear on the advantages of abacus over counting chips. The officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs looked at each other. They had actually lost to 2 children because of this abacus? It really made people unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. As for Dai Zhou, not only was he not annoyed, he even revealed a joyful expression. "Your Majesty, we have lost. Huxianzi was right. The Ministry of Civil Affairs calculation method was truly too inefficient. The abacus that Hu Xinzi made was truly a work of art that excelled the heavens, and its design was ingenious. This subject requests your Majesty's permission to allow Hu Xianzi to teach the people how to make and use the abacus, and also to spread the abacus throughout the Tang dynasty. Dai Zhou, on the other hand, was quite open and candid. He directly admitted defeat and praised Li Wangyu. The officials in the hall were also very interested in this abacus. Although arithmetic was a minor art, most of the officials of the Tang dynasty were proficient in it. Everyone knew how to use the counting tokens and they needed to carry them with them. The officials of the Tang dynasty all wore a sword around their waists. The so-called is a multifunctional storage belt, known as the Xian belt. It is made of leather or metal and has a strong storage function. It is worn on the outside of the belt. Among the hundreds of officials there were 7 items, namely a bag, a knife, a sharpening stone, a kigizan, a kiguju, a syringe and a flint. These were the 7 items of the kigizan, and were also the standard equipment of the civil and military officials of the Tang dynasty. And the calculation pouch was the pocket that held the calculation tokens. Now that Hu Xianzi had made this abacus, it was even more convenient to calculate. Even the crown prince and the king of Yu, 2 young children, could rely on this item to win against the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Could be seen how extraordinary it was. That's a good plan. Pai Lupi praised. All right, let's end today's matter here. Son of Hu Xian, teach the Ministry of Commoners how to make the abacus and how to use it. I will reward you. Before he could finish, Li Wangyu suddenly stepped forward and interrupted. Your Majesty, today's competition is not over yet. Your Majesty, please allow me to continue. Pai Lupi was slightly taken aback by Li Wangyu's words. He didn't understand what he meant. The officials had already seen the use of the abacus. Dai Zhou also lowered his head and admitted defeat. As for the Ministry of Civil Affairs accounts, Li Wangyu had already said that the accounts were accurate, so what was the point of continuing the competition? However, Pai Lupi naturally knew that Li Wangyu wasn't someone to mess around. He couldn't be bothered to think about what Li Wangyu wanted to do. He simply nodded and said, since Hu Xianzi still wants to test Qing Qian and Qing Ke, then let's continue. When Li Er said that today's matter would end here, Li Ru thought that he had escaped a calamity. His heart that had been hanging in the air had just relaxed, but when he heard that Li Wangyu wanted to continue, he was so angry that he almost cursed out loud. What kind of enmity and hatred is this? Why do you have to make me die? He had forgotten that he had refused to sell the De and Square residence even if you beat him to death. He hadn't even given Dai Zhou face just to annoy Li Wangyu. Now that things had come to this, Li Ru was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He wanted to slap himself a few times. What kind of madness had he gone through to oppose this Hu Xianzi? Now it was too late to say anything. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi. He turned and picked up the corn account book. Flipping through a few pages, he indicated for the official from the Ministry of Civil, Li Qingqian, and Li Tai to prepare to begin calculating. Receive 180 dan of cooked horse feed in 36 buckets. Receive 470 dan of cooked horse feed in 17 buckets. This time he read even faster. However, the things that needed to be calculated were very simple. It was just a simple addition. After he finished reading, Shao also reported the number. Teacher, a total of 166,619 dan of cooked horse feed. The official from the Ministry of Civil also reported this number. Your Majesty, Hu Xianzi has received 166,619 dan of cooked horse feed. When Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and the official from the Ministry of Civil reported this set of numbers one after another, the face of the Ministry of Civil physician, Li Ru, instantly paled. It was as if his entire body had been pulled out, directly collapsing onto the floor. As for Dai Zhou, who had been twirling his beard and smiling, his expression suddenly changed. He turned and glared fiercely at the already collapsed Li Ru. Most of the officials in the hall also came to their senses. In the 2 accounts of the Ministry of Civil, the number of cooked horse feed actually did not match up. In the copper account book, the results of the calculations just now showed that in 2 years and 4 months, Zhenguan had spent about 370,000 strings of copper coins and 170,000 dan of cooked horse feed. However, in the other corn account book, in 4 months, the amount of cooked horse feed that had entered the account was only 166,000 dan. A total of 4,000 dan had been deducted. According to the price of 1 dan of cooked horse feed, the approximate price was around 200 coins per buckets. Calculating the price of 2 strings of copper coins per dan, that was around 8,000 strings of copper coins. In other words, someone had embezzled 8,000 strings of copper coins from the Ministry of Civil. This was not a small number. Moreover, this was only in 2 years and 4 months of Zhenguan's time. After understanding the crux of the matter, the hall immediately became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was speechless. This was an earth-shattering case. It had actually been so easily exposed by County Magistrate Wuxia. Everyone immediately turned their gazes to the collapsed Li Ru. Apart from this official of the Ministry of Civil, there was no one else who could have done such a thing. Zhang Liang's face was filled with horror. He truly did not know about Li Ru's embezzlement. Although he was normally domineering, he was not an idiot. Moreover, his estate had many properties and Pai Lupi's rewards were even greater. There was no need for him to embezzle these copper coins. Zhang Liang was now only worried that he would invite trouble for himself because of this idiotic brother-in-law of his. At this moment he felt more and more regret. Had he been blinded by lard just now? Why had he followed this Li Ru to make a bet with Li Wangyu? Dai Zhou stood up and stepped forward. He lifted his court robes and knelt in front of the imperial steps. Your Majesty, this official was not strict enough and did not supervise properly. This led to people seeking personal benefits from the Ministry of Civil, taking bribes and bending the law. This is this official's fault. Your Majesty, please punish me. Zhang Liang's reaction wasn't slow either. He scrambled out and knelt down in front of the imperial steps. Your Majesty, this subject really didn't know about the actions of this subject's brother-in-law. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. This kind of person who takes bribes and bends the law is guilty of the most heinous crimes. This official is ashamed to be associated with such a person. His words were beautiful, but they made the officials secretly shake their heads. No matter what was said, Li Ru was still Zhang Liang's brother-in-law. His breadth of mind could be seen from his clean-cut actions. On the imperial steps, Pai Lupi's face turned ashen. Chapter 373. Pai Lupi's face turned green. He naturally understood the meaning of these two accounts. Someone actually dared to mess with the Ministry of Civil Accounts and embezzle money from the National Treasury. This touched Pai Lupi's bottom line. Pai Lupi hated corruption the most. In the first year of Jingguan, the newly ascended Pai Lupi ordered changes to the laws. In order to show that the new ruler was gentle, Pai Lupi reduced the punishment for many crimes. However, the punishment for corruption and bribery was not relaxed and was even stricter. At that time, Fang Xianling and Zhang Sun Wuji both suggested that according to Han laws, one should be executed for embezzlement of 160 taels of gold. However, Pai Lupi felt that the amount was too high and did not have a deterrent effect. In the end, the Tang law decided that one should be executed by hanging for embezzlement of 15 bolts of silk. In the first year of Jingguan, 1 bolt of silk was around 500 copper coins. 15 bolts of silk was only 7,500 copper coins, slightly more than the salary of a first-rank official. However, in the main hall today, in front of hundreds of officials, such a shocking case was exposed. How could Pai Lupi not be furious? Someone actually embezzled over 8,000 copper coins. According to the Tang law, how many times did one have to die? As for who the embezzler was, Dai Zhou, Zhang Liang and Pai Lupi were all clear. As the head of the Ministry of Civil, the Ministry of Civil doctor had a high position and was in charge of the money and grain accounts. To be able to mess with the Ministry of Civil Accounts, other than the Minister of Civil Affairs Dai Zhou, there was only this Li Ru. Dai Zhou was loyal, talented and familiar with the law. He was originally an official of the Sui dynasty and later became an official of the Tang dynasty. Li Er naturally had complete trust in this trusted aide of his. He also firmly believed that with Dai Zhou's character, it was impossible for him to be corrupt. Otherwise, he would not have appointed him to such an important position as the Minister of Civil Affairs. However, Dai Zhou was not without responsibility for the exposure of this case. As the Minister of Civil Affairs, if he did not discover the embezzlement of his officials, he would naturally be punished. As for Zhang Liang, Pai Lupi was too lazy to bother with him. Li Qing, do you have anything to say? Pai Lupi glared at Li Ru. His emperor's aura was filled with anger, making Li Ru unable to speak. He could only kneel there and kowtow. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. Pai Lupi stood up and ignored Li Ru. He looked around at the officials in the hall and said in a clear voice, feeding for personal gain and corruption is not only a violation of public law and harming the people. Even if there is no news of this, how can the central government not be afraid? There is a lot of fear and some die because of it. How could a real man covet riches and harm his own life? So that none of your descendants will feel ashamed? If the Lord is greedy, his country will be ruined. If the subject is greedy, his body will be destroyed. The officials were terrified and they all bowed and kowtowed. We have learned from your teachings. Dai Qing, you're not strict enough with your subordinates. You'll be punished with 20 jin of copper. Li Daozong, you will be fined 20 jin of copper. Li Daozong was a famous general of the early Tang dynasty. He was Li Yuan's nephew and Pai Lupi's cousin. He was the Minister of Justice. The Ministry of Justice was in charge of the Comparison Department, which was in charge of auditing the accounts of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Therefore, if there was a problem with the accounts of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he, as the Minister of Justice, naturally had to take responsibility. 20 jin of copper was actually not much. It was just a few copper coins. It was just a small punishment. But to Dai Zhou and Li Daozong, these big shots of the imperial court, losing face was much more important than the copper coins. As for Pai Lupi's punishment, the two of them had nothing to say. They lowered their heads and accepted their punishment. Where is Minister Wei? Here. Wei Jing stepped out. Take Li Ru from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and order the Imperial Censorate, the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice to investigate how much Li Ru has embezzled and whether he has any accomplices. Punish him severely. Arrest his family and take them from the prison. Confiscate their family's records and return them to the National Treasury. Li Ru had taken the position of the Ministry of Civil Affairs in the 9th year of Wu De. It had been 3 years since then. In just 4 months he had embezzled more than 8,000 copper coins. It was unknown how much Li Ru had embezzled before. After Pai Lupi angrily gave out the verbal order, the palace guards came forward and dragged Li Ru, who was already limp like a dead dog, out of the palace. His ending was self-evident. After being found guilty of embezzlement, other than being hanged, there was no other possibility. As for his family, they didn't end up any better. The women were thrown into the Yeding Palace to work, and the men were enslaved. Their descendants could never become officials. Although Li Ru and his family's ending was tragic, Li Wangyu did not sympathize with them. In the future he was a loser. What he hated the most were corrupt officials. In his eyes, these people deserved to die. However, just as Pai Lupi finished giving out the verbal order, Li Wangyu ignored Pai Lupi's extremely ugly expression and said, "Your Majesty, Li Ru's residence in De and Square has already been lost to me. When the Ministry of Civil Affairs punished him with confiscation of his family's property, it cannot be counted. That is already my property." His words made Pai Lupi so angry that he almost kicked him. "You're still thinking about that residence at this time?" How could Pai Lupi know that Li Wangyu had caused so much trouble today and even helped him get rid of a big tiger? It was all for that residence in De and Square. If Li Ru knew that he had lost his life because of a residence, would he sully himself to death before he could be hanged? Pai Lupi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart before saying, "Yes, I permit it. Court is dismissed." After saying this, Pai Lupi turned and left. Empress Zhang Sun helplessly shook her head and chased after her husband. After Li Er left, the almost stagnant air in the main hall suddenly relaxed. The officials all let out a long breath, but there was an indescribable feeling in their eyes when they looked at Li Wangyu. This county magistrate was truly exceptional. He had caused such a ruckus in order to expose the corruption of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, how did he know that the Ministry of Civil Affairs had falsified the accounts and embezzled the copper coins? Quite a few officials had a higher opinion of Li Wangyu in their hearts. They felt that this county magistrate could not be easily offended. At this time, Zhang Liang no longer had his previous arrogance. Although Pai Lupi did not punish him, he was still quite frightened. He walked in front of Li Wangyu and squeezed out a smile. "County magistrate, in a moment, I will have someone send the jade flower horse to your residence. I hope that county magistrate will kindly accept it." Li Wangyu naturally would not be polite. "Aha, then many thanks to the prefectural duke." After Zhang Liang left, the old hooligan Qing Yaojin also walked over. A large palm landed heavily on Li Wangyu's shoulder. It hurt so much that Li Wangyu grimaced, but he still had to squeeze out a smile at the old hooligan. "Waha, delightful, delightful. I won another 10,000 taels of gold today. Kit, you really are my lucky star. Uncle Qing, hee, you can't eat it all by yourself. Old rules, when we meet you get half. Get lost. Do you believe that I won't beat you to death? At most I'll give you 30%. It's a deal." 30% was 30%. Li Wangyu did not mind that the money was too little. Today he had obtained 3,000 taels of gold, a jade flower horse and a residence in Da and Square. It was enough. He was not greedy. Now that there were no more obstacles, he could finally begin construction on his polo field. Chapter 374. In recent days the people living in the south of Guoqing outside of Chang, and liked to go to Da and Square and Zhaoxing Square to watch the fun. Da and Square and Zhaoxing Square had been flattened by the Ministry of Works. Even the walls of the square had been removed. The two squares had been renamed on the map of Chang and Wanyan counties. The In and Zhaoxing squares were combined into one and called the N square. The polo field that Li Wangyu was building was also called the Zhao baseball field. The baseball field was not difficult to build, but it was a huge project. To build the stands with yellow soil, other than the workers using stone rollers to tamp down the soil, the biggest project was transporting the yellow soil. Li Wangyu had once thought of using bricks to build the spectator stands. However, after a simple estimate of the construction cost, he immediately abandoned this idea. In this era, even the towering city walls of Chang were made of yellow soil on the inside. They were only protected by thick bricks on the outside. Therefore, after confirming with the officials of the Ministry of Works, Li Wangyu decided to use yellow soil to build the stands and add a layer of black bricks for protection. The stands were shaped like a triangular prism, 10 meters tall, and around 4,000 meters in circumference. Using the volume formula of the triangular prism, the construction of the polo field required about 130,000 cubic meters of earth. This project was huge in the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had the four-wheeled carriage, so the work that used to be the most labor-intensive had become much simpler. If they didn't have four-wheeled carriages and relied on ox carts to transport the earth, even the heir wouldn't be able to afford the cost. The weight of 1 cubic meter of earth was about 2 tons. For long-distance transportation, the carriage could carry at most 400 kilograms. 1 cubic meter of earth required 3 carriages. The four-wheeled carriage could move 1 cubic meter of earth at a time, and it was even faster. All of the earth was taken from the foot of Qinling Mountain in Hu County. The four-wheeled carriage could make 2 trips a day. With Li Wangyu's 10,000 taels of gold as construction costs, the Ministry of Works was prepared to invest in over 200 four-wheeled carriages to transport the earth. About 400 cubic meters of earth could be transported in a day, and the construction of the polo field would be completed in about a year. Li Wangyu racked his brains and even helped Pai Lupi fight against the corrupt officials in the court. Finally, the construction of the polo field could begin. After flattening the original De In and Zhaoxing workshops, the polo field officially began construction. The originally quiet south of the city became abnormally lively. Every day, there was an endless stream of carriages transporting earth from Anhuimen to the construction site of Dazhao Square. As the terracotta stands continued to rise, more and more people came to watch. Everyone was curious about what the Dazhao baseball stadium would look like after it was completed. Li Wangyu was not willing to let go of this opportunity for publicity. He actually had people draw a huge rendering of the completed polo field outside the construction site of Dazafeng. It attracted the people who saw this picture and they were all amazed. However, there was still a year before the completion of the polo field. In fact, this was quite fast for the Tang dynasty. After Li Wangyu started work again, he ran to the construction site a few times and no longer had any interest in being a supervisor. He threw all the work to the officials of the Ministry of Works and ran back to Dingzhou village to be a carefree, hands-off shopkeeper. In a flash, it was June, but the weather was getting hotter. Fortunately, with the saltpeter ice method, there was no shortage of ice in Li Wangyu's mansion. This made Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, who experienced summer without air conditioning and electric fans, feel a little better. But even so, because the buildings of the Tang dynasty were all made of wood or yellow mud, they lacked insulation. Under the summer sun, the room was still uncomfortably hot. With the weather so hot, Li Wangyu was even more lazy to go out. He almost did not want to move except when the sun set and he went out for a walk. Changqing, remember to remind me to go back and tell the officials of the Ministry of Works that they must build a swimming pool in the manor. This damn weather is really too hot. Li Wangyu desperately waved the folding fan in his hand. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of ice water, but he was still sweating from the heat. The beautiful boss rolled her eyes at him and was too lazy to speak. She was also sweating and constantly waving the fan in her hand. Zio, why is the Tang dynasty so hot? I think it's even hotter than the future. I also traveled to Shi and in the summer. How could it be so hot? It's almost 40 degrees Celsius, right? Li Wangyu weakly replied, I think so too. Now that you mention it, I remember something. I seem to have read in a book that during the Sui, Tang, and Song dynasties, China's climate seemed to have entered a warm period. The temperature rose and the average temperature was higher than that of the future. In the Tang dynasty there were 19 years of winters, but because the temperature was too high there was no snow. The beautiful boss listened to his words and became even more dispirited. She lay on the table and said weakly, Oh my God, I really want an air conditioner. Even an electric fan would be fine. Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. In your dreams. An air conditioner? Don't even think about an electric fan. Here, the hand-crank generator in the courtyard has electricity. Go and build an electric motor, then you can use an electric fan. The beautiful boss raised her head and glared at him fiercely to express her dissatisfaction. Li Wangyu chuckled. When he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly thought of something and sat up abruptly. Zio, what are you doing? Why are you so surprised? The beautiful boss asked in a bad mood. Chongqing, I think I know how to build an air conditioner. Are you crazy? You majored in e-commerce. You can't even build an electric motor for an electric fan, and you want to build an air conditioner? Li Wangyu carefully recalled the memory in his mind. After confirming that there was no mistake, he couldn't help but laugh. Ah, you don't say. I really do know how to build an air conditioner. It's very simple. Humph, I don't believe your words. Hee, then do you want to make a bet? What if I build an air conditioner for you? Seeing Li Wangyu mention a bet again, the beautiful boss couldn't help but blush. She remembered the bet from last time. Boss, stinking rogue. The beautiful boss didn't answer Li Wangyu's question, but she also didn't believe what he said. Forget it, this lord is magnanimous. I won't lower myself to your level. You wait, I'll go and build an air conditioner. Li Wangyu stood up and shouted outside the courtyard. Li Heng, prepare a horse for me. I want to go to the county seat of Hu County. Langjun, it's a hot day. If there's anything you need, you can ask the old slave or the Nyo brothers to do it. No, you won't be able to explain it clearly. I can only go by myself. Go prepare a horse. Li Heng, the old butler, was helpless. He could only ask Nyo Wu to accompany Li Wangyu to the county seat of Hu County. Seeing that Li Wangyu was actually going to build an air conditioner, the beautiful boss couldn't help but be curious. Could it be that in the Tang dynasty there was no electricity, no mechanical industry, no freon? Could Li Wangyu make an air conditioner out of thin air? Chapter 375. Li Wangyu didn't care about the hot weather. He braved the scorching sun and made a trip to Huxian County, then went to the porcelain kiln in Huxian. This old man greets county head Huxian. The manager of the kiln hurriedly came out to greet him. Li Wangyu's reputation resounded like thunder in Chang, and there was no one in Huxian County who didn't know of him. Even if they didn't recognize Li Wangyu just by looking at his precious horse and the blind Nyo Wu behind him, they knew that this young man was the famous founder of Huxian County, Li Wangyu of Dingzhou Village. Thank you, manager. I want to make a batch of porcelain. This is the pattern. Li Wangyu was too lazy to be polite. He was already sweating from running all the way here. He fanned himself with all his might and handed the pattern to the manager. The manager hurriedly took it with both hands. When he opened it, he couldn't help but be stunned. County head Huxian, you really want to burn this? How do you use it? Aha, I only have a use for it. Help me make it as soon as possible. You won't be short of money. His request was always so strange in the eyes of the Tang people. The manager of the kiln confirmed with him again and again, and after receiving a large deposit, he braced himself and agreed to deliver the finished goods to Dingzhou village in a few days. After customizing a batch of goods from the kiln, he returned to the village to find Carpenter Lu and have him make a few items for him. His beautiful superior was even more curious as she watched him busying himself. But no matter how much she asked, Li Wangyu didn't answer. He only gave her a mysterious smile and told her to wait for a good show. Several days later, the manager of the kiln led several carriages to deliver Li Wangyu's custom-made porcelain to Dingzhou village. Ever since those beggars from Chang and had come to Dingzhou village to cause trouble, there were young men patrolling the village's entrance day and night. Seeing a carriage arrive, someone naturally went up to ask for its purpose and led it to the entrance of the Li family's old residence. Li Heng opened the door and asked the manager why he had come. Thank you, sir. I'm here to deliver porcelain to Huxian Zi. These carriages of porcelain were all custom-made by Huxian Zi. Li Heng recalled that a few days ago, his Langjun had gone to the county seat of Huxian County. From that, he understood what was going on with these delivery carriages. He asked the shopkeeper to wait for a moment and asked Perrin to go to the backyard to invite Li Wangyu. Then he chuckled and picked up a piece of porcelain from the carriage to examine it. With one look, Li Heng couldn't help but be stunned. Shopkeeper, you're cooking the wrong way, right? Why doesn't this goblet have a base? Furthermore, there was such a huge hole at the bottom. How do you use it? The owner of the kiln smiled bitterly when he heard this. Sir, this is what Huxian Zi ordered. I don't know either. How is this possible? Who would make a goblet without a base and with holes at the bottom? How can this kind of cup hold wine? The old steward Li Heng didn't believe the innkeeper's words. The porcelain in his hand was indeed very similar to the wine utensils and goblets from the Tang dynasty. Goblets were very similar in style to the goblets used to drink wine in the future. They all had a wide mouth, a round body, and a base at the bottom. However, the batch of porcelain that the innkeeper sent over only had a wide top and no base at the bottom. Furthermore, there was a round hole at the bottom of the goblet. How could Li Heng believe the innkeeper's words? He only thought that the innkeeper was trying to deceive him. Just as they were arguing, Li Wangyu came out. The innkeeper hurriedly bowed to him and said in an aggrieved tone, "Hu Xianzi, this one has already finished baking the porcelain you ordered. However, your steward insisted that this one had made a mistake." This? Li Wangyu laughed and picked up a goblet to inspect it. He nodded in satisfaction. "There's no mistake. This is the porcelain I wanted to bake." Li Heng settled the accounts with the innkeeper. When Li Heng heard his Langjun say this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "Langjun, this is the utensils you're going to bake? What's the use of these utensils? How do you use them to serve wine?" He still thought that these porcelain utensils were wine utensils, so he was completely confused by Li Wangyu's words. At this moment, his beautiful superior also came out with Aphrodite. When she saw the porcelain in the carriage, she was also puzzled. "Zio, what are you making?" She had never seen such porcelain in the future, so she couldn't figure out what Li Wangyu was trying to do. Li Wangyu laughed. "It's an air conditioner. Have you forgotten about it?" The beautiful superior was speechless. A black crow flew over her head. "This is an air conditioner? Are you kidding me?" Aphrodite looked puzzled. "Langjun, what's an air conditioner?" Li Wangyu winked at the teenage version of Angelina Jolie. "It's something that can cool down indoors." "Langjun, you're not lying to me? These things can really cool down indoors?" Aphrodite didn't believe it either. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just asked Li Heng to collect the goods and ordered someone to inform Carpenter Lu that he could bring the goods over. Not long after, Carpenter Lu brought his 3 sons to the Li family's old mansion with a cart full of goods. The beautiful superior and the old butler Li Heng couldn't understand what they brought. The thin wooden planks that looked like windows and doors were full of holes. The beautiful superior couldn't be bothered to ask further. She patiently watched how Li Wangyu was going to use these things to make an air conditioner. Li Wangyu instructed Carpenter Lu's family to carefully install the exposed goblets on the wooden planks one by one. The holes on the wooden planks that Carpenter Lu brought were the same size as the holes on the bottom of the goblets. After inserting the goblets on the wooden planks, they covered the joints with cement and glued the two together tightly. Soon, the wooden planks filled with rows of goblets were completed. It was a very simple process. Li Wangyu smiled and asked Carpenter Lu to remove the windows in the central room in the front yard and install the wooden planks. He then covered the central room that didn't have a door with the wooden planks. "Okay, it's done." "Zio, that's it? And then?" The beautiful superior was speechless. What kind of air conditioner was this? "And then? Then we just have to wait for the room to cool down," Li Wangyu said matter-of-factly. The beautiful superior was completely confused. "That's it? Changing the doors and windows with these strange things could cool down the room?" Li Wangyu smirked. "It's scary how uncultured you are. This is an ecological air conditioner. It can lower the room's temperature by several degrees." The beautiful superior didn't even bother to roll her eyes. She wouldn't believe Li Wangyu even if she was beaten to death. He was purely fooling a fool. But something surprising happened. When the beautiful superior entered the central room again, she was shocked to find that the central room, which was originally as hot as a steamer, was now slightly cooler. The temperature inside and outside the room was just as Li Wangyu said. There was an obvious difference, at least a few degrees. The beautiful superior couldn't help but be curious. Just as she was about to ask Li Wangyu for an explanation, she saw him instructing Carpenter Lu's family to start working in the courtyard again. Chapter 376. What Li Wangyu came up with really gave his beautiful superior a pleasant surprise. Although she didn't understand why, she could clearly sense that the temperature in the room had dropped. Meanwhile, Li Wangyu got busy again as he instructed Carpenter Lu's family to use bamboo tubes to draw water from the backyard. Ever since Carpenter Lu had helped him renovate his house, the Li family's old house had always had clear spring water flowing into it through bamboo tubes all year round. Originally, the spring water was just connected to the water storage jar in the backyard to serve as tap water. At this time, Li Wangyu asked them to continue grafting the bamboo pipes, guiding the cool mountain spring water through the bamboo pipes to the roofs of every house in the old mansion. When Li Zhou was still alive, he had renovated the old house and replaced all the roofs with tiles. The spring water that was drawn to the roofs of every house by the bamboo tubes flowed down from the roofs. And Li Wangyu had already asked Carpenter Lu to renovate the eaves of every house in the old house. He still used bamboo to split it into two to form two semicircular water troughs, and drilled many small holes under the bamboo for the water to leak. In this way, the spring water flowed out of the bamboo tubes on the roofs and flowed down the tiles to the bamboo troughs under the eaves before dripping down through the small holes. For a moment, it was as if a water curtain had been hung in front of every house in the Li family's old house. His beautiful superior's eyes lit up when she saw this. Naturally, she understood the simple physics of using the principle of evaporation to lower the temperature. The actual effect was the same. The Li family's old house that Li Wangyu had turned into a water curtain cave instantly became abnormally cool and refreshing. His beautiful superior even added an extra layer of clothing for herself after staying in the house with Avro for too long. This made Li Wangyu a little depressed. Did he go overboard? The hot weather of the Tang dynasty was famous in history books. Li Bai once described the summer of the Tang dynasty in a poem, "When the Wu buffaloes are panting for the moon, why bother towing boats?" It meant that the water buffaloes of Wu were so unbearably hot that they regarded the moon as the sun at night. Even the water buffaloes were so hot, not to mention the boat trackers. Du Fu also complained about the hot weather in his poem, "The 6th day of the 7th month is so hot that it can't be eaten temporarily." It was so hot that they couldn't even eat rice. One could imagine how high the temperature was. And the hot weather of the Tang dynasty also made the clothes of the Tang dynasty's women even lighter, thinner, and translucent. Due to the hot weather these days, be it his beautiful superior, Aphrodite, Palon, or even the 4 maidservants in the residence, they were all dressed so skimpily that Li Wangyu couldn't help but stare at them. This was especially true for Avro, whose sexy figure and thin clothes made Li Wangyu feel a kind of torment and torture, but he couldn't bear to look away. Because of this, his beautiful superior got jealous several times and pinched Li Wangyu's waist more and more skillfully. After Li Wangyu's renovation, the Li family's old house was indeed cooler, but the scenery of the mountains was much less beautiful, which made him feel very regretful. Staying in the cool room, his beautiful superior regained her composure and was in the mood to boil water in the red peat stove and brew a cup of fragrant tea to taste. While brewing the tea, she asked Li Wangyu curiously, "Wangyu, how did you manage to cool down the temperature with those weird ceramics you made? It's really amazing." "Haha, it's your fault for not reading the news online." Li Wangyu said proudly, "I saw it in the news that because the weather in Bangladesh was hot, the locals couldn't afford to buy air conditioners. So someone invented this kind of ecological air conditioner. And now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression of it. They made it out of beverage bottles, right?" "That's right, it was cut out of beverage bottles and inserted into thick cardboard. But the Tang dynasty didn't have plastic bottles for me to use, so I went to the kiln to custom make these ceramics." Li Wangyu's explanation made the beautiful boss suddenly come to a realization. She had also seen such news in the future, but she just looked at it as an interesting anecdote and didn't pay much attention to it. So when Li Wangyu came up with this thing, she didn't think of it. Li Wangyu's so-called air conditioner was indeed made by a company in Bangladesh in the future. After using this kind of ecological air conditioner, the temperature in the room could quickly drop by about 5 degrees. The principle was also quite simple, which was that pressure would cool the air. When one opened their mouth, the air they exhaled would be hot, but when one pouted, the air they exhaled would be cold. This was the principle. When the hot air entered through the wide bottle and was blown out through the narrow mouth of the bottle, the temperature of the air would drop due to the pressure. It was a very simple physical principle, but it was quite effective in an era without electricity and air conditioning. The ecological air conditioner and the continuous water curtain from the roof made the summer in the Li family's old house extremely refreshing. Li Wangyu didn't only care about himself. He custom-made a lot of porcelain bottles with 2 transparent ends at the kiln. After confirming that the ecological air conditioner was really effective, he asked Carpenter Lu to replace all the houses in the village with this kind of thing. This kind of ecological air conditioner that used physical principles to lower the temperature was terrifyingly cheap. Even if those porcelain bottles were specially made by Li Wangyu at the kiln, it only cost 100 copper coins to make the ecological air conditioner needed by a family. This small amount of money was not even a drop in the ocean for Li Wangyu, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy. However, although he didn't spend a lot of money, the effect was unusually significant. The old houses in Dingzhou village were mostly made of yellow mud and had thatched roofs. This kind of house didn't have any insulation, and it was as hot as a sauna in the summer. When Carpenter Lu brought his 3 sons over to change their windows and doors, the villagers were all baffled. They didn't understand what the county magistrate was doing. What were those porcelain bottles inserted into the wooden boards for? Carpenter Lu didn't explain, only saying that it was Hu Xian's orders. With Li Wangyou's current prestige in Dingzhou village, let alone changing their strange windows and doors, even if he wanted to tear down their houses, the villagers wouldn't have any objections. They might even help tear down the houses. However, when these ecological air conditioners were changed, everyone immediately noticed a difference. The originally stuffy and hot houses were actually much cooler. This discovery made the villagers go wild with joy, but they didn't understand why. Just by changing a strange window and door panel, such a miraculous thing could happen? The ancient people of the Tang dynasty naturally didn't have the concept of air conditioners. Therefore, the villagers who originally stubbornly believed that Li Wangyu was a literary star who had descended to the mortal world were now even more certain. If it wasn't an immortal item that could change the temperature, then what could it be? This was clearly the work of an immortal. It must be that Hu Xian's son couldn't bear to see us suffer from this heat, so he borrowed the immortal power of the heavens to send us this immortal item to make the house so cool. Therefore, the villagers of Dingzhou village who were already patrolling every day became even more nervous about their treasured, immortal item, fearing that it would be stolen by thieves. Under the arrangement of the old village chief, more villagers patrolled the entrance of Dingzhou village and all over the village. Chapter 377. Let's not talk about the old villager and the others. They are racking their brains to protect their treasures. After Li Wangyu solved the problem of the summer heat, there is a new problem in front of Li Wangyu. That is, there are too many mosquitoes. Speaking of which, the Tangs had all sorts of ways to drive mosquitoes away, the most direct being through smoke. Weave wormwood and mugwort into straw ropes, dry them in the sun and set them on fire. The unique smell of the ropes could drive away mosquitoes. While the mosquitoes could be driven away, Li Wangyu felt like he was about to be suffocated by the smell. The smell of wormwood and mugwort was really unpleasant, and the smoke was too strong. However, between being bitten by mosquitoes and the unpleasant smell, Li Wangyu had no choice but to choose the unpleasant smell. Although the smell could drive away the mosquitoes indoors, he still couldn't avoid being bitten by mosquitoes when he went out, which was very distressing. In particular, Li Wangyu and Avro were particularly popular with mosquitoes. Li Wangyu wasn't used to wearing a perfume pouch. He always felt that it was too girly for a man to carry a perfume pouch around all the time. Every time he saw that old hooligan Qing Yaojin also wearing a perfume pouch and emitting a fragrant scent, Li Wangyu would be speechless. This bearded, dark-faced man also used a perfume pouch. It was really hard to look at him straight in the eye. Apart from being used for incense, the perfume pouches of the Tang dynasty also had the effect of repelling mosquitoes. However, for some reason mosquitoes still liked to bite Avro, this European beauty, even when she wore a perfume pouch. Husband, it's so annoying. Why do these mosquitoes keep biting me? Avro pouted in annoyance as she gently scratched her arm where the mosquitoes had bitten her. Haha, that means mosquitoes like beauties just like me. Li Wangyu flirted with this little beauty of his. His words elicited a smile from Avro's beautiful eyes. Her sexy and seductive body trembled with laughter while her voluptuous breasts stood proudly in front of Li Wangyu's eyes. Li Wangyu was so aroused that he almost wanted to leap onto the roof and howl at the moon. The beautiful boss naturally saw his pig brother appearance and snorted discontentedly. Humph, blood-sucking mosquitoes are female mosquitoes, are you also a female? Li Wangyu choked on her words and couldn't say anything for a long time. After the beautiful boss rebuked him, she proudly stood up and walked out of the house, twisting her slender waist. When she passed by Li Wangyu suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped his beautiful superior's butt. Ah! Suddenly being attacked, the beautiful boss exclaimed and reached out to cover her plump buttocks. Her pretty face suddenly turned crimson, and her eyes were full of shyness. The goddess that Li Wangyu was used to seeing was completely gone, and was replaced by shyness. Cough cough that. Li Wangyu was also shocked and stuttered as he swallowed his saliva for a long time, feeling extremely embarrassed. Where am I? Where am I? What did I do? Li Wangyu hadn't retracted his evil hand yet, and it was raised in the air awkwardly. He didn't know why he was so bold just now to actually have the guts to slap his beautiful superiors, but would he be directly KO'd by his furious beautiful superior? Damn it, what should I do now? I'm very anxious, waiting online for an answer. The beautiful boss didn't expect Li Wangyu to be so bold, and her face turned red, but she didn't say anything for a long time. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, before the beautiful boss let out a soft moan and turned to run out of the door. Avro, on the other hand, covered her sexy red lips and snickered. It was rare to see Sister Chongqing like this. As for her Lang Jun, she didn't expect him to be so bold either. After a long time, Li Wangyu retracted his hand in the air in embarrassment. Yes, he had to admit that it felt really good to the touch just now. That elasticity made Li Wangyu's nose start to itch again. He glared at Avro, who was snickering at the side, and pretended to be tough. What are you laughing at? If you're disobedient, I'll also serve you according to the family rules. However, Avro wasn't moved by his behavior. Instead, she propped her hands on the table and leaned over to Li Wangyu. She stared at Li Wangyu with a pair of beautiful and pure blue eyes and said coquettishly, "Langjun, was I disobedient just now?" When she leaned over, her full breasts were exposed and Li Wangyu's soul was almost hooked. At this moment, Li Wangyu's mind was filled with the slogan of Wangwang milk in the future. Look again, and I'll eat you up. This little vixen, I can't afford to offend her. Li Wangyu also got up and fled. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer he would really turn into a beast. This teenage version of Angelina Jolie wasn't even 16 years old yet. She was just an underage loli, yet she dared to provoke him like this. How embarrassing. Li Wangyu's heart was beating very fast. He couldn't help but look up and let out a long howl. He ran to the bathroom to take a cold shower to calm himself down. Seeing her husband in such a sorry state, Aphrodite couldn't help but laugh. After Li Wangyu left, she smiled sweetly. Ever since Li Wangyu brought her back from the barbarian tavern, Avro's heart had long been tied to him. In particular, that night in the barbarian tavern, Avro was honest with Li Wangyu when he was drunk and had long regarded herself as Li Wangyu's woman. She was thousands of miles away from her hometown and probably wouldn't be able to return in this lifetime. Avro had long regarded Li Wangyu as her everything. Li Wangyu's escape didn't make Avro sad at all. Instead, after Li Wangyu left, she became shy and her eyes were filled with love and shyness. She didn't mind sharing her Longjuan's love with other women as long as he didn't let her down. After taking a cold shower, Li Wangyu finally suppressed the lust in his heart. However, the annoying buzzing of mosquitoes flew past his ears again. Damn mosquitoes. Li Wangyu muttered and reached out to chase away the mosquitoes a few times. However, he suddenly slapped his thigh. How could he have forgotten about something as good as toilet water? Now that he had brewed a high degree of white wine, he could extract alcohol from it by adding quicklime and distilling it. Alcohol was a good thing and had many uses. Not only could it be used to disinfect, but it could also be used to brew toilet water. If a beautiful woman wanted it, it could even be used to make perfume. As for distilling alcohol into toilet water, it couldn't be any simpler. When he was young, the villagers wouldn't spend money to buy 6 gods. His grandfather had used fresh mint leaves to brew it. After soaking the mint leaves in alcohol for a period of time, the alcohol would turn emerald green. After adding 10 times the amount of water, it could be used. It was excellent for repelling mosquitoes and relieving itches. It wasn't inferior to 6 gods' toilet water at all. At the thought of this, Li Wangyu immediately ran to find Li Heng and asked him to prepare quicklime and distilling equipment for him. He was going to start making toilet water tonight. He happened to have the distilling equipment he used to brew wine at home, so he naturally didn't lack alcohol. Ever since the brewery started producing alcohol, there were countless jars of good wine in his warehouse. As for mint, it was even more convenient. He instructed Niu Wu to go to the hillside behind the Li family's old residence and pick a handful. They were all over the mountain and were no different from weeds. When the beautiful woman saw Li Wangyu messing around at home in the middle of the night, she was curious about what he was up to. When she came over and asked, she found out that he was going to make toilet water. Toilet water was good stuff. Chapter 378. Li Wangyu was the kind of person who would do whatever he wanted. When he thought of toilet water, he didn't even want to wait for a night and directly pulled everyone in the mansion to work overnight. Fortunately, everything was complete and it wasn't difficult to make. Only when it came to purifying the alcohol, because there was no reference, he didn't dare to taste it directly with his tongue. He wasn't sure how much alcohol he extracted was. However, this wasn't important. In any case, it wouldn't affect making toilet water or even disinfecting wounds. Li Wangyu felt that it shouldn't be a problem. Everyone was busy for more than 2 hours before they finally tossed out a few bottles of alcohol. Li Wangyu put the washed mint leaves into a porcelain bottle and soaked it in alcohol. After a few days there would be toilet water to use. Wangyu, do you know how to make mosquito coils? The beautiful boss thought of mosquito coils and asked. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only helplessly spread out his hands. He wasn't Doraemon who knew how to do everything. He only knew that mosquito coils were made of wood powder and some chemical materials, but he didn't know how to make them. In any case, using wormwood and mugwort to drive away mosquitoes had the same effect. If he tried to make mosquito coils himself, it might not have the same effect. Naturally, he was too lazy to bother. In addition, mosquito nets had been used in China since ancient times. Now that the Li family didn't lack money, the mosquito nets in the mansion were all replaced with silk nets made of silk. They didn't have to worry about mosquitoes disturbing them when they slept. Changqing, now that we have alcohol, do you want to make a few bottles of perfume? Li Wangyu thought of perfume and felt that the beautiful boss would like it. Therefore he asked this question. Sure enough, when he asked this question, the beautiful boss's eyes lit up. She asked in surprise, Wangyu, you know how to make perfume? As the white-boned spirit of the later generations who didn't like perfume. Even if there were perfume sachets and incense in the Tang dynasty, they couldn't compare to perfume. In the later generations, there was a saying that perfume was a woman's most intimate lover. A woman's elegance and beauty, perfume was the best partner. Perfume was also the second skin of beauties in the later generations. It was the interpretation of a beauty's mood. It could be mysterious, refreshing, flirtatious, or shy. The beautiful boss naturally loved perfume, and Li Wangyu was also clear about this. In his previous life, his first impression of a beautiful female boss was when he was sitting in the corridor of the HR department, waiting for an interview. A beautiful female boss in a smart suit walked past him, bringing with her a burst of fragrance. It was a woman's fragrance, an unforgettable perfume. Li Wangyu firmly remembered the back of his beautiful boss. Now, the two of them had somehow traveled back 1,000 years and returned to the Tang dynasty to rely on each other. In the deepest part of Li Wangyu's memory, there was still that rich fragrance. Li Wangyu awkwardly rubbed his nose in front of his extremely excited beautiful superior's stunning face. I don't know how to extract the essential oil from perfume, but I do know a simple way to make perfume. The effect should be okay. If you don't mind, I can give it a try. The beautiful boss naturally didn't mind. She nodded repeatedly with a face full of expectation. Li Wangyu knew that the traditional way to make plant essential oil in the later generations was to put flower petals in a copper pot and steam them with fire. Just like distilling wine, the essential oil of the flower petals was released with the steam and condensed through a bamboo pipe connected to the copper pot. However, knowing was one thing and whether or not he could do it was another matter. First of all, making plant essential oil in this way required a lot of flower petals. About 8 tons of flower petals were needed to extract 1 kilogram of rose essential oil. In the Tang dynasty, there were no fields dedicated to planting flowers. Li Wangyu had no place to collect so many flowers. Secondly, he only knew the general idea. Extracting essential oil wasn't so simple. He might have experimented countless times but still couldn't really extract the essential oil. Therefore, Li Wangyu didn't intend to waste any effort. He knew a very simple way to make perfume. Collect the flower petals, wash them and dry them. Then mash them and soak them in a solution made from alcohol and distilled water for a day or two. Then filter out the residue of the petals and leave behind the perfume. The natural perfume made in this way had a short shelf life. Usually it could only be stored for about a month. However, it was simple and convenient. Moreover, it had no harmful ingredients. Although it couldn't be compared to the Chanel No. 5 used by the beautiful boss in the later generations, it was definitely better than the inferior perfume made from synthetic essential oil. To win the favor of the beauty, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't be stingy. Early the next morning he personally led Niu Wu to Mount Shouyang to pick flowers. At this time, azaleas were the most abundant on Mount Shouyang. There were also many wild peonies. Li Wangyu intended to pick some petals and experiment. If it was successful, he planned to send people to Chang and city to collect osmanthus, jasmine and cherry blossom petals. In any case, the mansion didn't lack money. Spending some money to make perfume for his woman was reasonable. As for selling the perfume and the toilet water, Li Wangyu and the beautiful boss didn't intend to do so. The main reason was that the mansion didn't lack money now. Several of the family's businesses were flourishing and making a lot of money every day. It didn't matter how much money they had. Even if they were the richest man in the Tang dynasty, it didn't seem to be of any use. It was easy to be targeted by Pai Lupi. In this era, money couldn't buy a private jet or a yacht. Those rich families kept countless concubines. Although Li Wangyu envied them, he could only think about it. How could there be a place for other women in the family? Therefore, after paying off the debt, and the mansion's treasury was filled with money, Li Wangyu became tired. His previous desire to make money completely disappeared. Moreover, his handmade toilet water and perfume had a short shelf life. It wasn't suitable for sale. Li Wangyu only planned to make some after the experiment was successful. It would be great to give them away as gifts. Now that he had entered the Tang dynasty's influential class, although he didn't intend to intervene in the imperial court, it was necessary for him to have a good relationship with the big shots in the imperial court. At this time, he naturally didn't think that he would cause a lot of trouble because of giving gifts. This was a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. A few days later, the perfume was finished. Li Wangyu found a fine white cotton cloth to replace the gauze. He carefully filtered the alcohol solution used to soak the flower petals several times. Then he poured the filtered perfume into a small, exquisite porcelain bottle that he bought in Shi City. The first bottle of perfume in the Tang dynasty was finished. The beautiful boss took the perfume bottle full of expectation. She couldn't wait to open the porcelain bottle's cork. A strong azalea fragrance came out. She carefully dripped a few drops of perfume on her white neck, wrists, and hair. After closing the porcelain bottle's cork, the beautiful boss gracefully spread her sleeves in front of Li Wangyu and turned around. The air was suddenly filled with a fresh floral fragrance. Beautiful, fragrant body. Li Wangyu couldn't help but think of a poem in his mind. A beauty is enough to topple a city, but the fragrance is more affectionate. Chapter 379. He had to admit that Li Wangyu's self-made perfume was very successful. At the very least, his beautiful boss was quite satisfied with it. Although the perfume made from alcohol didn't have the same strong fragrance as the essential oils, it was naturally refreshing. When she transmigrated from the future, she had a bottle of perfume in her bag. However, she had already used it up in the past few months and only had an empty bottle left now. The perfume that Li Wangyu made could be poured back into her perfume bottle. At the very least, the spray nozzle on the perfume bottle couldn't be made in the Tang dynasty. Giving Li Wangyu a satisfied look, the beautiful boss casually swept away all the perfume bottles with her sleeves. "Langjun, what's this? Smells so good. Smells so good. It smells like azaleas." Aphrodite reached out and hugged Li Wangyu's arm, her expression clearly saying, "I want it too." This little girl's body condition was really too good. Li Wangyu immediately felt that his arms had actually sunk into two soft lumps of skin. "Ah, Aphrodite, let go first." Li Wangyu stuttered and tried to pull his arm out in a panic, only to be hugged even tighter by Aphrodite. "No, Langjun, you haven't told me what Sister Changqing uses." Aphrodite wasn't willing to let go. The awkward expression on Li Wangyu's face only made her cling even tighter to Li Wangyu until she was almost hanging onto his arm. Li Wangyu was embarrassed and his body stiffened. "Perfume, that's perfume. If you like it, I'll make more for you. Let go of me first." It wasn't that Li Wangyu was a calm man. The reason why he was so nervous was because he was wary of Aphrodite's age. A 15-year-old girl was still a junior high school student in the future. No matter how horny and beastly he was, he couldn't do anything indescribable with Aphrodite. But the more he was like this, the more Aphrodite liked to tease him. Especially when her beautiful boss wasn't around, this European girl would become even more aggressive, often making Li Wangyu embarrassed. "Then you can't lie to me, Langjun." Avro finally let go of Li Wangyu's arm after getting Li Wangyu's guarantee. Her bold actions caused the little girl, Perrin, to be extremely displeased. She pouted her little mouth and scoffed coldly. She then softly spat out, "Shameless vixen." Afro naturally heard Perrin's words, but she didn't care at all. Instead, she secretly stuck out her tongue at Perrin and made a funny face. This made Perrin stomp her feet in anger. She turned around and complained to her beautiful boss. Li Wangyu pretended that he didn't see their little actions. Li Wangyu naturally knew that Perrin had feelings for him, but he could only pretend that he didn't know. After all, this girl was only 12 or 13 years old. He didn't want to really be some perverted beast. The Tangs usually got married very early. When Empress Zhang's son married Pai Lupi, she was only Perrin's age and was basically a lowly. Li Wangyu could only express his disdain for this. In the future, Pai Lupi's behavior would take at least 3 years. If his beautiful boss had such an attitude like Aphrodite's, Li Wangyu would probably have turned into a wolf and done indescribable things. However, in the future his beautiful boss only had a good impression of Li Wangyu. It had only been 3 or 4 months since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Even though the two of them were together day in and day out, their relationship had gradually warmed up. But as the white-boned spirit of the future, coupled with the fact that she had a knot in her heart, she wouldn't be like Aphrodite, who hated that she couldn't skin herself and send herself to Li Wangyu's bed. Therefore, if Li Wangyu wanted to succeed in his revolution, he had to continue working hard. The reason why a goddess was that she wasn't so easily captured by mortals. At the very least, he couldn't make his beautiful boss undress for him just by making a few bottles of perfume and saying some vulgar words of love. Li Wangyu worked hard to make the perfume and toilet water, which won the beauty's smile. But after 2 days of peace, a group of bandits came to the residence, making him miserable. This matter started with the 2 little traitors, Li Qingqian and Li Tai. Ever since Li Wangyu renovated his house, the originally unbearably hot summer wasn't so unbearable anymore. It could even be said that it was rather comfortable. Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie, the 3 little ones, came to Dingzhou village as usual to learn from Li Wangyu. Now, every time they came to Dingzhou village, it was the happiest thing for Li Qingqian and Li Tai. Because of this, the 2 little ones complained to Li Wangyu many times that they could only come to Dingzhou village once every 5 days, which was really too little. It would be better if they could come to Dingzhou village every day. They even glorified it by saying that they would follow their teacher around and serve their teacher to respect him. In this regard, Li Wangyu saw through the sinister intentions of these 2 little brats at a glance. What serving their teacher? They just wanted to play with the brats in the village every day. How could Li Wangyu be willing? Naturally, he mercilessly rejected them. Although being the imperial tutor of the crown prince seemed very glorious, how tiring was it to be the king of the children? Coming once every 5 days was already very troublesome for him. If it wasn't for Pai Lupi's threat, he wouldn't even bother to be the crown prince's imperial tutor. Today the 3 little ones arrived at Dingzhou village in a carriage. They felt a cool breeze as soon as they entered the Li family's old residence. Li Qingqian looked at the curtain of water flowing down from the Li family's central room and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Although he was the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, he had never seen such a situation in his family's residence. The little fatty, Li Tai, even foolishly raised his head to look at the sky to see if it was raining or not. "Teacher, did you cast an immortal spell on this residence? Why would it fall into the water under the eaves?" Li Wangyu unhappily patted Li Qingqian's head. "You 2 little idiots, this is spring water from the back of the mountain. I had someone use a bamboo pipe to bring it to the roof." "What's the use of it?" "To lower the temperature." After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he walked into the central room with his hands behind his back. The 3 little ones hurriedly followed behind him. After entering the central room, the 3 little ones discovered that the room was unusually cool, without any trace of summer heat. Even Li Qingqian and Li Lizzie couldn't help but shiver because of the great temperature difference between the inside and outside. Li Wangyu was afraid that the 3 little ones would catch a cold, so he thoughtfully asked Perrin to bring them some clothes to put on. The 3 little ones sat in the cool room eating ice cream and drinking cold drinks. They felt that the days of immortals were just like this. "Teacher, your residence is even more comfortable than the palace. These days the palace is unbearably hot. Even mother and father can't rest well." Li Qingqian swallowed a mouthful of ice cream with difficulty. He had eaten too much. When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but pat his own head. He had only thought about installing ecological air conditioners for the villagers of Dingzhou village, but he had forgotten to flatter Pai Lupi. He had miscalculated, truly miscalculated. Chapter 380. Under Li Wangyu's reminder, he finally realized that he had forgotten to flatter the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This was a mistake. He had even neglected elders like Yu Shernan who cared about him. He really shouldn't have done that. There were also those rich playboys. How could he have forgotten about those rich playboys? There were also Yang Quan, Lu Xiao, and the others from the Hu County government. Fatty Cho Kuan, shopkeeper's son from Sunji bookstore, and the others. These were all friends. How could he only care about himself and not think about the others? Li Wangyu blamed himself. He hurriedly had Niu Wu ride a horse to the Hu County government to inform the shopkeeper of the kiln to make another batch. However, after some calculations he realized that the amount of porcelain that needed to be made was quite large. Changing a window would require more than 40 specially made porcelain bottles. Changing a door would require more than 100 porcelain bottles. How many palaces were there in the imperial palace? Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and the other big shots also had many rooms, not to mention Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Fang Shenling, and Zhang Sun Wuji. Now that he knew a lot of big shots in the imperial court, the demand for this ecological air conditioner was really high. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu helplessly shook his head. He simply ordered Niu Wu to bring enough gold and inform the shopkeeper of the kiln. For the next few days he didn't need to do anything else. He just needed to focus on making porcelain bottles for him. He temporarily took over the shopkeeper's kiln. As for the wooden planks needed for the ecological air conditioner, he couldn't rely on Carpenter Lu. Even if the old man and his 3 sons worked themselves to death, they probably wouldn't be able to make much. Li Wangyu pondered for a while and simply had Li Heng accompany Niu Wu to the Hu County government to ask Yang Quan for help. He asked Yang Quan to find craftsmen in Hu County to help him process the wooden planks. After arranging these trivial matters, Li Wangyu waited for the porcelain bottles to be made at the kiln. Then he would send these ecological air conditioners to Chang, and as gifts. But before he could deliver the gift, a group of uninvited guests came knocking on his door. On the second day after Li Qingqian and Li Tai returned to Chang, and Pai Lupi led a group of bandit dukes to Dingzhou village in a mighty manner. Li Wangyu was shocked by the murderous look of Pai Lupi and Cheng Yaojin. What were they trying to do? Are you here to fight me to the death? It was still early in the morning and today was not the day off. Did Pai Lupi and these big shots not go to court often? Zio, why didn't you think of giving the good stuff to your uncle and aunt? He really deserved a beating. If Cheng Qian and Qing Ke had not returned to inform us, we would still be kept in the dark by you. Pai Lupi didn't wait for Li Wangyu to open his mouth and scolded him. Li Wangyu was so angry that his teeth itched. Those two little traitors, little bastards. They ate and drank well in their own home and they enjoyed themselves enough. How dare they turn around and sell me out? Li Wangyu secretly made up his mind. The next time Li Qingqian and Li Tai came, he would definitely let them have a taste of his power as a teacher. Copying the epigraph of my shack 100 times was a good idea. Naturally, he knew what Pai Lupi was referring to. It was the ecological air conditioner that he had invented. Yesterday, he had specially explained the principles of the ecological air conditioner to Li Qingqian and Li Tai in detail. It was like a science lesson for them. Li Wangyu also shamelessly told them that the ecological air conditioner was called the air conditioning window, and that he had painstakingly researched it. Because of this, his beautiful superior rolled her eyes. She couldn't bear to see him being so shameless. But she didn't think that these two little bastards would be so quick to talk. As soon as they returned to the palace, they went to find Pai Lupi to present the treasure. As a result, the Pai Lupi who had been suffering from the scorching heat for the past few days, even stopped attending court. He directly led a group of court officials to Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu hurriedly explained. It would not be a good thing if the head of the Tang dynasty held a grudge against him. Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm just experimenting with it. Once the effect is good, I'm going to present it to you. Just as he finished speaking, Qing Yaojin, who was at the side, was dissatisfied again. His furry black face came over, and his saliva was about to spray on his face. Brat, where's mine? You actually have the heart to let your Uncle Cheng suffer from the scorching heat. Are you itching for a beating? If you don't hand over that air conditioning window today, I won't leave. Uncle Cheng, how could little nephew forget you? Hee, there is. Little nephew has also prepared some for your residence. However, the air conditioning window is still being fired, and it can't be completed in a short time. At most, little nephew will personally send it to Uncle Cheng's residence in 2 or 3 days. As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, he felt a stab of pain on his back. He turned his head and saw Fang Shenling, Du Ruhui Zhangsun Wuji, and other big shots looking at him with murderous eyes. How could he not understand the meaning of these big shots? He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Everyone, I've also prepared something for your residence. Once the craftsmen are done, I'll send it to you. Li Wangyu's tactful appearance made these big shots nod in satisfaction. The crowd did not need Li Wangyu to call them, and they consciously poured into the Li family's old residence. As soon as they entered the gate, everyone noticed the curtain of water that kept flowing down from the roof. Because of the flowing water, the courtyard was obviously cooler than outside the courtyard. The pattering sound of the water added a bit of elegance to the residence. Pai Lupi naturally saw the bamboo tube on the roof and could not help but say enviously, Zio, you found a good place for your residence. It's backed by the mountains and cooled by the spring water. It's not easy. The big shots were also quite envious, but there was nothing they could do. After all, their residences were in Chang and city. They could not rely on manpower to transport the well water to the roof, could they? Pai Lupi, Fang Shenling, and other big shots naturally would not do such a stupid thing to relieve the summer heat. However, this method of relieving the summer heat at the expense of manpower was really done by some people. It was recorded in the records of Feng's family that Wang Bei, a powerful minister of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, built a pavilion that would reign in his residence in Taiping Square on the west street of Chang'an City. On the eaves of this pavilion, water flowed in all directions. Living in the pavilion in midsummer was as cool as late autumn, but outside the pavilion was still unbearably hot. The pavilion made people feel the difference between ice and fire. In Chang'an City, to make the pavilion like rain, there was no other way except to transport the well water up and pour it out by manpower. In fact, in the Qinling Mountains, there was also a summer palace of the royal family, Cuiwei Palace. Cuiwei Palace was not far from Dingzhou village. It was in the Yellow Valley of the Qinling Mountains, also known as the Royal Valley. It was 70 miles away from Chang and city and 40 miles away from Dingzhou village. It could be reached in less than an hour by horse. These days, because Empress Jiangsun was pregnant, she could not stand the heat in Chang and city and was ready to go to Cuiwei Palace to relieve the summer heat. Pai Lupi was reluctant to leave his wife. After hearing that Li Wangyu had made a magic device to relieve the summer heat, he came to Dingzhou village early in the morning, intending to see if the air conditioning window was really effective. After all, Empress Jiangsun had been pregnant for 8 months and was about to give birth. Pai Lupi did not want his wife to go to the summer palace at this time. Chapter 381. After figuring out the purpose of Pai Lupi's visit, Li Wangyu naturally needed to show Pai Lupi as well as the group of dukes and bandits the effects of the ecological air conditioner. The houses in his residence all had flowing water to cool them down, so it was not easy to see the effects of the ecological air conditioner. Li Wangyu simply led Pai Lupi and the group of bigwigs out of his residence and into the village. Nowadays, everyone in Dingzhou village had ecological air conditioners installed in their homes. Li Wangyu randomly found a house and after greeting it, he led Pai Lupi and the group of dukes into the thatched huts built with yellow soil to tour. This feeling was very strange, just like a tour group in the future. Li Wangyu felt that he was just short of raising a little red flag while Pai Lupi and the rest were short of a little Red Riding Hood. Although the owner of the manor did not recognize Pai Lupi and the rest, he could tell that Pai Lupi and the rest were nobles just by looking at their gorgeous clothes and the expensive accessories on their waists. Naturally, they did not dare to be rash and retreated to the side without saying a word. Although they were not happy, they allowed the nobles to point fingers at their treasures. "Oh, this house is really much cooler." Qing Yaojin noticed this when he entered the thatched hut. He pointed at the window and said in surprise, "Gentlemen, when you come to the window, the wind that blows in is actually cold. It's really amazing. Boy, how did you do it? Could it be that there really is an immortal technique?" It was no wonder that Qing Yaojin was surprised. It was really difficult to make the Tang people understand the principles of physics. The same was true for the ecological air conditioner. When the natural wind from the outside blew through the porcelain bottles with big mouths and small mouths, due to the principle of air compression, it could quickly cool down the originally hot air. Of course, there was a prerequisite, which was that there must be wind blowing in. Traditional houses in Wuxia paid attention to the front and back of the house to form convection, which was the wind passing through the hall. However, the wind itself was just the flow of gas and would not cool down. On a hot summer day, even the wind blowing on the body was hot, so it was very uncomfortable. However, Li Wangyu's ecological air conditioner could instantly cool down the temperature of the room when the hot air passed through the porcelain bottle. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't explain this kind of physical principle to Pai Lupi and the others. He could only vaguely reply, "Uncle Cheng, you must be joking. I don't have any celestial magic. It's just a method of investigating objects. It's the same principle as water moving a water wheel." After visiting the cottages of the Zhou village's villagers and truly feeling the effect of the air conditioning window, not only was Qing Yaojin not happy, but he also impolitely slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder. "You rascal, all the houses in your manor have air conditioning windows. Why didn't you think of your uncles?" If it wasn't for the bad reputation, Qing Yaojin would have taken the air conditioning windows installed in the thatched houses in the village and taken them away. He was a dignified duke, but every night he couldn't sleep because of the heat. Unexpectedly, he was not as comfortable as the villagers of Zhou village. It was really annoying. Hee, Uncle Cheng, these are experimental products. They're very rough. How can they enter Uncle Cheng's eyes?" Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly. At the same time, he made up his mind to inform Yang Quan later and ask the craftsman to make the wooden base more beautiful. In addition, the porcelain at the entrance of the kiln couldn't be so simple and elegant without any decorations. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Fortunately, these ecological air conditioners were installed in the village. In order to rush the work, Carpenter Lu casually used the wooden boards. He didn't even use a carpenter's plane to smooth the wooden boards. He just pieced them together, opened the holes and inserted the porcelain bottle. Li Wangyu was quick-witted and found an excuse that wasn't an excuse. Qing Yaojin glared at him with dissatisfaction. "If I don't see the air conditioning windows in the house in 3 days, don't blame me for coming to settle accounts with you." Li Wangyu could only smile and nod in the face of the old hooligan's threat. But in his heart, he had already raised his middle finger to the old man. What kind of person is he? He's simply a bandit. The moral standard of the Tang dynasty was dragged down by people like Qing Yaojin. He should really learn what 8 honors and 8 disgraces are. After visiting the thatched houses in the village, the group returned to the Li family. Li Er walked boldly into the living room and sat down. He took out a folding fan from his waist and started fanning himself. Then he glared at Li Wangyu in dissatisfaction. Zio, why isn't there any ice cream? Also, the fruit juice with ice cubes was also sent. How can you treat your guests like this? Don't you welcome us? Uncle, what are you saying? Hee hee, uncle and all of you have come to my humble abode, bringing light to my humble abode. How could I not welcome you? Uncle, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately ask someone to send the ice cream and cold drinks. Li Wangyu was cursing in his heart. Needless to say, the ice cream was sent back by the 2 little traders to show off. He quickly asked the maids in the house to prepare ice cream and cold drinks to entertain this group of freeloaders. Haha, this guy's house is really cool and refreshing. It's really refreshing. Qing Yaojin wiped the sweat on his forehead and drank a glass of fruit juice full of ice cubes. Zio really knows how to enjoy life. No wonder you don't want to live in Chang'an. Dingzhou village is also a good place. Fang Xianling was naturally not as vulgar as Qing Yaojin. She held the glass and drank slowly while praising. Hee Prime Minister Fang, you flatter me. Li Wangyu said politely while wondering when Pai Lupi and the others would return to Chang'an. Qing Yaojin ordered loudly, boy, ask your maids to prepare good food and wine. Today we won't go home until we're drunk. Bring out the mahjong. I want to play with His Majesty and the other officials. Li Wangyu was about to break out in cold sweat when he heard Qing Yaojin say that they wouldn't go home until they were drunk. He immediately thought of the day when he had just brewed the sorghum wine and this old guy was drunk in his house. Damn, was he not satisfied with tearing it down once? Was he going to do it again? However, he obviously had no right to object. As the youngest master here and the lowest rank, he had no right to speak. Li Wangyu could only obediently agree. He asked Niu Wu and Niu Yong to bring the mahjong table and asked the maids to boil water and make tea. He himself waited on the side to play mahjong. Ever since Qing Yaojin played mahjong in the Li family, he liked the gambling equipment very much. After returning to the house, he asked the craftsman to make a set of mahjong using the best ivory. When he had nothing to do, Qing Yaojin often invited Qin Qiong and the others to play mahjong in the house. Gradually, the quintessence of Wuxia mahjong naturally became popular in Chang'an City. Now even Pai Lupi had learned how to play mahjong. In the harem, including Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang, they all enjoyed it. Today there were more than a dozen officials who accompanied Pai Lupi to Dingzhou village to enjoy the cool air. Obviously, a table of mahjong was not enough. Fortunately, the playboys also came to the house to play from time to time. This group of playboys was naturally a fan of mahjong. For this reason, Li Wangyu prepared many mahjong sets in the house for everyone to play. The sun outside was hot, but the central room of Lai Hot was as cool as autumn. Pai Lupi and the officials of the imperial court were naturally in a good mood. They sat down at the mahjong table, set up the battlefield and began to play. Li Wangyu looked at the central room with 4 mahjong tables and heard the sound of mahjong. He couldn't help but have the illusion that it was an activity center for the elderly in the future. Chapter 382. Waha, today's luck is indeed not bad. Your Majesty, everyone pay up, pay up. 20 taels of gold per person. Qing Yaojin's luck was off the charts today. He won Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling at the mahjong table. Their faces darkened. Facing the old man who was laughing wildly, they gloomily took out gold ingots from their pockets and threw them to Qing Yaojin. I'm not playing anymore. Zio, get someone to serve lunch. Pai Lupi pushed away his tiles and stood up angrily. Old man, don't be so proud. We'll play again after lunch. Qing Yaojin didn't mind at all. He laughed and put away the gold ingots. His smug look really deserved a beating. Unfortunately, there weren't many people present who could beat this old man. Li Wangyu hurriedly arranged for the servants to serve the food that had already been prepared. Before the Tang dynasty, most of the meals were served separately. Each person had a small table to eat at. When it came to the Tang dynasty, the separate meal system evolved into a shared meal system. Just like in the future, everyone sat around the table and ate together. However, during the Jingguan era, although the shared meal system was used, it was usually the same as Western food. However, Li Wangyu didn't have this habit. The meals in his residence were the same as in the future. A table of dishes was divided and eaten by everyone. Pai Lupi and the other big shots didn't care about this. Facing the table of delicacies, they frequently reached out with their chopsticks. Now, the beautiful boss's good cooking skills were passed on to the maidservants and Pei Lan at home. The dishes cooked in the iron wok looked, smelled, and tasted good. It made Li Er and the other big shots very satisfied. Qing Yaojin, on the other hand, was most interested in the wine in the cup. He pulled Li Wangyu over and asked, "Kid, why is the wine so sweet today? It tastes different from the wine this old man usually drinks." "Uncle Qing, I've added sugar to the wine." Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi and the others curious. "Zio, why did you add sugar to the wine? What use is it?" Icing sugar was rock sugar, which appeared in the Sui and Tang dynasties. "Uncle, this sugar frosting is sweet and mild. It can moisten the lungs and stop coughing. It can improve the taste of the wine." In the future, when Li Wangyu's grandfather drank sorghum wine, he liked to add rock sugar. Therefore, Li Wangyu thought of adding sugar to the wine in the residence. Pai Lupi picked up his wine glass and took a sip. He nodded repeatedly. "Not bad, this Xiaodao has sugar frosting. It tastes sweet, but it is a perfect match." The group of high dukes also praised after tasting it. Only Qing Yaojin snorted discontentedly. "You be *tis, you're really not straightforward. Why is it that every time you have something good, you unconsciously take it out and give it to us? How petty of you to hide it." Li Wangyu wanted to splash the wine on this old hooligan's face. This was too much. "You're eating my food and taking my money. Not only did you not say thank you, you even scolded me. You're really going too far." Li Wangyu pretended not to hear the old hooligan's words. He turned his head and chatted with the others. It was not worth getting angry with this old hooligan. He was purely looking for trouble. Everyone was satisfied with the lunch. Li Wangyu thought that it was getting late. Should these high dukes go back? Today was still okay. Although Qing Yaojin's face was dark red from drinking, at least he did not go crazy and tear down his room. But before he could say anything, Pai Lupi, who had eaten his fill, actually went back to sit at the mahjong table. He stretched out his hand and beckoned Qing Yaojin and the others to continue the game. "Jijie, come. Don't think you can run away after winning my gold. Today I must let you, this old man, know my power. Your Majesty, there is no reason to lose a bet. As long as you bring enough gold, how can I refuse? Wah! Come, let's continue." Seeing that Pai Lupi and the high dukes were still sitting at the mahjong table after eating and drinking, Li Wangyu could not help but feel speechless. What was going on? Were they planning to stay in his residence? Damn, this kind of freeloading behavior was too shameful. It should be severely condemned. Although he complained, he had no right to speak in front of Li Er and a group of dukes. He could only ask the maids in the mansion to bring cold drinks and ice cream, as well as some fruits and snacks, to these big shots that he could not afford to offend. It had to be said that sitting in the cool room and playing mahjong on a hot summer day was a kind of enjoyment. The fierce mahjong game in the central room of the Li family's residence went from noon to sunset. Li Wangyu cautiously reminded him, "Uncle, it's already 5 o'clock. The hidden meaning of his words was, "Why aren't you guys going back? Don't tell me you're still planning to stay for dinner?" It was not that Li Wangyu could not bear to treat Pai Lupi to dinner, but that Pai Lupi, the head of the imperialist Tang dynasty, was too stressful to stay in his residence. As the saying went, being with the emperor was like being with a tiger. Although Pai Lupi was good to him, he was still the emperor of the Tang dynasty. It was really awkward to stay in his residence all the time. Even his beautiful superior only came out to greet everyone when they arrived, and then stayed in the backyard with Afro and Perrin. The two daughters-in-law of Niu Yong and Niu Wu, who were temporarily staying in the wing room in the front yard, did not dare to show their faces. Even their meals were sent in by the Niu brothers. Both of them were palace maids and were even more afraid of Pai Lupi's majesty as the emperor, so they did not dare to offend him easily. As for the 4 maidservants in the residence, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Their cautious looks made Li Wangyu's balls ache. Therefore, Li Wangyu could not wait for Pai Lupi to return to Chang and city as soon as possible. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Pai Lupi would glare at him. "What? Zio, don't you welcome me to have dinner in your residence? Do you want to drive me away?" Li Wangyu was about to cry. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Uncle, you've wronged me. I can't wait for your majesty to stay in my residence every day. I'm just worried that Chang and city is going to close its gates. Bastard, do you think Chang and city will lock your majesty out of the city?" Qing Yaojin glared at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Go and get someone to prepare dinner and more wine." Li Wangyu was speechless and could only do as he was told. Bad guest. Should I ask the village chief to put up a sign at the entrance of the village? Lu Guogong and dogs are not allowed to enter. In the central room of the Li family's old residence, people were exchanging cups and drinking merrily. It was very lively. Even so, Qing Yaojin complained that the Li family did not have any singers to add to the fun. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. Qing Yaojin really did not treat himself as an outsider. When he was drunk, he did not care that it was late at night. He began to wail and howl at the top of his lungs. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi and the others applauded him. His hoarse voice frightened the dogs in the village and made them bark incessantly. It was very frightening. Everyone drank to their heart's content at the banquet. It was not until the moon was high in the sky that Li Ertsai burped. He and the other marquises got on their horses with the help of their guards and headed for Chang'an. Before Qing Yaojin left, he left a sentence that scared Li Wangyu so much that he almost fell to the ground. "Wah, nephew, not bad. I'm very satisfied today. I'll come again tomorrow to disturb you. Do you still welcome me?" "Damn it. Again. Are you addicted?" Chapter 383. Fortunately, Qing Yaojin's words were just words. The next day, Li Wangyu was in a state of anxiety for the entire day, afraid that he would hear that earth-shattering laughter again. In order to prevent Qing Yaojin from having an excuse to come to Dingzhou village again, Li Wangyu had Niu Wu make another trip to Hu County and spent a large amount of copper coins. His goal was to urge the porcelain kiln and woodworkers to hurry up and make the air-conditioning fans as soon as possible so that he could report back to Chang'an City. Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojin did not come to Dingzhou village again. After all, there were many state affairs. Pai Lupi and the dukes could slack off for a day, but they could not skip work every day. The playboys, however, came to Dingzhou village the next day to freeload off the air conditioning. Li Wangyu naturally welcomed the playboys' visit. Although these guys were not very good at drinking and liked to mess around after drinking too much, Li Wangyu felt that they were as cute as a group of playful brothers in the future. Even his beautiful superior was now familiar with the foppish playboys. She was also very welcoming of their arrival. There was good food and drink and it was cool and comfortable. The playboys also frequently visited these days. If not for the Li family's old residence being too small, they would have stayed there forever. 3 days later, the first batch of eco-air conditioners was made in a few hundred. Li Wangyu hurriedly ordered Shunfeng Carriage Company to send out carriages to personally escort the eco-air conditioners to Chang'an City to deliver the gifts. He first sent 100 fans to the Imperial Palace, then another 20 to 30 fans to the various dukes and prefectural dukes' mansions. He didn't forget about Yu Shernan and Kong Ingda's mansions either. He even sent 10 fans to Cho Kuan's residence. At present, Hu County was still rushing to make air conditioning windows. In Noda's Chang'an City, there were so many nobles and officials that Li Wangyu could not be biased in his gifts. Otherwise he would attract jealousy for no reason. He even sent air conditioning windows to Chongping County Duke Zhang Liang's mansion. This was also the way of the world. In the next month or so, Li Wangyu ran to Chang'an City almost every day to deliver gifts. It was quite tiresome for him. However, as the air conditioning windows began to be installed in Chang'an City's civil and military officials, its cooling effect immediately surprised everyone. Any room with an air conditioning window was obviously much cooler than a room without one. The officials who received Li Wangyu's gift naturally had a good impression of Hu County's son. Li Wangyu's gift was given at the right time. It wasn't expensive, but the officials loved it so much that they couldn't bear to part with it. The Tang naturally did not understand the principle of the air conditioning windows, but there were smart people who copied it and the effect was just as good. As a result, Li Wangyu's air conditioning windows quickly spread among the people of Chang'an. Many porcelain kilns began firing. Fired the air conditioning windows. Soon, the air conditioning windows in city. Li Wangyu relied on the air conditioning windows to gain another wave of popularity in Chang'an City. Even the air conditioning windows were nicknamed Wangyu windows by the people of Chang'an City. Not only did it refer to Hu County's son Li Wangyu's invention, but it also referred to the fact that after installing the air conditioning windows, there was no need to worry on a hot summer day. Wangyu, forget your worries. However, this was all for later, so let's not talk about it for now. Now, Li Wangyu was still braving the scorching sun to deliver gifts all over Chang'an City. He was already sweating profusely, and the clothes on his back were already soaked. He felt that delivering gifts was also a tough job. Brother Chumo, how many more families are going to deliver gifts today? Li Wangyu asked listlessly as he rode on horseback. In the four-wheeled carriage team that delivered the gifts, however, were the profligates who were also sweating profusely and listless under the scorching sun. Li Wangyu naturally did not spare this group of fellows who were eating and drinking in his residence. They were brothers, so of course they should share weal and woe. How could he let these fellows eat and drink in his residence while he was running around alone? Moreover, in Chang'an City, there was no one more familiar than these fellows. He wanted to go to each residence to deliver gifts, so naturally he needed these fellows to guide him. Therefore, even if Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others were unwilling, they were dragged out by Li Wangyu to accompany him in the sun. Cheng Chumo wiped the sweat off his face. There are still 2 more. They are all in the Shioda workshop. Then let's go quickly. After delivering the gifts, I'll treat my brothers to a drink. Drink on a hot day like this? I have no appetite. I just want to drink your cold drinks and ice cream. Brother Chumo is right. Ziyu residence has a lot of good things. It would be so refreshing to have a cold drink on such a hot day. Li Wangyu was riding on horseback and was dizzy from the sun. Hearing this, he casually said, "Isn't it just cold drinks? When we see a vending machine later, I'll treat you guys to a drink." Ziyu, what nonsense are you talking about? What vending machine? What is that? Country bumpkin, don't you know about vending machines? It's a machine that's placed in the streets and alleys. It doesn't need anyone to watch over it. You just have to put in some money and it will automatically sell you cold drinks. Li Wangyu was still dizzy, so he replied without thinking. Halfway through, he realized that something was wrong. Damn, this was not the future. This was the Tang dynasty. Where did this vending machine come from? He was really dizzy from the sun. How could he talk nonsense? His words caused the fellows to burst into laughter. Ziyu, are you dizzy? Where would there be such a magical machine? Ziyu is talking nonsense again. If there really is such a machine, I'm afraid only gods can do it, right? Li Wangyu, who felt that he had said something wrong, was not happy after being laughed at by the fellows. He straightened his neck and argued, "Didn't Zhuge Wuho create the wooden ox? It doesn't rely on feng shui. It operates on its own and doesn't require manpower. What's so difficult about a vending machine?" His words made the fellows laugh even louder. Ziyu, your silver tongue really knows how to talk. The wooden ox is just a rumor. Do you really think it's true? I also don't believe what Ziyu said. That vending machine, Ziyu, you probably thought of it on your bed, right? Ziyu, if you can create a vending machine that doesn't require manpower to sell cold drinks, I will give you the calligraphy of Wang Yu's army. Chai Lingwu laughed and joked. The Wang Yu's army he was talking about was Wang Shiji. It was unknown where Chai Lingwu obtained Wang Shiji's calligraphy. He treated it like a treasure and did not normally show it to others. It was only when Chai Lingwu drank too much and let it slip that everyone found out. After forcing Chai Lingwu to take out the calligraphy, Li Wangyu liked it very much. This was Wang Shiji's authentic calligraphy. In the future, there was not a single authentic Wang Shiji left in the world. There were only copies. Li Wangyu had long coveted Wang Shiji's calligraphy, but he could not obtain it. Wei Shiyu's words immediately made Li Wangyu's spirit rise. He couldn't help but sit up straight on the horse. Brother Shiyu, are you serious? If I really create a vending machine, you can't go back on your words. Humph, a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Why would I lie to you? However, if you can't create it, then your residences Zhao Yebai and Jade Flower Horse will lose to me. Chai Lingwu also laughed mischievously. He had long coveted the 2 treasured horses that Zhang Liang lost to Li Wangyu. Come. Clap your hands as an oath. Brothers, be witnesses. Chapter 384. Li Wangyu's straightforward agreement made Chai Lingwu hesitate. Could it be that this kid could really make a machine that could automatically sell drinks without manual labor? Although Chai Lingwu didn't believe it, thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this kid had never lost a bet with anyone. Thinking of this, Chai Lingwu immediately cowered. Haha, Zio, what are you talking about? I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Brother Lingwu, you just said that a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. How can you go back on your words? No, we have to make this bet today. Li Wangyu saw that the cooked duck was about to fly away and hurriedly stopped Chai Lingwu. However, the more he acted like this, the more suspicious Chai Lingwu became. That copy of Wang Shiji's calligraphy was his treasure. How could he bear to lose it to Li Wangyu? Did I? Zio, perhaps because the sun was too bright, you heard wrong. I definitely didn't say that. Today's weather is really good. Everyone, let's go drink with Zio after he delivers the gift. Chai Lingwu wanted to whip his horse to leave, but Cheng Chumo and the others grabbed the reins. Wait, Brother Lingwu, we can testify that you did say that you wanted to make a bet with Zio. As a man, how can you go back on your words? This group of debauches just wanted to watch a show. Moreover, the vending machine that Li Wangyu mentioned sounded quite interesting. Since that was the case, how could they let Chai Lingwu run away? Chai Lingwu only just realized that he had caused trouble because of his loose tongue. He had a vague feeling that his beloved copy of Wang Yu's calligraphy would be lost. With a long face he said, "Brothers, can you pretend that I didn't say anything just now? I was wrong. I apologize to Zio and everyone. Today little brother Ping Kong Square will be treating. Brothers, please feel free to order any of the ladies in the painting house, okay?" Fang Yai, Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other and replied in unison, "No. Today's bet must be made. We will be witnesses." Chai Lingwu wished he could give himself a slap. Why did he have to provoke Li Wangyu? When Li Wangyu saw the debauches forcing Chai Lingwu to accept the bet, he smiled brilliantly. "Wahaha, brother Lingwu, give little brother 3 days to prepare the calligraphy of Wang Yu's army. Little brother will make you admit defeat wholeheartedly." In a moment of excitement he even imitated Qing Yaojin's laughter. Cheng Chuamo and his 2 brothers could not help but cast him a sidelong glance, wanting to see what was wrong with this fellow, to actually copy their Darren's frightening laughter. Li Wangyu's words made Chai Lingwu feel as if his parents had died. He felt that his life was simply gloomy. "Zio, it wasn't easy for me to get the calligraphy of Wang Yu's army. It's my favorite." Chai Lingwu still wanted to struggle. "Yes, I understand. I will cherish it well. Thank you, brother Lingwu." Li Wangyu replied matter-of-factly. His appearance of victory made Chai Lingwu have the urge to spit out blood. He had met the wrong person. Chai Lingwu looked up to the sky and sighed. He did not look at the almanac when he left the house today. Li Wangyu, who had been dazed by the sun's rays, regained his energy and quickly went to the last 2 noble residences to deliver his gifts. He didn't even have time to take a sip of tea before he took his leave. As for Cheng Chuamo and the others' invitation to drink at Peace Square, Li Wangyu was naturally too lazy to go. He was in a hurry to find a craftsman to make a vending machine so that he could win Chai Lingwu's calligraphy. Regarding this, Chai Lingwu could only helplessly raise his 2 middle fingers at Li Wangyu to express his excitement. At the same time he secretly prayed that Li Wangyu was just bragging. The reason why Li Wangyu was so confident in making a bet with Chai Lingwu was naturally because it was not difficult to make a machine that could automatically sell drinks. When he was studying e-commerce, the professor in class was talking about the influence of vending machines on modern commerce. He once said that as early as the 1st century AD, the ancient Greeks had made a device that automatically sold holy water. It was the world's first vending machine. Li Wangyu was very interested in this matter at that time. He even went to the library to look for information and saw the restoration of the vending machine. The principle of the vending machine of the ancient Greeks was very simple. Coins were inserted from the slot, and the coins fell into a small plate in the instrument. The small plate was connected to a lever, and through the lever mechanism the valve in the holy water bucket was actuated. After the valve was opened, the holy water would automatically flow out. The small plate containing the coins would constantly fall and tilt. Until the coins on the small plate slipped, the lever would be reset and the valve would automatically close. This vending machine that sold holy water was seen as a miracle by the ancient Greeks. It caused quite a stir at that time. Therefore, when Li Wangyu heard that Chai Lingwu wanted to make a bet with him, he laughed so hard that his eyes could not be seen. He had long been drooling over Chai Lingwu's Wang Shiji's calligraphy. He did not expect this guy to deliver himself to his doorstep. What a good guy. After bidding farewell to the playboys, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu directly to Yan Libin's residence. When a teacher has something to do, he naturally needs a disciple to do it for him. As a junior supervisor, Yan Libin was also good at craftsmanship and had many ingenious ideas. Li Wangyu only knew the principle and general appearance of the beverage vending machine. As for how to make it happen, he naturally needed Yan Libin's help. Moreover, there were all kinds of skilled craftsmen who were good at crafting different kinds of tools. When the beverage vending machine was designed, he also needed to find these craftsmen to build it. In the main hall of the Yan residence, Yan Libin was playing chess with Ma Zhou while chatting casually about his teacher and the various activities that had been stirred up in Chang, and recently. Li Wangyu naturally did not forget about his 2 disciples. He had sent the air conditioning windows over early in the morning to install them. At this time, the main hall of the Yan residence was also quite cool. Brother Bin Wang, teacher is really not an ordinary person. Look at the air conditioning windows. There is no need for manual labor. Just a few dozen porcelain bottles with 2 transparent ends can blow out a cool breeze. It is really magical. Yes, teacher may not be old, but his skills are profound. The more I learn from teacher, the more I feel that teacher is unfathomable. Every time he does something shocking. Brother Bin Wang is right. I was originally a painting addict. It was only because of teacher's stunning drawing skills that I was moved to become his disciple. But I did not expect that it was not only his drawing skills. Teacher's wonderful ideas are the real treasure. I am deeply grateful to be able to become his disciple. Just as the two were sighing, they heard a servant come to report that their teacher had come to visit. This surprised the two. They did not even have time to wear shoes and hurriedly ran out barefoot. "Teacher, why are you so free to come to my residence today? Quickly come in, quickly come in." Yan Libin was overjoyed. He and Ma Zhou quickly went forward to greet him. Li Wangyu did not expect Ma Zhou to be here as well. He could not help but laugh. "It is good that you are here. I have something that I need the two of you to help me with today,"